Alright, let me grab the save here. Oh. Okay, got it. Alright, so yeah, like Dog was saying, it's a little bit of a mess. I've been up, but yeah, I couldn't really take over because my power kept dying, so I didn't want to start streaming in that situation. Now it should be okay. Tiesto, I'm not sure if Dog thanked you, but you just subs. Thank you so much that you enjoyed the stream. This is a little weird. We're actually using one of those save prompts that the game gives you instead of saving manually. So it actually kind of makes sense because Raiden passes out for a while, right? And he wakes up as a different streamer, right? Alright, alright. Is he still alive?
Is he still alive?
He was when Olga brought him in. I've checked everything, including the genome data, but there's nothing on this guy. NSA, CIA, FBI. He doesn't exist in any database. He's a non-existent operative from a non-existent organization.
I suspected as much. However, I know this man. Wake him up.
What we're actually seeing here is MGS1. That is Liquid right there. Not everybody realizes that. It's the exact same scene. And now it changes. Even though the room is the same, they use a cutscene.
It's been a while, hasn't it? Jack the Ripper?
You know this fellow?
You remember me, don't you? You've grown. High concentration of cerebral implants. Have they altered your memory, too? This is my son. I taught him everything. Jack, I never thought I'd see you again.
You know me?
You don't remember. Your name, your skills. Everything you know, you learned from me. The 80s. The Civil War. You were one of the best among the child soldiers that fought in that conflict. When you were barely 10 years old, you became the platoon leader of the small boy unit. At the time, your outstanding kill record earned you several nicknames, including White Devil and Jack the Ripper. Jack, I was your godfather. I named you. When the war ended, you disappeared from the relief center. I wondered what happened to you. I should have known they would recruit you.
It's an interesting coincidence.
If he's a lackey for the Patriots, I doubt he knows anything of interest.
What should we do with him?
We'll use him like you suggested.
What about Dead Cell?
Ignore them. Happening again?
Could it be that he's here too?
In another hour, we demonstrate the power of Arsenal gear.
Attack with standard weapons, of course.
Yes, proceed as planned.
At last report, all is well with GW.
How about the troops?
The men are being refitted with Arsenal gear equipment as ordered. You're the spitting image of Big Boss.
Is that so? Perhaps I should be grateful to this kid for that.
This situation, I find it very nostalgic.
Where am I?
Why, inside Arsenal gear, of course. Actually, we're also inside the memory of Shadow Moses. I'll take this back. You don't need this anymore, do you? A foul wind is blowing. We shall speak again.
Don't move. Stay as you are. We're being monitored by a camera.
What are you up to?
I'm switching over to nanocommunication.
Mr. X? Ninja?
Correct. It's me.
I thought you were the leader of the Russian troops.
No, that was just a smokescreen.
A smokescreen?
I was sent to provide you support.
Support? Who sent you? The Colonel?
No, the Patriots.
What?
I deceived my troops, betrayed them.
But why?
My child is being held hostage by the Patriots. It all started 2 years ago when I lost my father during the tanker incident. My men and I had nowhere to go, so we joined forces with an illegal Russian organization.
The Russian Mafia?
Something like that, actually. I learned much later that it was a subordinate organization of the Patriots. I was expecting at the time. When I gave birth to my child, it turned out I was in a hospital run by the Patriots. In the morning, my child was gone. My baby is being kept somewhere in this country.
Have you ever met your child?
No. Once a month, they send me a photo of my child via network. I've never even held the child in my own arms.
I see. Given your situation, nobody can blame you for what you did.
That's your opinion.
What about Snake? I thought you were enemies.
He wasn't responsible for my father's death. Actually, we owe him our lives. 2 years ago, they were responsible for getting us out of the sinking tanker alive.
So you were partners since the incident?
No, I only found out the truth shortly before this.
Huh?
When I confronted him here.
You fought with Snake? When?
Well, it was around the time you were holding hands with that girl.
Snake. So you joined hands with him to pay back a debt.
No, mutual gain.
Mutual gain?
My job was to assist you. If Solidus gets away with Arsenal, your mission is a failure. The Patriots would judge that as failure on my part and terminate my child. Putting it simply, my child's life depends on your success.
So you did it all for your child. But why would the Patriots want to help me? Are they hoping I'll take Solidus out?
No, you're just like me. We're just pawns.
Pawns for what purpose?
The S3 plan.
Huh?
You'll figure it out sooner or later, but I wonder if you'll handle the truth.
What do you mean?
Listen, we haven't got time for this. Solidus will commence his attack any minute. He's got to be stopped.
What about the virus?
No results so far. I think the Patriots have tampered with the program.
Will it work?
I don't know.
Get me out of this thing.
Not yet. I'll release your restraints after I leave this room.
Where's my gear?
Snake's got everything. I couldn't bring it here.
And where do I find Snake?
The passageway ahead leads to a hangar. He'll be waiting there. I gave him a card key for the hangar.
Does Snake plan to destroy Arsenal gear?
No, even for Snake, it's impossible to completely destroy this thing. The only option is to stop Solidus and his men.
What are you going to do?
Stay concealed. That's my role. I still can't afford to be discovered.
Olga, you can't keep this up. They're bound to find you.
Listen, I'll free you in a little while. Brace yourself.
Uh-oh, I played too much of the PS2 version, just trying to confirm a circle now.
Jack, are you all right?
Oh, yeah.
Jack, is it true? What Solidus said?
Yes.
It's unbelievable. Drafting small children, sending them to war? It's not allowed under international conventions.
ICC rules don't mean a lot in war. Someone told me that there are over 300,000 children in combat right now. I was just one of them.
So you remember. I thought your memory had been manipulated by them.
It was. But I have nightmares every day. Pieces of the past I can't put together.
Why didn't you tell me?
You couldn't begin to understand.
You wouldn't know that until you try me.
I didn't want you to get hurt. There was never a real reason for me to fight, except that someone put a gun in my hand. And that someone was him.
It wasn't your fault.
If I survived the day's fight, I was praised, fed, and had a bed to sleep in. I think I was only 6 when I held my first AK. But I'm not even sure of that.
Jack.
I'm not like Snake. I never questioned why we fought. There was no purpose, no way out. They give you a gun, you ask how many to kill. If you didn't, you were the one they shot instead.
It's okay. No one is blaming you.
We were shown Hollywood action films every day. The kind with macho guys and big guns. They call it image training.
Ugh.
They built us from the ground up into killing machines. We were fed once a day. I can still taste the gunpowder they mixed into the food.
Gunpowder? In the food?
The gunpowder had toluene in it, giving it hallucinogenic properties. It kept us drugged, controllable.
Oh my God!
When the Civil War ended, those of us who survived were taken in by NGOs. They gave me a new life in the States. I can't complain. But nothing's changed. The only people who have no problem with my past have secrets and agendas of their own. Terrible nightmares. Every night. I can never forget.
Jack.
I'm afraid of the night. That's why I don't sleep next to you.
You should have told me.
Told you what? That I'm a killer? And always have been?
No, no.
What I hate more than anything else in the world is my own past. I didn't want you or anyone to know about it. Now I know why I was chosen for this mission. No one can take him on, take him down, except me. I've been kept alive this long for this. I knew as soon as I saw Solidus.
Jack, I love you the way you are now. You have to believe me. I didn't know anything about you, I admit that. Where you were born, how you grew up. But I know that now. And I know that what I feel for you can only get better. And I'll share in your past if that's the price.
It doesn't work that way. No one can share the burden of what I've done. It's not one of those warm and fuzzy things couples share.
I accept the good and the bad, Jack. That's what you do for someone you love.
I don't want to share my past with anyone. I just want to forget about it.
Jack, I haven't told you, about what I've done.
The last 2 years with you, it's been more than I've ever hoped for.
Jack.
But I can't go any farther. I know you want to get married. But I can't. I can't risk starting a family. There's no way to erase my childhood.
It's all right, Jack. Please, don't say any more.
But Kojima, is she real or not? Tell me, please. I can't make up my mind. It's up to you to decide when you think it might be the AI, when you think it might be the real Rose. You can use a thing called logic and thought process, which apparently people don't like to do, so Kojima has to come and make him just for you, and tell you. So what I always kind of like, it makes me smile when I see people still after like 20 years asking, but is she real or not? So I can tell you what I think. Maybe when they talk about all the personal stuff here that supposedly they've been through, you could think that maybe she's the real Rose, and when she's just butting in to support what the Colonel is asking Raiden to do, or giving false information, or, definitely when she's starting getting her voice distorted and everything, that's probably an AI Rose. And then she appears at the end, and even though she mentions her, I guess that's a spoiler, hasn't happened yet, hair and eye collar isn't even real. She appears at the end in front of Raiden with that hair collar. It was considered for a little bit in the development that she would appear with a different hair color at the end, so that you would know that's the real Rose. And they specifically reverted it so that people would have to interpret it for themselves. Oh man, if you don't get like a definitive answer from the little in-game bullshit explanation and events of the face value story, you're not happy. And that's why M2 kind of got a lot of shit back in the day. And now we have M4 undoing everything. Tony Idaho with the 5 subs. Thank you. This is all that matters. Zooming in on Raiden's ass crack. Tell me more.
Get your equipment back first, or you won't be able to do much good. Rendezvous with that man and retrieve your gear.
Yeah.
Olga said that man would be waiting up ahead, if I recall. Get out of the
That
room and head
man.
north. Raiden, you won't be able to hang, throw, or chokehold anyone in your current state.
Why not?
Is it really necessary to ask? It's just not a good idea to perform those maneuvers. There could be complications.
Oh, really, Jack? Do we have to spell it out for you? Really?
Your dick is out. Or is it? Well, let's find out.
Raiden, do you copy? You must continue your mission.
I've lost all my gear. I need to locate Snake.
He was never factored into the simulation. Leave him out of this.
I can't do much naked, especially in this temperature.
That's true. You won't be able to attack or enter the hanging mode either.
I think Snake has my gear.
Raiden, take out Solidus and his men. You must recover Arsenal intact.
Colonel, are you under orders from the Patriots?
Your role, that is, mission, is to infiltrate the structure and disarm the terrorists.
My role? Why do you keep saying that?
Why not? This is a type of role-playing game. The point is that you play out your part, and I expect you to turn in a perfect performance.
Colonel, I just remembered something.
What?
That I've never met you in person. Not once.
Complete your mission, according to the simulation.
Colonel, who are you?
No more questions. We have Rosemary.
What do you mean by that?
Over and out.
Yeah, keep her. What's up?
No problem here. Huh? Wish I had that.
Return to your positions. Tighten security.
So, yeah.
Exercise extreme caution.
Raiden's packing. In fact, if we pause now, we'll see, or not yet, rather. We need to do this here, I think. Let me change Three Dogs settings here. Now, where's Turtlefax when you need him? Instead of the map, we get this. What is that? What could it be? Giant world snake with the world turtle with the elephants on its back supporting the world. So instead of the map, you get this. And if you remember what they referred to as arsenal, it is a means to keep the world as it is. So instead of the map here, this is a mythological figure and few different like mythologies out there. We won't get into all of that, but you get the world serpent and the turtle. I really wish Turtlefax was here because he would maybe know what kind of turtle it is, what it does. And then the elephants supporting the world inside GW. That's what GW is doing. It's not GW, sorry. I mean Arsenal. Arsenal is sustaining, according to the Patriots idea, at least, the world as it is. So we get this. Or the other theory is that the elephants are just a reference to Raiden's massive dong here that the guard was just talking about. So maybe that's what it's supposed to represent. I'm not sure. But you don't get a map here. You get this. I actually haven't seen this in a while because we don't usually enable the radar, so there's no reason to use the nerd here at all. So I actually forgot there was a snake as well. I thought it was just the world turtle, but no, there's a snake as well. Of course there would be a snake.
Personnel, return to your stations.
My god, I'd zoom in. Okay, so the Colonel isn't quite freaking out yet. But even now, each time you enter a new area or you change areas, you get the name of that area in the loading screen, right? But here, New York 52nd Street, what? You keep going in and out of this. you'll get a whole bunch of different locations. But something's not right. What's up?
Who's there?
Just a naked dude cartwheeling around. Tengus are always blind, pretty much. Maybe it's because they don't believe what they're seeing. They don't believe what they just saw. Well, it's time. You can only really do it in that door.
Raiden, turn the game console off right now.
What did you say?
The mission is a failure. Cut the power right now.
What's wrong with you?
Don't worry, it's a game. It's a game just like usual.
You'll ruin your eyes playing so close to the TV.
What are you talking about?
Raiden, something happened to me last Thursday when I was driving home. I had a couple of miles to go. I looked up and saw a glowing orange object in the sky to the east. It was moving very irregularly. Suddenly, there was intense light all around me. And when I came to, I was home. What do you think happened to me?
Huh?
Fine. Forget it. Infiltrate.
Maybe.
The enemy fortress.
Yeah.
Outer heaven.
I got it.
Destroy. The final weapon. Metal Gear.
I don't know.
Okay. If you understand what the Colonel's been doing the whole game, his behavior isn't completely random here when the virus starts kicking in. Cartwheel to victory. Do a couple more.
Honestly, though, you have
How do you
played
know
the
that?
game for a long time. Don't you have anything else to do with your time?
Did you see that?
Actually, there is something I have been meaning to tell you, but I just couldn't. I think you should know, though. On Saturday morning last week, I saw a guy leaving Rosemary's room. How should I put it? It was like they were intimate.
I see.
I'm sorry. Sorry to bring this up during the mission,
I
but
don't know.
Just kidding, Raiden, that was me. Okay. Can't go back out. Train stops, of course. And then, hold on, I gotta get into the tactical position for it. Zooming in.
President Baker should be somewhere to the south of where you blasted through the wall. Hurry and save him before the terrorists discover his code.
See, I mean, he's been pulling lines from MGS1 this whole time, because most of them applied to Raiden's environment and things anyway, so... Now that the virus kicked in, he's just a little more confused.
Actually, I'm in really bad shape financially. I pay money to my ex-wife as part of our divorce settlement, among other bills. I just had no choice but to make you pay for lunch the other day. I'm really sorry.
So a lot of these lines are just... Oh. Man for porn from Kojima's collection. A lot of these lines are just from other games that came out up until this point. So, Metal Gear 1 and Ghost Babel, MGS1, lines all over the place. But really, the Colonel has been pulling lines depending on what was actually around Raiden from MGS1 that just happened to work the whole time. So it's not that far-fetched. Now the virus is just causing him to read things from the other games as well. And then, if you keep in mind what the Patriots are also talking about later in the game, all the trivia, petty issues, and garbage information that's all over the place, that's also sort of what we're seeing here in these calls.
An anemone or clematis plant's juice can cause a rash. When pruning them, it's a good idea to wear gloves.
Is that a Wikipedia article? Why not? So he either pulls things from the other games or random trash information.
Even my patience has its limits. I just can't leave this thing up to you any longer. I'll do the fighting. You can just go home.
Where is Raiden's butthole asking the real questions? Let's find out. I don't see it.
Variety level 13. Rescue Meryl, the return of Ginola.
This is much more confusing if you never actually played VR missions. Because on top of getting lines from that game, the mission itself that he's talking about is kind of crazy, so...
I hear it's amazing when the famous purple stuffed worm in Flapjaw space with the tuning fork does a raw blink on Harry Carey Rock. I need scissors. 61.
There you go. I think there's stone that we only get if I call them.
Your mission is to infiltrate the Fortress Galluade, rescue the hostages, and neutralize Metal Gear before its assembly is complete.
Right, that just goes Babble's briefing there. Katar with the 3 months, thank you.
Snake. Remember what de Gaulle said. The graveyards are full of indispensable men. Snake, you're all alone and surrounded by bad guys. Try to be careful and avoid getting into a fight whenever you can.
Hey Ling, you haven't aged well, but thanks. And yeah, that was a real mission. That was VR missions again that you see there. I mean, they did literally show you a little video of it. Actually, that reminds me, I think one of Kojima's original intentions when Raiden is naked was that if the players try to look at his genitals, you would actually be able to see them, but it would trigger a game over, or you would just be just about to see them and it would give you a game over for doing that if you move the camera and do things in a certain way. Just one of the many cases that Kojima wanted to put genitals in his games and they didn't let him, of course, because it would affect rating and all that.
You wouldn't be trying to give yourself a bogus score using some ingenious trick, would you? That's just about as low as anyone could possibly stoop. I can't believe you sometimes.
He's not going to talk about the twisted axe in the women's bathroom yet.
You wouldn't be trying to give...
Yeah.
Actually, there is...
Okay, we'll move on for now. We'll get more calls as things move forward. That's Rose.
Jack, it's me.
Hi, Rose.
Jack, I owe you an apology.
If it's about that conversation just now, I'm the one who's sorry.
No, it's something else.
What is it?
That day at Federal Hall 2 years ago, it wasn't a coincidence. I was ordered to keep an eye on you.
Keep an eye on me?
Yes, by the Patriots.
You're a spy?
I suppose. Yes. It's an ugly word. Are you still there?
Was sleeping with me a part of the job?
I fell in love with you.
How could anyone?
I can't excuse what I did. I've reported every detail of your personal life to them these 2 years. What you did, said, everything.
Must have been fun.
But some things I didn't tell anyone.
Oh,
Like what I felt for you.
so that's why you were involved in this mission. I should have known. Why else would they toss an analyst into the mix at the last minute?
I'm sorry. I know what I did was wrong.
No matter where I go, I get used.
I reinvented myself to suit your tastes. Hairstyle, clothes, the way I moved, things I talked about. You say you love the color of my hair, my eyes. They're not even real.
You must have gone over my psych profile with a fine-tooth comb.
It was my job.
Great performance. Had me completely fooled.
What I really wanted was for you to see the real me. It hurt to play out this artificial romance. It was worse to lie to myself than to you. The more love you gave me, the more it hurt. Because I knew the person you loved was just a character.
So it was artificial on my end, too. It was just a game, not the real thing.
Oh, Jack.
I feel better knowing that.
What?
I was in love, or thought I was, with someone who didn't exist. I was trying to be someone I wasn't by loving what wasn't real. I don't know who you really are. The person I knew isn't real. She's not the woman I'm talking to right now. In a sense, the deception was my own, not theirs.
Jack, I thought I was acting because that was my job. But I did fall in love with you. That wasn't an act.
You expect me to believe that? It's okay. You had your reasons, right? Hey, I understand, but I have nothing left to...
Jack!
What?
I'm carrying. I'm pregnant, Jack.
Rose, what's going on?
Amazing how you walk around like that.
Snake!
Been waiting long?
Where's my gear?
Right over there. That's more like it. Everything you had when you were captured is still there. Sorry about earlier. I had to use you as bait to gain access to Arsenal. It worked.
Why didn't you tell me about Olga?
You never asked. Not happy about that? Get over it.
Any effects of the virus yet?
Still waiting on that.
So, it was rigged by the Patriots?
Looks like it. From what I can tell, Arsenal is headed for Manhattan. I don't know what Solidus is planning, but we'll have to deal with it one way or another. There's also a troop of production model Rays ahead.
How many units?
25, according to Olga.
25?
Yeah. Can't say I've faced that many Metal Gears before, but I think we can deal.
No way we can.
We can, because we have no other choice.
How?
I've stocked up on Stinger missiles. Oh yeah, Olga left this for you.
Why?
Olga asked me to give it to you. Besides, I'm not a big fan of blades. Move the right stick up and down to make a vertical slice, and left and right to slice parallel to the ground. Move the stick in a circle to do a rotating cut. Push it forward to lunge and strike. You can guard with your blade if you have the L1 button pressed down. You should be able to deflect a bullet or two.
Oh no, it's all over. It's all over for Raiden's character. It's all Olga's fault. And Snake's for giving him the sword. Put that away. Hey JN, thanks for gifting the sub to Adrenaline. So, I guess Three Dog picked up the shaver because good old Blue Point. It's bugged, of course. Snake has his beard in the gameplay model, but he does not have his beard in the codec model, like we saw.
Teach yourself how to handle the blade.
Yep.
You're going to need it at some point. Move the right stick to control the blade. Move the right stick.
Okay.
Move the right stick.
That's wrong.
Is that all he talks about?
Click the right stick to...
That's wrong.
Push the L1 button.
Get real.
Every time you push the weapon button, you can turn the blade from the blade side to the back. Using a back strike allows you to knock out the enemy without killing them.
Get real.
Are you comfortable with the blade? The enemy's straight ahead. As soon as you're ready, we're off.
See.
Every time you push the weapon...
Real.
Something about Snake talking about blade controls, whatever. But yeah, I think the reason this happened in the HD edition is because apparently they have several level of details for the models in the original. So in certain instances they would have to use lower detailed models. But for the HD edition they just defaulted everything as the highest detailed model. And I think it must mean that the Snake model here originally was one of the low detail ones because during gameplay. And they don't have a no beard low detail model for Snake. The Blue Point was just like, yeah, whatever, man. Just put the higher detail model there. Doesn't matter. There's the beard factor to it, you know. Look inside Snake. Oh god, that's his eyes and his teeth. That's how they do it. And he's hollow, the inside. Oh, is that his magazine holder flipping through him? But yeah, there's lots of little oversights that Blue Point couldn't be bothered with. Like we're about to see the rays ahead. Their serial numbers don't match the health bars after a while because they didn't remaster all the models and other shit, but whatever. That's why I don't really even like picking up the shaver anymore because of this. But don't worry, well actually I'll be able to play the PS2 version without any of this nonsense as well, which I've done not too long ago. So at one point we'll do that again. And the other thing about Snake's entrance here is kind of like, where does he appear from? He kind of like pops out of nowhere. Be cool, that epic entrance effect that they put on him with the cutscene and the sound effect and everything. There's something to making Snake appear as epic as possible when he's not the player character, which has a lot to do with Raiden's existence in the first place. And pretty much all that Snake does at this point when he appears in Arsenal is really just being Kojima's mouthpiece for delivering the ultimate message of MGS2 and the meaning of MGS2. We're about to see that. So having Snake be this super cool presence, and you know, everybody hanging on to his words and looking up to him, Raiden looking up to him, the players finally seeing Snake and his, you know, tanker appearance and everything again. You're probably still thinking, if you're in your first playthrough, do I get to play a Snake now? Because you really want that. But so you'll pay attention to everything that he says and does, for sure. And that's where Kojima puts his his message about wanting to pass on the series and wanting to find something to pass on. It's a message about, he tries to pass you a message about finding something to pass you. So it's, yeah. The other thing that will increase people's attention towards Snake is, you can turn here. Snake's ass is more rounded and well sculptured compared to Raiden. That's not by mistake or by chance. Kojima wanted Snake to have a better ass than Raiden. Specifically, so that you would be subconsciously more attracted to Snake than Raiden. But look at their asses. Snake's ass is obviously better. Raiden's is a little flat. Yeah. I wish I was kidding, but no, I am not kidding. That is in the tiny little specifications in the script somewhere, I think, in the grand game plan for MGS2. So, I'm not kidding. And also, Kojima has this habit of calling the third-person camera an ass camera, so... And there's asses everywhere in his games, so... Yeah, no. It's true. They want you to be more attracted and pay more attention to Snake. Snake plays the crucial role of delivering Kojima's message in this game. It's also neat that I finally know how to move on from this part. Basically, it's a timer, but the timer only starts after you first use the sword. First sword slash. 45 seconds after you wave the sword around. So if I never use the sword, which is why we can just sit here for as long as I want. We can talk about things, we don't need to pause or anything. Of course, the great debate that I had with some people here, and probably not to cheat and look at their result on Twitter or something, but if I kill Snake now... Oh wait, we're on extreme difficulty, so there's actually dog tags, so I can also stun him first. Now, he's not gonna like that, but... Just walk away.
What are you thinking?
If we stun Snake, search him. There's a dog tag. What's that gonna say? Oh. Snake's dog tag changes depending on the difficulty level. Well, all dog tags do, except the unique ones. Snake's is unique because you get a bunch of references in different characters depending on which difficulty you're playing.
Damn kid.
On extreme, Kojima put himself as Snake, right? What more clear message or way of telling you that Snake is used as Kojima's mouthpiece to deliver his message? So we're on extreme, so it's Kojima. I think the others in no particular order. I don't remember the other difficulties, but he has Meryl's, he has Liquid's, he has his own, of course. I might be forgetting one. There's easy, normal, hard, and extreme. I'm not sure there's one for very easy. There should be. I'm probably forgetting one. Oh yeah, Pliskin, I forgot one. So he has Meryl Silverberg, Liquid Snake, Solid Snake, and Pliskin, Iroquois Pliskin, and Hideo Kojima on Extreme, of course. Gore Lab, thanks for gifting the sub to Steam Skinners. Let's see. We can't really show this because on European Extreme there's no dog tags, so because European Extreme was added after the dog tags were done, so nobody has dog tags on European Extreme. It's another reason to play an Extreme instead of European Extreme, really. Did Doc do the ration call? I guess he did, because that's a huge reason as to why we're playing an Extreme instead of European Extreme. That also makes a huge difference in gameplay, especially now, because Snake is gonna poop out rations like it's nothing. Like on European Extreme, rations simply do not exist in the game. And on Extreme, he's gonna like shit out 3-4 rations like it's nothing. But anyway, the other thing that we can do, of course, is killing Snake. And we get a special game over for this. Somebody's gonna be laughing in the background. Now, who does it sound like? I had a debate over this, but eventually the people who know Japanese had to go look in the Japanese script, and apparently that's the Colonel. And to this day, I still say that's bullshit because it sounds like Solidus's laugh. And you know, Solidus says, "Jack, I've been watching how you fight this whole time." And I'm so glad to see that so many people are also hearing Solidus. And I was Team Solidus as well, and I had an argument on Twitter over this until people had to step in, look at the Japanese script, and put screenshots of it online, and apparently it's the Colonel. Bullshit, but yeah. I still hear Solidus, man. But I can't argue the facts. So apparently it's supposed to be the Colonel. Okay, so now if we slash here, 45 seconds, and Sneak will decide to move on. Meanwhile, look, I just picked up the sword. Look what I can do.
What are you thinking?
Yep. Another possibility, if you really want to be anal, is that it's supposed to be the Colonel, but they fucked up in the English version and they recorded it as Solidus, which is why I'm hearing Solidus, but it's definitely supposed to be the Colonel, going by the Japanese script.
Damn kid.
I don't believe it, man. I don't know.
Moron.
Yeah, I'm not crazy, right? That sounds like Solidus.
Damn kid. Moron.
You can also parry by continuously slashing.
Damn. Moron. What are you thinking?
Oh shit. Oh, the FPS, man.
Damn. What are you thinking?
Oh, it's not as effective in first person.
Moron.
No, he's about to die, so maybe we'll let him go. Slap.
Damn kid. Moron.
Shouldn't we, like, move on, like, right about now or something? Oh yeah, the other thing, the Sneak's health bar is bigger than yours. Dick measuring contest here. Usually when you get somebody else's health bar below yours, it's smaller. Emma's, Meryl's. But no, Snake is big dick mode here.
Damn kid.
Can we, like, move on? He's not using the SOCOM, he's using the he's using the USB that he stole from Olga, which is kind of funny if you think about the fact that Olga was still around and talking to him and fighting with him. She must have said something like, "You stole my fucking gun." But yeah, no, Snake's trigger finger is just insane. Snake never once uses the Mark 23 in MGS2. He just hands it to Raiden. So he does have it at one point as Spliskin, but he never uses it. And I can see why it would be confusing, because they're really similar, if you don't know. What's going on? Can we move on? Maybe he's a little offended. There you go.
Come on, time to go. If you run out of ammo, you can have mine.
You got enough?
Absolutely. Infinite ammo.
Wait up, Snake.
What?
Snake, have you ever enjoyed killing someone?
What are you talking about?
I'm not sure. Sometimes it's hard to tell the difference between reality and a game.
Diminished sense of reality, huh? VR training will do that.
No, it was field training when I was a kid. I lied, Snake. I have more field experience than I can remember. It's not VR that's doing this to me.
Raiden, we don't carry guns to take people down. We're not here to help some politician either.
You can say that because you're a legend, a hero. I'm Jack the Ripper, a dirty reminder of a terrible mistake.
Legends don't mean a whole lot. I was just a name to exploit, just like you.
People will remember only the good part, the right part of what you did.
There's no right part in murder, not ever. And we're not in this to make a name for ourselves.
Then what are you and Otacon fighting for?
A future? You can stop being part of a mistake, starting now.
What am I? What am I supposed to do?
Oh, Brizzlemonk, thank you. I'll answer your question in a bit. Listen to Kojima's words here.
Find something to believe in, and find it for yourself. And when you do, pass it on to the future.
Believe in what?
That's your problem. Come on.
Snake, Raiden.
Otacon, you all right?
Yeah, so are all the hostages.
That's good news.
How's everything on your end?
All right for now, but there is something.
What?
The Colonel's last transmission was strange.
Strange? How?
Just strange. No idea.
Interference?
I don't know.
Where is this Colonel?
I don't know. I've never met the man, actually.
I'll dig around.
Thanks. I owe you one.
If there's anything else, call me on the codec. I might be able to help. The frequency is 141.12.
Alright, so... Now, Tengu's and Extreme aren't nearly as scary, so we can actually play around with the M4. Snake is gonna give me rations and ammo. But Brizzlemonk with the $25 donation, thank you. The debate I've had with friends, who do you think is better than MGS2 in terms of ability, Snake or Raiden? Well, do we want to look at this from the gameplay perspective or like lore? Because gameplay-wise, Raiden is objectively better. If you know all the in and outs as playing as Raiden, he's better. Lore-wise, you could probably argue that Snake still knows more, or, you know, has been through more, relatively speaking. It doesn't really show, though. So I'm kind of inclined to still tell you about the gameplay differences. Raiden is better in every way because, okay, where do I begin? So when you tiptoe, Raiden can aim higher. When you cartwheel, Raiden can jump obstacles and keep the momentum when he keeps moving. Snake can't do that with the roll. Raiden can knock people down instantly with a two-handed weapon like a rifle if you hit him in the head. Raiden, Snake can't do that. There's so many little gameplay details that Raiden is better at. You know why? Because Snake was never meant to be put in any other environment other than the tanker originally. But if you play like the boss rush or some of the VR missions or the Snake Tales that came after, and you play as Snake, you'll see the limitations of Snake's moves in an environment meant for Raiden. When you do the boss rush especially, he doesn't get the sword, of course, and he doesn't get the BDU to put out the flames. So, Raiden is technically better, but lore-wise, I mean, there's no reason as... Probably Snake would be better. I mean, there's a whole thing where Snake manages to break his handcuffs when Raiden doesn't, but that's more of a symbolic thing. Yeah, there's a bunch of things gameplay-wise that Snake can't do that are meant for Raiden. So Really, lore-wise, it's not really shown anywhere. Unless you want to go play like Metal Gear Online and look at their skills. Snake knocked down the fuck out of Raiden and knock him out in one hit. Well, Raiden can't do that. It's never really shown in MGS2 as a big difference in strength or battle ability. Fuck it, we can do this. And out come the rations. Oh, I already had one. Damn, rich. Yeah, that's why I said it's more symbolic, because Snake's handcuffs get damaged so he can break free. Raiden's don't. Don't mind me. Look at all the rations. All the free rations that you get. It's kind of insane. Whoa. For example, this container here, whatever it is, Raiden can tiptoe over it and still shoot these guys. If you try to do this as Snake, he won't be able to reach. He'll be like this. Even though I think Snake is supposed to be taller by a little bit, he's not as good as tiptoeing, I guess. I don't know. And you can play it as a Snake if you do. The boss rush is just part of it. It feels very dangerous to do this. Not really feasible in European Extreme. But this is more trailer-like. He does stop giving you ammo after a while. Actually, you know what? Snake is fucking dying, so we might have to do this again. There's two guys on top of each other. Let's blade and blue point for that. Oh god, no, Snake is dead, man. We can't do this. Last save attempt. Oh god, this is messed up. Can't even go back because there's an invisible wall. So let me see what happens now. With some luck, we might be able to. No, don't go there. Okay. If you go too far from Snake, he wakes up as well, so I can't even leave this corner. Turns out we do have to play defensively. The Snake's just about to die. Oh, I think we're good though. You can tell you're almost done when the bodies are almost not disappearing from the floor anymore. Okay, so I think we'll get it now. Let me just refresh his sleeping timer here so that he stays down. And I'm gonna get all the calls here. Oh, that's probably the last guy. Because Otacon does have a lot of interesting calls here.
There's a door at the north end of that corridor. Solidus should be somewhere on the other side. Stay with Snake and keep north.
Yeah, about that.
Snake's life gauge is right below yours. You live and die together. Do you understand? I'm sure everything will be okay, but if he gets in a tight spot, give him all the backup you can. I'm counting on you. Raiden, watch your back. Those men have special issue equipment.
These are the so-called Tengu commandos I've heard so much about?
They have blades that bullets just glance off of. Fight it with your own blade. You've had time to practice, right? Even if they can bounce bullets back with their swords, they won't be able to deflect anything too low. Use the first-person view and fire at their feet. Raiden, take a look.
Is this the mass production model Metal Gear Ray?
Metal Gear Ray was originally designed by the Marines as a countermeasure against other Metal Gear variations. But the mass-produced model is only based on the Marines' design. It's been redesigned to guard Arsenal gear. Now it protects another Metal Gear. I heard all this from Emma. It seems that the mass production model Metal Gear Rays have cooperative engagement capability, with GW as the primary control system. Several Rays can connect with Arsenal gear and mutually exchange data. Within this unified domain, all Rays can cooperatively manage threats through notification, pursuit, and interception, all in a lifelike manner. All for one and one for all. There's no weak spot. When protected by a pack of Rays, Arsenal gear can move without cruisers or destroyers as escorts. Those mass production model Metal Gear Rays look like they're being serviced. I don't think they can move. Keep going. Tengu soldiers carry the P90 personal defense weapon. It lies somewhere in between a rifle and a pistol. The designers of the P90 and its ammunition focused on the convenience of a pistol and the penetrating power of a rifle. It fires the new 5.7 by 28 millimeter cartridge. The lightweight rounds feature a projectile weight of 2.02 grams and a muzzle velocity of 715 meters per second and low recoil. Its piercing power is also quite high. It can penetrate an ordinary bulletproof vest at a distance of 100 meters. The body is made entirely of plastic and perfectly symmetrical, so even left-handed shooters can easily use it. It carries a 50-round magazine. The magazine is mounted on top, so it doesn't get in the way when firing from a prone position. But the biggest threats are its rapid firing rate and its accuracy. It's probably best to avoid a full frontal assault. If you use the blade to defend yourself, you should be able to deflect even the attacks of the P90.
To me, it never was weird that Otacon knows about guns. I mean, he's a engineer, weapons maker, whatever, big scientist guy, whatever, computer nerd, whatever attribute you want to attribute to him. So that he knows about guns, especially during the tanker, he pretty much takes over Nastasia's role as explaining guns and equipment to Snake. So I don't really feel it's out of place. But yeah, I have not fired a P90. As a civilian, most likely you're gonna find a PS90, which is the semi-auto version of it with a longer barrel. But the civilian 5.7 ammo that you can get is kind of useless. It does not have the original purpose of that ammo, so... I fired 5.7 though, the handgun, and the same caliber. There's just kind of no point whatsoever for civilian use in semi-auto also. Anyway, Phantom Pain of my left nut, thanks for gifting the sub to Andrew Ryan. Oh man. Basically those rounds are made to penetrate armor with velocity and like material, and the civilian ammo that you can get doesn't do that, so what the fuck. I don't think we're done yet. Should be close though.
Tengu soldiers wear a special kind of combat suit that was developed by DARPA. It seems to utilize some kind of exoskeletal technology. The suit encases the soldier in a layer of armor and is outfitted with actuators which utilize artificial muscle tissue to amplify the soldier's strength and increase his chances of survival. Using the human strength amplification provided by the artificial muscle, a soldier can move faster, travel farther, and carry heavier weapons than normal. In other words, he has superior scouting and combat abilities and can basically dominate the battlefield. Any soldiers you face who are wearing this special kind of suit will be able to move with superhuman agility. Make sure you're prepared.
Yeah, Dr. Gray, but the thing is, there's different materials, different loads, with different velocity, different grains, and some ammo is like law enforcement or military only. And there's a scaled down version for the civilian market, which completely defeats the purpose of the round in the first place. Also, like, the P90 is made to be controllable in full auto, and you're not getting that, so RIP. It's a toy if you want one. There's no point to it in the civilian application.
Have you found out anything about the Colonel yet? His behavior is getting stranger and stranger.
Nope, nothing yet. Just give me a little more time. They have blades that bullets
Okay, you're just reflecting. Repeating. That was the last guy, right? We just saved Snake. Just barely. Because they had the decency to leave him alone. When he's asleep. Does he not wake up now? Oh, there you go. As soon as you walk away from him. Do we have any porn? Yes, we do. Hey, Snake. Look what I have.
Moron.
Yeah, but you're looking at it, though. Yep.
Stop fooling around, kid.
There's a door at the north end.
What?
What the Colonel has to say.
Variety level 7. Shoot down the space invaders. Training will have to be postponed if we are invaded by UFOs.
No doubt.
Snake, there's a fork in the conveyor belt. The machine is automatically sorting cargo according to some system. Take a good look at the device.
Ghost Babel again. Fuck that conveyor belt room and Ghost Babel, man. If you think the one in MGS2 is bad, the one in Ghost Babel is like a maze.
I can't believe it. That someone who has committed all those twisted acts in the woman's bathroom would make it this far. This is the end of the world.
Yeah, you too. So this call is only supposed to trigger if you've actually done those twisted acts in the women's bathroom. Where you get all the calls for, taking a piss, sniffing the toilet, taking a shit, fapping in the bathroom stall, looking for Stillman in the women's bathroom. There's supposed to be a check in the main game of whether the player's done those things or not. But I think in the HD edition, like many other checks for players' actions, is just defaulted to yes, because they were lazy with it. Okay, hopefully he doesn't mind that. So we always get that. Although I'm sure Three Dog has done those things, so it works.
Big boss here. Enter the track on the bridge to the right. Over.
Oh, I actually was talking about this call while we were playing Metal Gear 1. Little funky translation there. There's no bridge involved, but that's what he says.
Communicator Entertainment Program, Idea Spy 2.5, Episode 1, New York. Here in the city where dreams come true and desires rule, something is being bought, sold, and thrown away, even as we speak. But behind the scenes of business as usual, the nefarious JE Corporation lines its already bloated coffers with profits from worthless products. As JE swindles yet another innocent into purchasing high-priced junk, the FBI mobilizes a top-secret task force to put a stop to the menace. Now, the city's best-kept secret spy is out there, briefed and ready to protect the people from JE, the catalog of conspiracy. Just call him 2.5.
No, it is not an Apple commercial. That's Ingo's Battle as well.
You got a PSG-1? You can use that against Sniper Wolf. Hurry up and save Merrill.
No doubt.
Snake, like Shakespeare said, naught's had, all's spent, where our desire is got without content. Basically, it means that your desire can get you into trouble if you're not careful.
Not sure
that
how I
goes
feel
for
about
items, too. Don't get too greedy, or you might be sorry. Be careful, Snake. Communicator Entertainment.
Okay. We're not getting the other stuff yet, I guess.
Raiden, about this colonel of yours. I found out where he is.
Where?
Inside Arsenal.
What?
I've checked out all the possibilities, but I keep coming back to Arsenal. It isn't a relay point, it's the origin of the signal. And the encryption protocol it uses is exactly the same as that of Arsenal's AI, the so-called GW.
What the hell does this mean?
I think it means you've been talking to an AI.
That's impossible.
The kernel probably isn't GW per se. GW was most likely stimulating cortical activity in the dormant part of your brain through signal manipulation of your own nanomachines. The kernel is, in part, your own creation, cobbled together from expectations and experience.
That's crazy!
But it's probably the truth. The virus may be starting to affect GW, which would explain the kernel's behavior.
It was all an illusion? Everything I've done so far?
Raiden,
Snake, what's happening around here?
I don't know. What I do know is that you're standing right here in front of me. Not an illusion. Flesh and blood.
Huh?
It's your call. You can drop this if you want.
No, I can't do that. Let's go.
Wasn't Snake asleep? Oh well.
Raiden, they've got Rose.
What?
Rose is being held in the holds.
It's a trap.
Help! Rose!
Raiden, get a grip.
But Snake...
It's a trap. Since the Colonel doesn't exist, there's no way he can take Rose hostage.
Yeah, you're right.
I am right.
Okay. Does Rose exist?
Don't be weird. She's your...
What if I've never really met her?
What?
If the Colonel is something that I partly dreamt up, then everything I remember about her could be...
Don't jump to conclusions.
You and Otacon are the ones that say the Colonel never existed.
Raiden!
Is this what Olga was talking about?
Alright, that's actually a really important call. Not this last one, because they could keep Rose, whatever, doesn't matter. But the one before with Otacon, where he says the Colonel is in part your own creation, cobbled together from expectations and experiences. It's really important because it's a crucial part in understanding the true nature of MGS2. It's not just the Colonel, it's the entirety of the game. And what was written to be in it, the way it was developed, the way it was marketed, and the events and the story and the characters, everything relies heavily on your expectations and experiences coming from MGS1. Perhaps one of the mistakes, or well, not really a mistake, more ambitious things that they tried to do is that in order to fully understand and appreciate MGS2, it assumes that you've played the absolute shit out of MGS1, which is not something that everybody can do or will remember things from MGS1. So as someone who has played the shit out of MGS1, and it's not everybody, I realize that it's played it like hundreds of times. It certainly is a little different going through MGS2 and remembering all those things and making all those connections, which is why we always try to point them out. But they might not be as obvious to other people, but essentially Kojima thought, oh yeah, they played the shit out of MGS1, they've seen all endings, they remember every call, every story event, every character, every tutorial little optional call even, and we'll play on that expectation of what going into MGS2 should be for them. It only really works after a long time, and only after if you've played a shitload of MGS1. But like I said, the way the game was made and marketed, it's heavily dependent on that. It's kind of a assumption maybe to make about the players. But it's mostly made about Raiden in the story. And Raiden has all these things because he keeps rambling about having played MGS1, or, you know, having gone through the VR missions, or having gone through the Shadow Moses simulation and whatever, which is just stand-in for having played a game, really. And so Raiden is, at least at the beginning, at ease each time that something actually conforms to his expectations of MGS1. And every time something deviates a little bit from that, it's either he starts freaking out, calling it a nightmare, being scared, you know, being a little bitch, and people don't like that, or some sort of new like gameplay feature that was introduced for entirely different reasons, like the bomb disposal thing. That was not an MGS1 at all, so they throw that into the story as like preliminary test before tackling the exercise, and that's all the stuff that Ocelot is about to talk about in a bit. But yeah, it's really easy to forget, especially since there wasn't really that much time between MGS1, when MGS1 came out, and when MGS2 was released, and when they started writing MGS2. I think right as, or right after MGS1, they were already writing MGS2. So, bold of Kojima to assume that people would put so many expectations and experiences coming from MGS1 into 2 and remember and connect all those dots. Ruffle Hype with the 57, thank you. But yeah, ultimately it's made to it's made that way to help make a point about Raiden's Raiden being unsuitable. You know, the struggle between Kojima's message and the Patriots' message. Kojima / Snake telling you to take your own experiences, your own takeaway, your own interpretation of this, and find it and pass it on. Versus the Patriots telling you that you are not suited to exercise free will, and they will shape, they will create context, they will filter out the information and interpret it for you. That's that struggle, and playing with the player's expectations, and it enables like Rose's character to point out all those flaws that she's seen in Raiden. And honestly, what they accuse Raiden of, what they accuse him of at the end in that big call, something that pretty much everyone is guilty of. I mean, if you're a human, you are guilty of creating little self and only telling yourself what you perceive in your environment is the truth for you. And you create a lot of garbage information and rhetoric to avoid clashing with other realities and so-called truths and everything. I mean, they're right. That's what we do as a society. So it's hard to argue with that, but You know, it's kind of like MGS2 puts you through all of this. You're like a rat in a maze, and Kojima is watching. And once you make it out, it's easy to be perceived as Kojima just fucking with you. But it's kind of like, even though you go through all the shit and you get trolled, like Raiden does, there's a benevolent message at the end that Kojima's trying to tell you to find for yourself what the meaning that you got all of this is and pass it on. It failed miserably because people don't like to question reality, to find their own meaning, or just like the Patriots say, you know, the different truths neither clash nor mesh. Nobody's invalidated, but nobody is right. No one is invalidated, but nobody is right. Instead, you get things like, is Rose real? What should I believe? I want to be a badass action hero in the next game. So, yeah. Kojima failed to pass on the series, failed to have his team make the next generation of Metal Gear, as he called it. And failed to stop making these games like he wanted to. Anyway, we'll get into all that with MGS3, because MGS3 was made that way precisely because of MGS2's maybe excessive ambition or failure or backlash, however you want to look at it.
Stop fooling around, kid.
You're a unicorn now. Hey, didn't we have a guy named Unicorn Snake? There you go. Oh, and just in case it wasn't clear, Kojima's intention was to pass on the series, not to stop making games, or for Metal Gear to end, but he wanted to make other games, and he wanted his other next generation of developers to continue making Metal Gear games. So when we say Metal Gear Solid 2 was supposed to be the last one, it's not technically correct. It was supposed to be the last of Kojima's Metal Gears. But God only knows what they were trying to do without him, that he had to be... he had to step back and take the reins again, and MGS3 happened in such a way that was not really intended. Anyway, but hey, you can do this, so... Who needs MGS3 when you can do this? Kitty Rat, thanks for the sub. It was a while ago. Hope you're still there. Thank you so much. Glad you enjoyed the stream. This is like reverse CPR, right? He's dying. You can do it, Snake. Hang in there. I got you. Wait, that's not how you do CPR, right? It's like this. Nope. Ass to mouth. Oh, hello. Wasn't me.
Infiltrate the enemy fortress. Outer heaven. Destroy the final weapon. Metal Gear.
We're getting the same stuff here. Okay. So the big theme of how information is passed on and wanting to find something for yourself to pass on in MGS2 is because Kojima was trying to pass on the series. I guess I should have made that clear in the first place, because not everybody. I mean, you gotta introduce the facts that way, because otherwise it doesn't really make sense. But yeah, it didn't quite go as planned. Nanomachines. MGS4. Yep.
Right. Take the
Oh, he poops out more rations. Cool. That's really generous. That guy is still up. That works too. I guess we can... Let's see if he gives me ammo. Ammo, please. Oh, he's not giving me shit. Okay, that's why there's a sword. This is actually usable on lower difficulties. Oh, let me see if we get the same blood effects of the regular non-HD edition I was playing a couple days ago. Looks like it. Yep.
Use this.
Another ration? Are you serious? Fish and nailed. Yeah, in any of the instances where you should have little droplets of water or piss on the camera in first person view, you don't have any of that in HD edition. You know when the guy takes a piss, the big piss guy, you're supposed to have droplets too. The blood squirting out of their arm. I have the blood at least. Yeah, we have those hexagons on the floor, which are representative of VR missions. VR stages do that. And of course, as you know, the next stage here, where you fight the rays, looks just like the stage in VR missions where you take pictures of Naomi or Mei Ling. How do I feel about the movie? It's gonna go on the meme shelf. It's gonna be laughing stock, I guess, for a while. Hopefully it'll be forgotten soon enough. What do you think, man? It's a video game movie. We'll cringe and we'll laugh at it for a bit and then we'll forget it exists. What other destiny can there be for it? Okay, this is actually problematic. Good thing Snake got him. I really don't want to use the rations. Although, yeah, they'll probably not be used at all. Quite a huge difference having 2 rations here. Fuck it, use it. One word. Does that make Snake revert to his handgun? No, okay. Because whether Snake is using the rifle or the handgun depends on how much health you have. But I guess only counts the first time.
Weapon mode SOCOM level 1. Destroy all targets to reach the goal. Number of targets, 3.
Okay. We're getting different stuff now, though.
I say again, your duty is to infiltrate Zanzibar land and seize Kill Marv and abduct the Czechoslovakian biologist.
That's right, they got Metal Gear 2 stuff as well. Marv. Barf.
Snake, they've input both detonation codes. The only way to stop the launch now is to use the card key to re-input the codes.
Oh, I missed a $1 donation from My Right Nuts Still Sore. And so is mine, can confirm. After, what, nearly 6 years now? Yeah, your nuts still hurt. Thank you.
That reminds me, I saw Kubayama the other day in Chibonigi. He said to give you his bets.
Ah, that's the creepiest camera angle there.
Snake, take the power plant out. Set C.
Okay.
Biden? I'm eating right now. Get back to me later.
That's one of the cutest calls, because he doesn't have that evil AI filter. Not as much, or tone. He's just a regular colonel that you hear, usually, except he's eating. He doesn't sound like evil or anything.
I say again, your duty is to infiltrate Zanzibar lab and seize, kill Mark, an abducted Czechoslovakian biologist.
No doubt.
Variety level 13.
Real.
Rescue Merrill.
Okay, we'll get some more during the race fight. I think we're almost done here. Yep.
Fortune.
It's been a long wait, Solid Snake. The root of all my sorrows.
What?
2 years ago, you killed my father. That was the beginning of hell for us. Everyone I love has been taken from me one by one, and no matter how hard I try, I can't follow them. An endless nightmare. The only thing we live for is to see it end. Our wait is almost over.
You can't be serious about firing the nuke.
Since no one can kill me, I may as well kill everyone I can. Starting with you, Solid Snake.
Damn! Looks like I'm today's pick. You go on ahead. You want eternal rest? I've got it right here.
What are you gonna do? Bullets can't get near her.
I'll think of something. There's no such thing as a witch.
You think you can kill me?
I don't know what your group's been through, but let's get one thing clear. I didn't kill your father.
Do you think anyone believes your lies?
Raiden, get out of here!
Jack, I've been watching how you fight. It looks like you've remembered the way you used to kill in the old days. Or is it one of the S3 plan's proud achievements?
What are you talking about?
It came as a complete surprise when Ocelot discovered the S3 data from GW. Not a bad idea, though. Using fire to fight fire, creating the perfect assassin to retire Solid Snake's brother. S3 stands for Solid Snake Simulation. It's a development program to artificially reproduce Solid Snake, the perfect warrior. The result is a Foxhound Commando, When Foxhound no longer exists, a simulated solid snake shaped by VR regimen. Sound like someone you know, Jack? I'm sorry to see you reduced to one of the Patriots' puppets. But I've made use of you, and their plan too. Solid Snake's sudden appearance, your arrival. It was obvious the Patriots were among my ranks. I had to smoke out the agent before the mission entered the final phase. You came in handy, as bait. Jack, those days during the Civil War were as real as they come. Every day was absolute, split between life and death. You ran from it, and now you've been led back to war by something less than real.
Damn, it closes your inventory for you. I can't believe there's a ration there.
No more games, Jack. At least you know. There's no reason to keep you alive now.
Nah, this is the HD edition with torture is dumbed down. It's also an extreme difficulty, which the raise is kind of similar, actually.
Opponent, at least.
It's still 20.
But now, you should die as the little Jackie boy I once knew.
The big difference is that the game just showers you with rations. Snake poops out rations like it's nothing right before it is, and there's one response right there where you start, which is kind of a shocking thing to see. So now the difference between Extreme and European Extreme in this fight becomes that, yeah, you have 20 rays and they do a lot of damage, but now you have 2 rations, and I have more health to begin with. So it's the difference between being able to get hit, what, 4 or 5 times on Extreme versus 0 on European Extreme. That's a huge difference. So, other than that, it should be pretty similar. We'll go through the 20 rays and do the calls when it's safe. No, don't walk onto that one. Oh well. Now that guy can attack me. They really lost spamming that shit. Not gonna change. There's actually 2 big blue point oversights during this fight. One of them being that the blood stains, or it's not blood, but we'll call it blood for now. The blood stains on rays don't stay on their legs when you hit them. You see the blood coming out, but the model doesn't get affected, which it does on PS2. And the other oversight is that the serial numbers will not match anymore after a while. Maybe they thought that people wouldn't play on higher difficulties or some shit, I don't know. But right now you can see the serial number on the leg here. You see A04E, and that currently is matching its life bar. But as we get to the later ones, it will not match anymore. Because they got lazy and they just reuse the same models, the same serial numbers with different ones. It's actually kind of big. And that bloodstain thing is actually throughout the game. Like when you shoot a guard, they get stains all over them when you shoot them when they're closed. In the HD edition they don't. You see the blood coming out, but it doesn't stay. I don't know how they missed that one. Really, it's pretty good graphical detail. looks like it. Look, that's an A, not an R, okay? I know it looks like a rose, but it's not. Oh shit, it's already not matching anymore. Look at this guy's leg. A01E. Meanwhile, he's actually B02F. Damn. They already brought back the recycled models. A03E, yeah, bullshit. I'm on to you, Blue Point. And it seems like they only made enough for like normal difficulty, I guess. And now they start repeating. I mean, it's not a big deal, but it's one of those little details that MGSTU is good for. That's now gone, so I'm not entirely a fan of that. That's a weird angle. I'm pretty sure they just copy and pasted the models, so they didn't care to remaster all of them or upscale all of them. It's not that they had to change the letters. They had to just upscale more models. And we see this with the snake models, right, with the beard thing. You just replaced a bunch of models without knowing the intricacies of it. Oh, it's okay, whatever. That's why I got a backwards compatible PS3, you know? Hello, BA1F. We'll meet again. Why am I using 6? Everybody knows that smoking makes you cool, right? Oh shit. The irony of that question is, why does anyone use cigarettes? At all? It's almost time for Ray 3 Dog. I missed. Let's do damage there. There he is. Shit, yeah, bad angle. I knew that roll was bad.
Respond. Raiden!
When I die, it's usually those knee missiles. It's pretty late into the fight too, and it kinda sucks, but it happens. You never know what might happen with Raze. And we got a good start now. All dead for just a second. See, that's bullshit. When that happens, I understand why it happens. Maybe they're just too far. Yeah, if you don't know how many there are, you might start to think this is endless. I mean, that's kind of what Raiden thinks when you end the fight. He says it's no use. He thinks they're endless too, even though he's been told exactly how many there are. It just feels really long now because I died quite late into the previous attempt. So now we're gonna have to effectively do like, I don't know, 35 raids or something, 30, 35 total, if you count those. But you have to, on extreme and European extreme difficulties, you have to do 20 health bars worth of damage. Which is not to say necessarily you gotta destroy 20, because that's the last, essentially the difference is that it comes down to the last 3 that you have. You can distribute the damage among those, and it will still count, it will still end the fight. Okay. That's bullshit. Yeah, on lower difficulties it's not nearly as crazy. There's like, what, 5 or 6 on normal, 3 on easy, 10 on hard. Something like that. We flipping into each other now, which I also suspect is an HD edition thing. Sometimes while one of them is dying on the platform, another one will jump in and they clip into each other. It's never actually 25, it's 20 on Extreme and European Extreme. I was going over the difference earlier, but really the only difference is that on Extreme you have rations. which I'm not using because I'm stubborn like that. You should not get hit at all, because that's what the game expects. It's the only way you can do it in European Extreme. Fired again, that was dangerous. Almost got greedy there. That stinger just went around the entire thing. Okay. Yeah, I literally died like the last 5 or so, or 3, something like that. So that sucks. If you want, you can think that Raiden can only defeat these because they're the mass-produced ones, and they're stupid. Missed. This is about where I died earlier. Oh, that worked. Hate when they do that. They know what they're doing. Okay. Yeah, ideally you want to alternate between two, as one recovers, hit another one. It's not always easy to do that. This guy's just walking away. Okay. Oh, we are on the last one though. We can ignore that E1. So the next one to jump on will be the last one. Whichever one has the lowest health will jump on first. Oh shit. There's an awkward angle there. We got it, we got it. 2 more hits on this guy. Oh, 1. I think we're done. We can do the calls now.
Right, aim for Ray's head section with the Stinger missiles.
No shit.
The mass production Metal Gear is unmanned. It's probably under the control of GW, the Arsenal Gear AI. A chaff attack should cause electronic interference and confuse Ray for a moment. Use the opportunity to fire a stinger into it.
Hey, Tazan with the 63 months. Thank you.
Use the sword to deflect Ray's machine gun fire.
That's terrible advice, but okay.
You can't move while you're aiming with the stinger, but hitting the R2 button will let you do a quick change of weapons. If you see Ray getting ready to attack, use the quick change to deselect the stinger and get the hell out of there. Approach Ray with extreme caution. There's no way you'll survive being stepped on. Even if you manage to get out of the way, you'd probably get knocked off your feet by the impact. You'd be wide open to an attack. However, if you drop and roll at just the right time, you should be able to get away without losing your footing. Ray's missile targeting system doesn't seem to be very effective against targets within close range. You could try going in really close. For a last-ditch evasion from an attacking Ray, try dropping and rolling. A well-timed roll could come in handy.
Whatever.
Mass production Ray models were designed to flank Arsenal Gear. Their system probably isn't equipped to take on human opponents, and the scale of their movement should be larger and clumsier than yours. Keep moving and you'll have your chance. Don't give up. Raiden, watch out for Ray's guided missiles. They have heat warheads, designed for anti-tank or anti-warship purposes. So it's probably not intended for anti-personnel use, but you still won't survive a direct assault. It's probably also equipped with an image-guided tracking head. The guided system is quite advanced. But it's not designed as an anti-personnel weapon, so you should be able to jam it with some chaff. You should also be able to evade it if you keep moving. Dodge by rolling. Ray shoots a jet of super-pressurized water from its mouth. Fundamentally, it's a hydro cutter, but the power is on a completely different scale. The moment Ray opens its mouth is your chance to attack. Shooting a stinger into Ray's mouth should inflict some real damage. The engine system of Metal Gear Ray appears to be outfitted with artificial muscle tissue. The artificial muscle consists of actuators that resemble human muscle tissue. It's made of a macromolecular fiber that conducts electricity. This system is different from ordinary engines based on mechanical activators and oil pressure. It's capable of many different kinds of movement using a single kind of engine. In other words, it's capable of performing a complex series of motions smoothly and effortlessly. Ray's movements are both quick and precise. Be careful. Ray's armor is made of a state-of-the-art ceramic titanium alloy. A network of simple sensor arrays stretches around the body, including conductive nanotubes that connect the surface and the interior of the armor. When the condition of the armor changes, self-diagnostic systems located throughout the armor detect and respond to this change, like a network of autonomic reflex nerves. This acts as a damage control response system, performing functions such as shutting down a damaged section or rerouting signals through auxiliary circuits. At the same time, any holes and tears in the armor are repaired to some degree by a kind of nanopaste that's secreted automatically from valves near the damaged area. This nanopaste almost makes Ray seem like it's bleeding. You probably won't be able to pierce Ray's armor with the weapons you're carrying. You'll have to aim for the head, where the armor is relatively thin. Aim for the head using Stinger missiles.
So if you ever wonder why it looks like they're bleeding, it's nanopaste, as Otacon calls it. And of course later the concept of nanopaste is reused in Rising for Raiden himself to heal his body with it. So that's the irony of it. But yeah, that's actually another thing that they fucked up in the HD edition. When you shoot Ray's legs, it's supposed to... I mean, you see the blood coming out, or the nanopaste coming out, but the red stains don't actually stay like they should. Nano paste, son.
Use the sword to deflect.
That was actually the last call. Now the Colonel should have some pretty silly ones.
I was a North American fall wetworm in my past life. Oh, those were the good old days. What were you in your former life? Lolly lule low. Lolly lule low. Lolly lule low. I'm not home right now. Please leave a message after the beep. Beep.
I should use that on my voicemail or something. Beep.
Mind the gap. I can't believe it. That someone who has committed all those twisted acts in the woman's bathroom would make it this far. Well, this is the end of the world.
Did you see that?
What a dimwit. Okay.
You got a PSP1?
Wrong game.
Infiltrate.
Okay, he's repeating the older stuff now. I think we got mostly everything. He's not there, is she? Yep. Alright. Time for the torture. That's not even close what it should be. What was it? Months, thank you.
Decided to show you.
Olga, don't do this! They'll know!
I'll hold them off. Give you time to get away.
What about you? This is suicide!
Your nanomachines, they're transmitting your vital signs to the Patriots. If you die, my child dies. You understand?
The child.
I see. So that's why you sold your troops out to me. So many dead, and they all died trusting you! Weren't they your comrades?
No, not just comrades. Family. I know I'm going to help, but at least my child.
I applaud your attitude. If you have a death wish, I'll be happy to accommodate you. See you in hell!
You have to.
Olga!
Enjoy the show, Jack. Let's pick up where we left off. What's wrong with it?
AI. GW, it's out of control.
What?
I'm reading an abnormal impulse cascade throughout the neural network. I can't shut it down.
What happened?
Maybe some kind of virus.
The Patriots?
I don't know.
Ocelot, what have you been up to?
It's too late. Arsenal's system control is going haywire. It's on an emergency ascent course.
Oh no, Ocelot just downloaded his favorite song on LimeWire.
Stupid machines! Damn the Patriots! You still have some use.
I've captured Snake.
Snake?
Bring him in.
Nice touch with Raiden's eyes there. Vocal cord capocyte with the 26 months. Thank you. Alright, so this torture, well, for some reason they made it a lot easier on the HD edition. It only lasts a few seconds. But not too long ago I was playing the PS2 version, and I guess it's also the fact that it's not extreme, European extreme, but extreme right now. But yeah, on the original PS2 version of this game, this torture was something. It's a force to be reckoned with. It's like a full minute of just basically mashing as fast as you can. It's too bad we don't get to do it now. It'll be quick.
Are you awake yet, Jack? GW, the Arsenal AI is corrupted beyond repair. I admit that I underestimated you. I'll squeeze the answers out of you instead, my son.
Yeah, I think it was like 55 or 65 seconds, something like that. Also, if you look to the side, it will make it a little easier because the grip isn't as strong if Raiden's neck is twisted. Or maybe Raiden just really likes Ocelot, I don't know. Yeah, that's nothing.
What do you hope to hear? You know he doesn't know anything.
It's not him I want the answers from.
It does a lot more damage, but it's much quicker in this version.
What do you mean?
That's not your business.
Oh, really? It so happens I have some business of my own to attend to.
Planning to hijack Arsenal?
Huh?
You were going to screw me over, weren't you?
Who talked? Ocelot?
Not exactly. I was the one who used Ocelot to suggest the idea to you in the first place.
What?
I was planning to give you Arsenal to begin with.
Why the uncharacteristic generosity?
I'm no philanthropist. Arsenal is far from impregnable. It needs other Metal Gears as guards, a huge payload of warheads, and full air, sea, and land support to function efficiently. Against a large attack force without support, Arsenal is nothing more than a gigantic coffin. Seizing Arsenal gear was never the real objective.
What was your objective then?
A list of names of the Patriots! They were planning to extend their control to digital information flow with GW and Arsenal. That means the information they want to filter out is contained in GW, including that list of the highest 12 members of the Patriots Wiseman's Committee.
And once you knew who they were, you would cross out their names one by one, while we, with our useless arsenal, drew their fire.
Very good.
You were using us all along.
Were you any different?
But your plans hit a snag with GW destroyed, hasn't it?
No, there is another way.
Really? But we have our own plans to carry out. We'll take the arsenal since you don't care for it anyway. The purified hydrogen bomb is ready to go.
A nuclear strike won't stop them.
It will damage their power source. The mindless masses that they control. First things first.
Of course. That was what you wanted. I won't stop you. Good luck.
Thanks, but I have quite enough of that. What exactly do you find so funny?
Charades usually are humorous. I wouldn't have minded watching some more of it, but we're running a little short on time.
What are you talking about?
Everything you've done here has been scripted. A little exercise set up by us.
Exercise?
The S3 plan was conceived as a means to produce soldiers on par with Solid Snake. That's what I told you. But the VR training the boy was put through is not the meat of the project. You think this little terrorist incident is your own doing, Solidus? This is the S3 training kernel. An orchestrated recreation of Shadow Moses.
What?
Ames and the President's deaths. The ninja. The computer virus that mimics Foxdie. Did you really think they were all a coincidence? Ames' own nanomachines were used to shut down his pacemaker. I arranged for the appearance of the ninja as well. As for the President, although Johnson realized what was going on, he played out his allotted part. As for the computer virus, it's a digital counterpart of Foxdie. It was also designed to eliminate every scrap of information regarding the Patriots from GW. Your plan was invalidated even before execution, Solidus. Fat Man was a different story. He's one of our own people, a sort of examiner we hired to test the boy's progress before letting him tackle the exercise proper. We had to arrange for Stillman's presence to coax the maniac into agreeing. If the boy had allowed the big shell to be destroyed, this exercise would have ended there. The project has no room for failures.
What do you mean?
Given the right situation, the right story, anyone can be shaped into Snake. Even rookies can fight like men of experience. An instant creation of genius. And this training kernel will provide more than enough data to formulate such a program. You, Dead Cell, Olga, you're all nothing but pawns placed to create the perfect simulation. Solidus, you and the boy were selected because your relationship resembles the one between Snake and Big Boss. Fortune, you and the rest of Dead Cell stand in for the Foxhound squad that Snake took on in Shadow Moses. You're the most impressive collection of freaks outside of Foxhound. We've gone to a lot of trouble to set you up against the boy. That story about purified hydrogen bombs is just the tip of the iceberg. The project was already underway when I sunk that tanker, along with your old man 2 years ago. Throwing your husband in the brig was a part of it too. You were told that the eradication of Dead Cell 6 months ago was an act of the Patriots. We provoked and encouraged your hatred. And you opted for vengeance, just as we planned.
All orchestrated?
Except for the appearance of the real Solid Snake. I wonder now who sent for you.
All our misfortune was just a part of their project? How could...
You're no Lady Luck. You have nothing that we didn't give you.
What?
Do you know why no bullet could hit you? It wasn't magic, or some new age mumbo-jumbo. Certainly wasn't your psychic talents. It was all staged by the Patriots.
Staged?
You were being shielded by the electromagnetic weapons technology that the Patriots developed. Your Dead Cell comrades loved your father and husband. We needed a pathetic wretch like you to keep them focused. You've been our puppet all along, just like Olga.
No!
You were hamming it up as the tragic heroine, thanks to the script that the Patriots wrote for you. Pure self-indulgence, absorbed in your own misfortune. You couldn't get enough of the drama.
I could have died whenever I wanted to.
Thought I got her in the heart.
It missed.
Now I remember. Your heart's on the right. Waste of metal, my dear, but your luck's run out. This is the little gizmo. There's no such thing as miracles or the supernatural, only cutting-edge technology. Now that I have enough data, all I have to do is retrieve Arsenal and clean up the refuse from the exercise.
Just try.
What's this then? Damn.
Fortune!
You idiot! Get the hell away from there!
I told you, your luck's run out. Take your reward. It's all the payload Ray has. Die!
Everybody down!
What the? Impossible!
She is Lady Luck.
My name is Helena Dolph Jackson, the daughter of a proud and noble soldier. I can see my family again.
Damn! Try this instead. No! No! No, not now!
Brothers! Liquid!
I've been waiting for this!
It can't be!
I've been inside this arm all along, waiting for the right time to awaken.
You were inside Ocelot?
Yes, a sleeper in the arm of a Patriot spy.
It was you 2 years ago?
Exactly. I was controlling him. Snake, it was I that leaked information about Arsenal to your partner and got you out here.
What?
You're the only one that can free me. After all... I'm off to bury the Patriots for good.
You know where they are? How?
Why do you think I chose Ocelot as my host? But before I go, I have a family matter to settle with both of you. There's room for only one Snake and one big boss. Time to say goodbye!
Damn!
Like surfing, it's a good way to go.
Liquid! Stop this thing!
Hey, Snake! You coming?
Federal Hall.
What are you laughing at?
Do you know what day it is today?
April 30th?
That's right. George Washington took office as the first president of the United States of America 200 years ago today. And it happened right here. We were going to declare another independence, the dawn of a new nation, here. The end of the Patriots' secret rule, liberation of this country. This was where it was supposed to begin. This is where freedom could have been born.
All you want is power at any cost.
Jack, it's not power I want. What I wanted to take back from the Patriots are things like freedom, civil rights, opportunities. The founding principles of this country. Everything that's about to be wiped out by their digital censorship. Jack, listen to me. We're all born with an expiration date. No one lasts forever. Life is nothing but a grace period for turning the best of our genetic material into the next generation. The data of life is transferred from parent to child. That's how it works. But we have no heirs, no legacy. We brothers are called les enfants terribles. Cloned from our father, with the ability to reproduce conveniently engineered out. What is our legacy if we cannot pass the torch? Proof of our existence, a mark of some sort. When the torch is passed on from parent to child, it extends beyond DNA. Information is imparted as well. All I want is to be remembered by other people, by history. The Patriots are trying to protect their power, their own interests, by controlling the digital flow of information. I want my memory, my existence to remain. Unlike an intron of history, I will be remembered as an exon. That will be my legacy, my mark in history. But the Patriots would deny us even that. I will triumph over the Patriots and liberate us all, and we will become the Sons of Liberty!
Raiden, are you receiving? We're still here.
How's that possible? The AI was destroyed.
Only GW.
Who are you?
To begin with, we're not what you'd call human. Over the past 200 years, a kind of consciousness formed layer by layer in the crucible of the White House. It's not unlike the way life started in the oceans 4 billion years ago. The White House was our primordial soup, a base of evolution. We are formless. We are the very discipline and morality that Americans invoke so often. How can anyone hope to eliminate us? As long as this nation exists, so will we.
Cut the crap! If you're immortal, why would you take away individual freedoms and censor the net?
Jack, don't be silly.
Don't you know that our plans have your interests, not ours, in mind?
What?
Jack, listen carefully, like a good boy.
The mapping of the human genome was completed early this century. As a result, the evolutionary log of the human race lay open to us.
We started with genetic engineering, and in the end, we succeeded in digitizing life itself.
But there are things not covered by genetic information.
What do you mean?
Human memories, ideas, culture, history.
Genes don't contain any record of human history.
Is it something that should not be passed on? Should that information be left at the mercy of nature?
We've always kept records of our lives, through words, pictures, symbols, from tablets to books.
But not all the information was inherited by later generations. A small percentage of the whole was selected and processed, then passed on. Not unlike genes, really.
That's what history is, Jack.
But in the current digitized world, trivial information is accumulating every second, preserved in all its triteness, never fading, always accessible.
Rumors about petty issues, misinterpretations, slander.
All this junk data, preserved in an unfiltered state, growing at an alarming rate.
It will only slow down social progress, reduce the rate of evolution.
Right. You seem to think that our plan is one of censorship.
Are you telling me it's not?
You're being silly. What we propose to do is not to control content, but to create context.
Create context?
The digital society furthers human flaws and selectively rewards development of convenient half-truths. Just look at the strange juxtapositions of morality around you.
Billions spent on new weapons in order to humanely murder other humans.
Rights of criminals are given more respect than the privacy of their victims.
Although there are people suffering in poverty, huge donations are made to protect endangered species. Everyone grows up being told the same thing.
Be nice to other people.
But beat out the competition.
You're special. Believe in yourself and you will succeed.
But it's obvious from the start that only a few can succeed.
You exercise your right to freedom, and this is the result. All rhetoric to avoid conflict and protect each other from hurt. The untested truths, spun by different interests, continue to churn and accumulate in the sandbox of political correctness and value systems.
Everyone withdraws into their own small gated community, afraid of a larger forum. They stay inside their little ponds, leaking whatever truth suits them into the growing cesspool of society at large.
The different cardinal truths neither clash nor mesh. No one is invalidated, but nobody is right.
Not even natural selection can take place here. The world is being engulfed in truth.
And this is the way the world ends. Not with a bang, but a whimper.
We're trying to stop that from happening.
It's our responsibility as rulers. Just as in genetics, unnecessary information and memory must be filtered out to stimulate the evolution of the species.
And you think you're qualified to decide what's necessary and not?
Absolutely. Who else could wade through the sea of garbage you people produce, retrieve valuable truths, and even interpret their meaning for later generations?
That's what it means to create context.
I'll decide for myself what to believe and what to pass on.
But is that even your own idea?
Or something Snake told you?
That's the proof of your incompetence right there. You lack the qualifications to exercise free will.
That's not true. I have the right.
Does something like a self exist inside of you?
That which you call self serves as nothing more than a mask to cover your own being.
In this era of ready-made truths, self is just something used to preserve those positive emotions that you occasionally feel.
Another possibility is that self is a concept you conveniently borrowed under the logic that it would endow you with some sense of strength.
That's crap!
Is it? Would you prefer that someone else tell you? All right then. Explain it to him.
Jack, you're simply the best, and you got there all by yourself.
Oh, what happened? Do you feel lost? Why not try a bit of soul-searching?
Don't think you'll find anything, though.
Ironic that although self is something that you yourself fashioned, every time something goes wrong, you turn around and place the blame on something else.
It's not my fault. It's not your fault.
In denial, you simply resort to looking for another, more convenient truth in order to make yourself feel better.
Leaving behind in an instant the so-called truth you once embraced.
Should someone like that be able to decide what is truth?
Should someone like you even have the right to decide?
You've done nothing but abuse your freedom.
You don't deserve to be free.
We're not the ones smothering the world. You are.
The individual is supposed to be weak, but far from powerless. A single person has the potential to ruin the world.
And the age of digitized communication has given even more power to the individual. Too much power for an immature species.
Building a legacy involves figuring out what is wanted and what needs to be done for that goal. All this you used to struggle with. Now we think for you.
We are your guardians, after all.
You want to control human thought? Human behavior?
Of course. Anything can be quantified nowadays. That's what this exercise was designed to prove.
You fell in love with me just as you were meant to, after all. Isn't that right, Jack?
Ocelot was not told the whole truth, to say the least.
We rule an entire nation. Of what interest would a single soldier, no matter how able, be to us?
The S3 plan does not stand for solid snake simulation. What it does stand for is selection for societal sanity. The S3 is a system for controlling human will and consciousness. S3 is not you, a soldier trained in the image of Solid Snake. It is a method, a protocol that created a circumstance that made you what you are.
So you see, we're the S3, not you.
Man, that was weird.
What you experienced was the final test of its effectiveness.
That's crazy.
You heard what President Johnson said.
The Arsenal's GW system is the key to their supremacy.
The objective of this exercise was to establish such a method. We used Shadow Moses as a paradigm for the exercise.
I wonder if you would have preferred a fantasy setting.
We chose that backdrop because of its extreme circumstances. It was an optimal test for S3's crisis management capacity. If the model could trigger, control, and solve this, it would be ready for any contingency. And now, we have our proof. Raiden, there are also reasons behind your selection. Solidus raised plenty of other child soldiers. Do you know why we chose you over them? It was because you were the only one who refused to acknowledge the past. All the others remember what they were and pay for it daily.
But you turn your back on everything you don't like. You do whatever you like, see only the things you like, and for yourself alone.
Yes, Rose can attest to that.
You refused to see me for what I was. I lied to you, but I wanted to be caught. You pretended to be understanding, to be a gentleman. You never made a conscious attempt to reach out to me. The only time you did was when I gave you no choice but to do so.
I was just trying not to...
What? Trying not to hurt me? Dear, the one you were trying not to hurt was yourself. Avoiding the truth under the guise of kindness is all that you did. It occurred to you to do nothing but look out for yourself. Even if you claim that it was for my sake, that feeling was nowhere to be seen. In the end, everything was for your sake. I was never part of the picture.
Exactly right. So you see, you're a perfect representative of the masses we need to protect. This is why we chose you. You accepted the fiction we've provided, obeyed our orders, and did everything you were told to. The exercise is a resounding success.
Didn't I tell you that GW was still incomplete? But not anymore, thanks to you.
Your persona, experiences, triumphs, and defeats are nothing but byproducts. The real objective was ensuring that we could generate and manipulate them. It's taken a lot of time and money, but it was well worth it considering the results. I think that's enough talk. It's time for the final exercise. Raiden, take Solidus down.
Think again. I'm through doing what I'm told.
Oh, really? Aren't you forgetting something?
If you die, my child dies.
The termination of vital signals from your nanomachines means the death of Olga's child. Not to mention The death of Rose. She's wired the same way.
Rose, does she actually exist?
Of course I do, Jack. You have to believe me.
Damn!
It will be a fight to the death.
Solidus at least wants you dead.
We will collect the necessary data from this last fight. Then we'll consider the exercise closed. So, Jack the Ripper, will it be Solidus, the Patriot's creation, or you, Solidus's creation? Our beloved monsters, enjoy yourselves.
Jack, my son. My clone brothers and I are called monsters, replicates of evil genes. You are one of a kind, but still a monster, shaped by a dark and secret history. We need to decide which monstrosity will have the privilege of survival. By the way, Jack, I was the one who killed your parents. I claimed you for my own and raised you as a soldier in the army of the devil. I am your foster father and your worst enemy.
Why?
Because I needed to know whether we were really someone else's creation. We're repeating history, Jack. Liquid and Solid hunted down Big Boss, trying to sever the tie that bound them to him. Unless you kill me and face your past, Jack, you will never escape. You'll stay in the endless loop, your own double helix. It's time we were both free. I have other reasons for wanting you dead. The clues to the Patriots inside GW have been erased, but there are other traces. Inside you. What? The information is being carried by the nanomachines in your cerebral cortex, and throughout the neural network they've formed.
Chad, are you receiving? We're still here. Hey, Ricky with the 32 months, thank you. Oh god, it's so weird having rations here. I guess we'll play around with him a little bit.
What's wrong with you?
Imagine that people actually listen, ironically, to that conversation with Patriots. There was one comment in the chat specifically that caught my attention that really summarizes how things went with this game. Imagine that Kojima is trying to, like, okay, maybe anticipate the state of the world isn't exactly correct, because Kojima didn't invent these things. What MG Studio really did is, again, Kojima putting together a bunch of, maybe at the time more obscure resource material and concepts and things are scattered all over the place, and then the real genius thing is putting them together in a format that is easy to, perhaps too easy to come into contact with and digest, and then adding interaction, the element of interaction to it, but MGS2 does perfectly. Also why an MGS movie is kind of a silly idea when you think like that, but whatever. So imagine that Kojima's trying to do all that and create this context, not to steal the Patriots' words there, but in which he's simultaneously trying to tell you about the dangers of how information is passed on and interpreted and accumulated, and also in that context trying to pass on the series at the same time. imagine that Kojima is trying to do all that with this game, and the game comes out, and people are like, haha, Raiden is gay, haha. That's what happened with this game. Raiden is pussy. Raiden is gay. Give me Snake. That's essentially what happened. So yeah, can only imagine how that worked out.
Good work, Jack. This is where it gets interesting.
And later when we start MGS 3, we'll go over why, as the reasons as to why MGS 3 was basically made as an apology for 2. Sorry.
Raiden, you have to beat Solidus. This is your last duty.
We're not just pawns in some simulation game, you know.
Yes, you are. You're nothing but mere weapons. No different from fighter jets or tanks.
What the?
The old model destroyed 4 years ago was Rex.
The new amphibious model is Ray.
Both of these are the same as the code names used by the U.S. Armed Forces to refer to Japanese warplanes during World War II.
Your code name, Raiden, too, comes from the Japanese Navy's name for one of its interceptors.
Stop it. I'm not a weapon.
Oh, really? Do you know the code name the U.S. Armed Forces used for the Japanese fighter Raiden?
It was Jack. Both of you are just weapons to be used and thrown away.
Just weapons to be used on the battlefield. Just pawns in a game. Exactly as you said.
And a weapon has no right to think for itself. Now, it's time to fulfill your purpose. Defeat Solidus.
Well, to be fair, most of us were maybe 12 years old when we played this, so I don't know. That probably had something to do with it. But yeah, MGS 2 is just an insanely ambitious project that didn't really go anywhere with the reception that it got. And it took years, decades in fact, to really appreciate it for most people. Some people still don't, you know? Some people still see Raiden and automatically go like, haha, he's gay, so the game is bad. Completely missing the point. But yeah, it might be the point that even if you do understand, perhaps you have completely zero interest in, and that's fair too. But yeah, somebody was saying, oh, I'm surprised Kojima went and made 3 after what happened with the backlash with 2. Well, that's the thing. I mean, Kojima wasn't really keen on coming back to the series and making 3, you know? I usually go and describe it as being forced back, starting with MGS 4. Because I didn't think it would be so harsh with 3 as well, but actually I just found recently enough some interviews where Kojima already talked about being forced, quote-unquote forced, back for 3. But yeah, I mean, the intention was to pass on the series to the development team and pass on the message about passing things on to the players. Which failed, like we always talk about. It's the biggest turning point in the series, if you ask me. I will never stop talking about it. Because things shifted. Things shifted quite a lot after MGS 2. And so the way MGS 3 was made is quite influenced by all that. And not only 3, unfortunately. Yeah, we'll go over those things. Let's do the save call maybe. And also the suit related stuff and whatever. MGS 3 is pure Kojima soul. Nothing farthest from the truth, man, but we'll go over it.
Jack, are you okay? How's your murdering going?
Look at those eyes, man.
Be strong. Whatever happens, don't forget that my life's at stake too. Try to do something for me for a change.
Oh, I messed up. So all it is really easy because if you can get him into a loop, you can block like 90% of his attacks. 99%. Oh shit, I didn't mean to do that. If you intentionally let him block an attack, you will sort of reset his hit count. So with 2 hits, little slap, and then I go to his good eye side. Because when you're on the side of his good eye, he will be much more likely to block. His timing for blocking is much quicker. If I stay on his bad eye side, yeah, he doesn't block. It's a very subtle gameplay mechanic. There's a call about it, actually. We'll do that. But I do want him to block so I can hit him again and repeat. Let's do the calls here. The audio levels aren't exactly the most balanced thing. It's an HD collection thing. The music is loud, and you can't really hear Autocon too well here.
Raiden, you don't have a lot going for you with just your bare hands. You have your own blade. Use it. Don't attack from the front. His defenses are too good. Go around to the side or back and get him. Don't stay in Solidus's range. It's too dangerous to try and take him head on. Keep your distance. Your strategy should be to hit fast and move out. Push the right stick in to strike out at Solidus from outside his range. Make sure your aim is good, though. If you miss, you'll be wide open for Solidus's counter-strike. Solidus uses an accelerator, so make sure you don't lose him. If you catch fire, just go into a roll until the fire goes out. Solidus has an eye patch on his left eye, so he should have a blind spot to his left. Maybe slipping into that spot will give you an advantage. The power suit that Solidus is wearing is a state-of-the-art exoskeleton that makes use of artificial muscle tissue. It gives the person wearing it superhuman motor skill capabilities. It's the same technology used in Ray's engine system and the Tengu soldiers' combat suits. Your skull suit uses a little bit of it too. A number of sensors stretch between the surface and interior of the suit like a neural network. When these sensors detect an impact, the artificial muscle in the suit reacts instantaneously by automatically contracting and diffusing the damage. So you can't just chop him in half with your sword. Your suit uses the same technology. You could almost say that your suit, Solidus' suit, and Metal Gear Ray are like brothers.
Also, he leaves behind some sick-ass fire trails because Back to the Future is cool. Let's go.
Solidus has an eye patch on his left eye, so he should have a blind spot to his left.
Okay, you're just repeating stuff now.
Right, take Solidus down. Think about Olga's child and your Rosemary. You must win.
You're about as low as it gets.
Right, take Solidus down.
Okay. Let's play with him a little bit.
Let's go.
The real problem is you can block almost all of his attacks. He only has like 2 attacks you can't block and they're slow as shit. Why does he elbow me when he has 2 swords? We don't know. Well, even that's not too effective.
wrong with you?
Also, for some strange reason, in the HD edition, they give you a lot more health for the Solidus fight, meaning that he does like no damage, even when he does hit something, land some hits. It's kind of weird. What's that? I caught on fire? Just change clothes. The BDU is useful again. Just quickly change. No more fire. Yeah, they messed with the torture. They messed with Solidus's damage. Look at that. That's like nothing.
Is that the best you can do?
Or I should say the amount of health you get for this. Same thing, really. Okay, let's do the best finisher though. Let's try. Does the BDU stay on for the ending cutscene? Nah. I'm pretty sure it disappears at one point because of the dog tags. It might stay at the very first scene where he gets where Raiden gets behind Solidus. Let's try it. I haven't done that. You can do it. Oh, you almost got me there. I want to get the finisher like this. Ah, I missed. Missed again. Yeah, that's way more health than I should have. Ah, I got him. Does it even stay on for this? Yeah, it does, but I'm pretty sure it disappears later for the dog tags to show up. If it doesn't, man, that's kinda, like, sad. Ruined it. You might just have the dog tags anyway, you know? We'll see, we'll see. We kind of ruined it. Hey, thank you for 200 bits. That Lan and Lack of Man with the 11 months resub earlier. Thank you guys. But that flagpole there was supposed to have an American flag that Raiden was supposed to cut down with this final slash that he does here, and it was supposed to fall down with Solidus and wrap around his body. But of course, they changed a lot of this sequence here due to 9/11, so you don't see Arsenal crash into Manhattan, you don't see the flag here, because they didn't think it would be appropriate to have the American flag cut down and fall in Solidus and all of that because of it. Fucking Kurulkovich uniform. Oh well. I think it might actually stay on, because I think the body armor stays, so that's kind of similar. Yeah, but we ruined the ending, guys. Whoever told me to do that. Oh, I'm excited to see what 3 Dog put on the dog tags, actually.
Really?
No one quite knows who or what they are. The memories you have and the role you were assigned are burdens you had to carry. It doesn't matter if they were real or not. That's never the point. There's no such thing in the world as absolute reality. Most of what they call real is actually fiction. What you think you see is only as real as your brain tells you it is.
Then, what am I supposed to believe in? What am I going to leave behind when I'm through?
We can tell other people about having faith. What we had faith in. What we found important enough to fight for. It's not whether you were right or wrong, but how much faith you were willing to have. That decides the future.
Something weird with the
Patriots are a
FMVs.
kind of ongoing fiction too, come to think of it. Listen, don't obsess over words so much. Find the meaning behind the words, then decide. You can find your own name. And your own future.
Decide for myself?
And whatever you choose will be you.
I don't know if I can.
I know you didn't have much in terms of choices this time. But everything you felt, thought about during this mission is yours. And what you decide to do with them
Look at this.
is your
Thing
choice.
is fucked.
You mean start over?
I think I might know what it
Yeah,
is.
a clean slate, a new name, new memories. Choose your own legacy. It's for you to decide. It's up
I
to
notice
you.
every time this FMV's going on, there's this stutter going on. And I think I know what it is. There's also non-zero chance that the credits might
By the
freeze
way,
now.
What is that?
For the same reason. Let's see what 3Dog put here.
Dog tags.
Of course. That's just so 3Dog to do. Let's take a look at Vamp instead.
No, never heard the name before. I'll pick my own name and my own life. I'll find something worth passing on. They taught me some good things too.
I know. We've inherited freedom from all those who fought for it. We all have the freedom to spread the word. Even me.
Snake, what about Olga's child?
Don't worry. I'll find him. Count on it. As long as you keep yourself alive, he's safe.
MG2 just does not agree
Do you
well
know
with
where Liquid
SSDs.
went? I put a transmitter on his ray.
Did he head for the Patriots?
Yeah, but I have a feeling they gave Ocelot a bogus location to begin with. Cheer up. We have a better lead. This contains the list of all the Patriots.
But Ocelot took it.
The one we gave you wasn't the real thing.
What?
This virus is coded to destroy only a specific part of GW, namely the information about the Patriot's identity. Which means that there's a parameter coded in here that defines what that information is.
I get it. Analyze the code and you can probably find out where they operate. Count me in.
No, you have things to do first. And people you need to talk to.
Snake?
What's wrong?
Nothing. Can I ask you something? Who am I, really?
I wouldn't know. But we're going to find out together, aren't we?
Oh. Yeah.
See me for what I am, okay?
I know.
For MG2, Rose wasn't real? What? I guess it's up to you is hard to understand, huh?
Do you remember this place?
Of course. This is where we first met. I remember now.
Hmm?
Today is the day I met you.
That's it.
There's something going on with the FMVs. I think the credits might freeze too. I think I know what it is, but
I think I found something
I'll have to
pass
fix it.
along to the future.
What?
He said all living things want their genes to live on.
Are you talking about the baby?
Yeah. But genes aren't the only thing you pass on. There are too many things that aren't written into our
Oh
it's up
my
to
God.
us to teach that to our children.
Patriots
What kind of thing?
are interfering.
About the environment, our ideas, our culture, poetry, compassion, sorrow, joy. We'll tell them everything together.
Is that a proposal?
This is for your ears only.
It's unfortunate, but I don't think these games like running on SSHDs. Definitely not SSDs. So I tried a hybrid drive, and unfortunately, it's still acting up. There's a non-zero chance the credits might freeze, guys. So I'm just too finicky with this kind of stuff. So yeah, I'll probably switch out the hard drive again. I knew it. Remix. Remix. Okay, let me deal with this. My poor PS3 cannot take it. Remix. I knew that was gonna happen. I just knew it. So yeah, it's not worth it. It's definitely not worth it. So I'm gonna take a second here to see if I can undo this mess. Remix. There's maybe a 50% chance we can get it to work. So I don't have a save, but yeah, I mean that was pretty much the ending. We just missed on the little post-credit conversation. So let me see what we can do. Unfortunately, this is a new PS3, and I thought I would be a smartass and put a better drive in it. I mean, you see what happened. I also don't have my developer saves, but I can grab it real quick, I think. Alright, technical difficulties. Give me a second, guys. We'll play some music. Alright guys, if you're wondering, that music is called Old Metal Gear. It's from MGS3, as you know. It's good intermission music. So I went full hacksaw mode and got my developer save out, and we'll see if I can just trigger the ending again. So, let's see, because I don't think it's gonna freeze every time. We'll have to find out. So this is the last movie, as they call it, or demo. So maybe safe to assume this is the ending. See what happens. It's a surprise. You don't know. Oh shit!
Life isn't just about passing on your genes.
That works too.
We can leave behind much more than just DNA. Through speech, music, literature, and movies, what we've seen, heard, felt, anger, joy, and sorrow. These are the things I will pass on. That's what I live for.
We skipped the credits, essentially.
We need to pass the torch and let our children read our messy and sad history by its light. We have all the magic of the digital age to do that with. The human race will probably come to an end sometime, and new species may rule over this planet. Earth may not be forever, but we still have the responsibility to leave what traces of life we can. Building the future and keeping the past alive are one and the same thing.
Unfortunately, there's no subtitles as a default option. But hey, developer saves the day. Oh shit, it doesn't actually play the conversation post credits though. Damn, I was really hoping it would. How do you play that then? Let's see, this might actually be the credits then. Oh no, oh no. I mean, you can do Solidus again, but nah. I really thought I would go into the post-credit conversation. I mean, okay, there's a thing called ending. Let's see what happens. Raiden rose again. Nope. Close enough though.
There's no such thing in the world as absolute reality. Most of what they call real.
Okay. Let's go back to the credits. No BDU now.
Do you remember this place?
Of course. This is where we first met. I remember now.
Oh god, it's doing it again.
Today is the day I met you.
That's it.
The credits are gonna freeze so bad.
I think I found something to pass along to the future.
What?
He said all living things want their genes to live on.
Are you talking about the baby?
Yeah. But genes aren't the only thing you pass on. There are too many things that aren't written into our DNA. It's up to us to teach that to our children.
What kind of things?
About the environment, our ideas, our culture, poetry, compassion, sorrow, joy. We'll tell them everything together.
Is that a proposal?
This is for your ears only.
At this point, we're just testing if it freezes again, which it probably will. MG2 should not be on neither SSDs or hybrid drives. I really thought hybrid would actually not freeze, but it does, so. This SSHD is going bye-bye. Oh god, oh god, oh god. Who's ready for a remix?
I stare at the stars
Oh. Maybe not. I could freeze it any second though.
What am
Alright, we got credits.
made of? Am I full of sorrow? Am I hurt and pain? Or am I filled with love? I walk by myself on the streets below and ask every child I know, do you think tomorrow will bring sun or rain? Which one of these will show? I can't say goodbye to yesterday, my friend. I keep holding on till the end. Out of the darkness, there is no other way than the light leading to yesterday. It's there that I'll find inner peace, not war, and dreams that I let slip away. I'll find the joyfulness I'm looking for way back in yesterday. Why can't each of us in the world ever see the best things in life are free? Little sounds of laughter, a warm hug, a smile, a kiss from you to me. I fall to my knees, I cry and I cry. Love, do not pass me by. Happy ever after, please stay for a while. Make time refuse to fly. I can't say goodbye to yesterday, my friend, 'cause I know how good it has been. Facing forever, here I stand, come what may. Bring the old, bring the new, yesterday. It's there that I'll find inner peace, not war, and dreams that I let slip away. I'll find the joyfulness I'm looking for
Let's see if the rest of the ending triggers normally here, or it just takes me back to the menu. I think we covered enough of it. We'll do this again just because it's so good.
Life isn't just about passing on your genes. We can leave behind much more than just DNA. Through speech, music, literature, and movies.
He really doesn't like those
What we've
FMVs.
seen, heard, felt, anger, joy, and sorrow. These are the things I will pass on. That's what I live for.
The FMVs
We
just
need to pass the torch.
screw everything.
And let our children read our messy and sad history by its light. We have all the magic of the digital age to do that with. The human race will probably come to an end sometime, and new species may rule over this planet. Earth may not be forever, but we still have the responsibility to leave what traces of life we can. Building the future and keeping the past alive are one and the same thing.
Snake, you there? It's me. I've finished going over that disc.
Did you find the Patriots list?
Of course. It contains the personal data of 12 people. There was a name on it. Snake, it was one of our biggest contributors.
What's going on around here?
I don't know.
Anyway, where are they?
Well, we were right about them being on Manhattan, but
But what?
they're already dead. All 12 of them.
When did it happen?
Well, about 100 years ago.
What the hell?
Alright, so we got the post-credit conversation. And I also just set the world record for fastest MGS2 run in the world. That was redundant. 12 minutes and 12 seconds. With no kills, no alerts, of course. World record. Yay. Yeah. Speed run. Okay, let me switch to MGS3, guys. Let me thank some people actually first. Do some with the 4 months who is waiting for MGS3. Thank you, that's coming. And we got a new sub from Crypt Tank. Thank you. Glad you enjoyed the stream. Just a second here. Prince Vegeta with a gift of sub to Skull Salad. What a name. Thank you. I was trying to get myself a bogus score. Yes, currently new. Okay, hopefully we won't have to deal with the same thing for MGS3, but I have seen it stutter a little bit because there's FMVs in MGS3 as well. Well, prepare your vocal cords. The Snake Eater intro you're not really supposed to see unless you already have a save, so it's a spoiler, but whatever. We'll do it twice. I'm just 3 time. Oh god, oh god. Abort, abort. Oh god. All is well. We just need a solidus in the background. What in the world is happening? Holy shit, man. Remix. Again. I seriously hope my PS3 doesn't blow up or anything. Because that was bad. That should not have been a thing. That wasn't even FMV. Although maybe since it's pre-rendered, it's the same business. Anyway. I don't know if you guys noticed I was messing with the background there and the credits. You can have all the different symbols go across the screen and all the credits can change different languages. You got English, Japanese, Korean, Russian, and then it all changes into like this snake skeleton thing. So you can have MGS3 like communist edition with the hammer and sickle and the credits in Russian, which is what I was doing there for a bit. You can also mess with this screen. Change the speed, the color, the background. Mess with this quite a bit. Go with the pink one. Or not. Alright, hopefully we won't have to like mess around with developer saves in this one. Let me see. I don't even know if I have a good... Nope. Okay. I don't have a new game plus. New PS3, who this? So in MGS3, okay, so it asks you if you start a new game and playing for the first time. I like MGS1, I like MGS2, I like MGS3. I like MGS3 wasn't an option until Subsistence came out. In the original It only said 1 and 2 and first time because obviously you haven't played 3 yet, so you couldn't have said I like MGS3. So different things will happen depending on what you pick here. I think if you pick this, like for the first time, probably is the most neutral one. But if you do MGS1, I think it messes with like Naked Snake's beard, because Snake doesn't have a beard in 1. And then also the stamina doesn't really drop as much because stamina wasn't a mechanic in MGS1. And then if you pick I like MGS2, of course, it's the most obvious one. It will start the game with Raikov's mask. And then if you pick I like MGS3, you just get the regular thing. Because you already know. It's not a surprise anymore. You just get Naked Snake. And that's how you access the additional camos that you would have to unlock otherwise from Subsistence. There were camo files for this game for like downloading them or unlocking them or buying like the soundtrack discs, and it would come with camo files and stuff. So there's a bunch of subsistence only camos that were included that you would otherwise have to like get through different means. So, and those are kind of OP because they're not just good in whatever environment they're supposed to be used in. It also has special abilities, unique effects, each of them. But I'm gonna be pissing some people off here, maybe. But we'll do the Rykov intro. This is probably the least likely option to be picked. If you're playing MGS3, you probably didn't like to. But anyway, MGS3 actually didn't sell that well back in the day because people were so disappointed by it too that, you know, there wasn't as much of a hype or units sold, really, copies sold for MGS3, which is unfortunate. But anyway, of course, now MGS3 is your most default average favorite game in the series. If you ask a crowd of people, about 70-80% will tell you that MGS3 is their favorite. Which means that, you know, for what it set out to do, MGS3 succeeded, of course. But I don't know that a lot of people realize the subtext to it. That I'm gonna go over a few things as we play the game. Martian Dude 5 gifted subs. Man, it's like, how many subs have you gifted? Thank you so much. Once again with the 5-pack. 261 subs gifted. God damn it. Thank you so much. MGS3 crowd pleaser. I like that. That's basically what it is. Alright, let's do this. So, in MGS3, the only difference between Extreme and European Extreme is that you get a game over on site for European Extreme. It's not like MGS2 where the guards can see better and do more damage and you have no rations and the bosses do more damage and they all one-shot you and it's crazy and whatnot. So, since we never really show any of the gameplay mechanics that go with alerts, such as destroying the enemy's ammo supply or calling in bombing runs or calling off the alerts with the radio, which they're all things that you can do. We don't really get to see any of the AI at work during alerts on European Extreme, so long story short, I'm gonna pick Extreme for this run. Same reason that we did for MGS2, really. There's basically just additional things that we miss out on otherwise. And it's pretty much the same game. So let's do it. Them loading times.
After the end of World War II, the world was split into two, East and West. This marked the beginning of the era called the Cold War.
Altitude 30,000 feet.
Approaching Soviet airspace.
20 minutes to drop off. Commencing internal depressurization. Equipment check. Arm main parachute.
All right. You ready to go?
Drop zone still showing a high pressure mass. Cav okay.
Good. We've got high visibility.
Put out that cigar. Connecting oxygen hose to interior connector. Put on your mask. Does this panty waste know what he's doing?
Approaching release point.
10 minutes to drop off.
Hey, are you deaf?
He said put out the cigar and put on your mask. Depressurization complete. Checking oxygen supply. 6 minutes to drop off. Opening rear hatch. Sunrise. External temperature minus 46 degrees Celsius. 2 minutes to drop off. Stand up. You'll be falling at 130 miles per hour. Try not to get frostbite from the wind chill. 1 minute to drop off. Move to the rear. Activate bailout model.
This is one for the history books. The world's first halo jump.
10 seconds to drop off. Stand by. Status okay. All green. Prepare for drop off. Countdown. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
Spread your wings
and fly. God be with you.
Jack, I've got some important news. The head of the CIA has finally given us the green light for the virtuous mission.
Virtual mission?
No, virtuous. Of our Fox unit depends on it. If it succeeds, organized into a unit.
Oh God.
Virtuous mission. Sounds like some kind of initiation ritual.
Yep.
You know, don't get cocky. This isn't a training op.
Right. So what exactly is this wonderful mission?
Well,
something's really wrong here.
about 2 years ago, a certain Soviet scientist requested asylum in the West through one of our moles. His name is Nikolai Stepanovich Sokolov. He's head of the OKB 754 Design Bureau, one of the Soviets' top-secret weapon research facilities, and the East's foremost expert on weapons development.
Sokolov? Isn't he that famous rocket scientist?
The very same. On April the 12th, 1961, the Soviets achieved the first manned spaceflight in history.
The Earth was blue, but there was no God.
Well spoken. The rocket that carried Yuri Gagarin into orbit was the A-1, known as the Vostok rocket. Sokolov is said to be the man most responsible for the multi-engine cluster used in that rocket. After Gagarin's flight, Sokolov left rocket development to become the head of the newly established Design Bureau.
From a lowly technician to head of a design bureau, that's quite a success story, so why do you want to defect?
It seems he'd become afraid of his own creations.
Afraid?
Call it a crisis of conscience.
And for that, he left his country and his family behind and went over the fence?
Not exactly. One of his conditions was that his family was also to be taken safely to the west. We used a mole to get the family out first and succeeded in sneaking Sokolov over the Berlin Wall shortly afterwards. I was the one who conducted the operation.
The security on the eastern side was still full of holes back then. Then what?
We got Sokolov over in one piece, but the whole ordeal had left him exhausted, and we checked him into a hospital in West Berlin. It took him 2 weeks and more than 600 miles to get from the research facility in the Soviet Union to Berlin. He was in no condition to say anything coherent. And it was only a week later that we had something much bigger on our hands.
The Cuban Missile Crisis.
October the 16th, 1962, President Kennedy received word that the Soviets were in the process of deploying intermediate-range ballistic missiles in Cuba. The president demanded that the Soviets dismantle and remove the missiles. At the same time, he announced a naval blockade to prevent further missile shipments from reaching Cuba. But the Soviets didn't back down, instead placing their armed forces on secondary alert. Soviet transport ships carrying missiles continued on course towards Cuba. US and Soviet forces went on alert for an all-out nuclear war. Frantic negotiations were conducted through the UN's Emergency Security Council and unofficial channels to end the hair-trigger standoff. Finally, on October the 28th, the Soviet Union agreed to remove its missiles from Cuba, and so the world avoided a nuclear holocaust. But in order to get the Soviets to pull their missiles out, we had to make a deal.
You mean the one where the US agreed to remove its IRBMs from Turkey?
No. The Jupiter IRBMs deployed in Turkey were obsolete, and we were going to get rid of them anyway. They had no strategic value whatsoever to either the US or the Russians. The Turkey deal was a ruse, a cover story that was fed to the other intelligence agencies around the world.
So what did the Russians really want?
Sokolov. They wanted us to return Sokolov.
You mean the Soviets pulled out of Cuba just to get their hands on Sokolov?
That's right.
What the hell was he working on?
At the time, we had no idea. We were running out of time. It was either give up Sokolov or risk full-scale nuclear war. In the end, we had no choice. President Kennedy gave in to Khrushchev's demand. The next day, I got Sokolov out of the hospital, handing him over to agents in the eastern. Sokolov kept on screaming, "Save me," until he disappeared from my sight.
Really hope we can get through this.
Then a month ago, we received some new information from one of our moles.
About Sokolov?
Yes. He was taken back to the research facility and forced to continue working on the weapon in question under KGB supervision. What's more, it's on the verge of completion.
So what kind of weapon is it? Something to do with space rockets?
No, missiles.
Same technology.
I guess you're right. We don't know the details, but it appears to be a new kind of nuclear device. For half a year now, the Soviets have been conducting frequent nuclear tests at Semipalatinsk.
Something to do with the weapon, I assume.
We're talking about a secret weapon so big that Khrushchev was ready to pull out of Cuba to get it back.
Is Sokolov still in the facility?
No. According to our intelligence, he's in Selino-Yarsk, a place in the mountains about 3 miles to the west that's known as the Virgin Cliffs.
The Virgin Cliffs. Nice name for a virtuous mission.
They moved him there just recently.
Why?
Apparently, they're conducting a field test of the weapon, but it's our best chance to get him back. This mission would never have been possible if he was still in the research facility. This is our last chance. Sokolov must have known that too when he contacted us.
After Snake's infiltration, the Virgin Cliffs were just known as Cliffs.
Listen up, Jack. Your mission is to infiltrate Selino Yask in the Soviet mountains, ensure the safety of Sokolov, and bring him back to the West. If we don't get Sokolov back before that weapon is complete, we'll be facing a major crisis. The clock is ticking.
Yeah, that's an HD edition. In fact, on the subtitles.
Once we've confirmed the rescue of Sokolov, stand by at the recovery point. A recovery balloon will be dropped at that point. Helium will be pumped into the balloon to inflate it. The process takes about 20 minutes. Once it's complete, the gunship's arm will latch onto the balloon and pull it up.
The Fulton surface-to-air recovery system. I'm familiar with the theory.
Take it easy. It's been combat-proven.
Do you think Sokolov is up to it?
The shock will be less than during a parachute jump, and the arm can handle up to 500 pounds.
So you're planning on going over the border in a single combat Talon?
She's equipped with two 6-barrel 20mm Vulcan cannons, as well as two 40mm machine guns.
Sounds like she could hold her own against a battalion of tanks.
Even with the fuel in the reserve tank, we're facing a 4-hour time limit. If all goes well, it shouldn't take more than a few hours.
Home in time for dinner.
But if anything goes wrong,
you'll be eating dinner, breakfast,
and all the rest of your meals in the jungle.
Thrown into gameplay right away. No intro, and the name's Jack. And he looks like Raiden. What's going on here? Another Raiden game, Kojima? How dare you? I didn't like him just you because Raiden is gay. How could you do this to me?
Do you copy? You're already in enemy territory, and somebody might be listening in. From here on out, we'll be using code names to refer to each other. Your code name for this mission will be Naked Snake. I'll be referring to you as Snake from now on. You're not to mention your real name.
Snake?
What, you don't like snakes?
What do you mean?
Well, you've eaten one before, haven't you?
In survival training.
I'm glad to hear that.
I don't know if I'd ever order one in a restaurant, but...
Be careful, you might not have a choice.
What about you, Major? What should I call you?
Let's see. I'll be Tom. Call me Major Tom. Oh, and Snake?
Yeah.
The crew isn't watching anymore. You can take off the disguise now.
Good idea. This isn't right.
This isn't right.
Time for the snake to shed his skin.
That's perhaps the very first hint. This isn't right. Now you're a badass action hero again.
Can you hear me, Major Tom? This is Snake. Kept you waiting, huh?
This will be a sneaking mission. You must not be seen by the enemy. You must leave no trace of your presence. Is that clear? This kind of infiltration is the Fox unit's speciality. In other words, weapons and equipment are procured on site. That goes for food as well. You're completely naked, just as your name implies.
Great. Now I see why you asked me if I like snakes. I suppose calling me Snake was your idea of a joke, too.
No. There's a good reason for that. I'll tell you later when the time is right.
Gotcha. Getting back to the subject, how exactly am I supposed to feed myself?
You've been issued a knife and a tranquilizer gun. Use them to hunt for food. You'll also find some medical supplies in your backpack.
Yeah, about the backpack. I lost it in a tree on the way down.
I see. Well, you'd better go back and get it then. You know where it is?
No problem. I can see it from here. It's stuck on a branch.
To climb a tree, stand in front of a tree that's covered in ivy and press the action button. I'll be monitoring your progress over the radio. We can't risk violating Soviet airspace, but I'll be in the gunship. My frequency is 140.85. I'll give you a call if I need to talk to you. If you need to talk to me, use the send function. Okay, Snake, go get your backpack.
I really do think this is the way to do it, because you get all the little references and the lines, and it just adds to what I want to talk about here. H-Sticky with 100 bits, thank you. And Del Boy with a 2 mods resub, thank you guys. So, yeah, you get the Major Tom reference, and you get kept you waiting, huh? Reassuring the player that this guy is just as badass as you wanted Snake from the tanker again, you know? So this is a really strange moment in the series here. The second you take control of Naked Snake, you don't really know what's going on, but MGS3 basically retcons the absolute shit out of Big Boss's origins and background, and his age, his past experiences, his actions, the way he loses his eye, just everything. And it's curious because, as we know, in the in-game universe, Solid Snake is a clone of Big Boss. And these are Kojima's words. But in the real life universe, it's the opposite. It's Naked Snake as a playable character is a clone, is a copy of Solid Snake as a playable character. So you get the line there, you get keep you waiting, huh? And you get, you know, all the things a Snake does: smoking, using the box, the bandana, flirting with the ladies, all that stuff was specifically brought back in MGS3. Because, simply put, people didn't really like Raiden much. So they took the Solid Snake playable character model, well, not the physical 3D model, but the concept, the idea of all the things a Solid Snake does, and gave them to Naked Snake. So now Going from Raiden to this is Kojima's way of saying, here, let me reassure you that you're playing a Snake. You get all the Snake things that you want. Stop bitching about Raiden. Raiden was gay and all of that. Okay, sure. Let's make fun of Raiden together, which is why the Reich of Mask exists. And pretty much the entirety of MGS3 is made with that subtext of, yeah, kind of apologizing for 2, but also, I always say like this, it rides that line in between laughing at MGS2 with the people who didn't like it and laughing at the people who didn't like MGS2. You know, kind of being a parody of trying to make people happy with all the things you get in 3. So the most obvious thing, this is a constant subtext going on throughout MGS3. That's the most obvious part of is obviously the Reich of Mask and Reikov's existence. But there's a lot more that's scattered throughout the entire game. Things such as we just saw, if you do the I Like MGS2 intro, Snake says, this isn't right. And now there's going to be so many little things. One of the calls that you do here about eating food, it changes. Each food related call changes based on whether you already eaten food or not. When you find food, if you don't eat it, they tell you how to eat it. But if you do eat it, they tell you about its effects instead. And that's another little connection. Basically, there's a bunch of calls and references and events and the stories and characters and the things that they do and say. There are, let's go back and make fun of Raiden. Let's go back and make fun of MGS2 because, you know, people weren't happy with it. Anyway, I'll show you just what I mean. Let me get to the backpack, because before we do anything, we need the backpack. And it's really easy to miss, because you don't have any reason whatsoever to eat food right now, this early in the game. But I really hope I can get it. And in general, it's a little annoying to get calls in this game. There's just so many.
I see you've retrieved your backpack, Snake. To equip a weapon, it's necessary to take it out of your backpack. In the survival viewer, choose Weapon from the backpack. Your available weapons will be displayed in a window in the upper left. From that list, choose the weapon you want to equip and press the Enter button. For other equipped items, just do the same thing from Item.
Got it. Use the survival viewer backpack.
Yep, that's right. Survival is fundamental to this mission. After you've been out in the field for a while, your stamina will start to drop. If your stamina gets too low, it'll affect your performance. You won't be able to shoot accurately, for example, and your wounds won't heal as smoothly. Keep an eye on your stamina so you don't run out. To recover lost stamina, you can hunt for local flora and fauna. You can use either your tranquilizer gun or your knife to hunt.
My only weapon is a Mark 22 Hush Puppy tranquilizer gun?
That's right. It's been fitted with its own suppressor. However, the suppressor will deteriorate every time you fire. Once its durability reaches 0, the noise suppression effect will be gone. So don't get too trigger happy with it. The suppressor's durability is shown in the icon. Any weapons and equipment beyond what you're carrying now, you'll have to find as you go.
I have to find my own weapons and equipment? Whose crazy idea was this anyway?
Solo covert actions are standard Fox operating procedure. You can't leave any traces of your presence. No weapons, equipment, footprints, sweat, or bodily waste. The same goes for bullets and cartridges, too. Your presence in enemy territory is already a violation of international conventions of warfare. There aren't supposed to be any American soldiers in Russia. It could spark an international incident. You can't let anyone see you. You can't let the enemy know you're there. This is a stealth mission. You're a ghost, Snake, in every sense of the word. And there'll be no rescue if you're captured. The military and US government will deny any involvement in the affair.
Then I'll just have to take care of myself, huh?
I'm afraid so. You've been given a fake death pill for that purpose. SIS guidelines stipulate that soldiers on covert ops like this one be issued a potassium cyanide capsule. Tape it to your body so you can take it when you need to.
How generous of you.
Use it if you're taken prisoner by the enemy. It'll send you into a state of false death for a short time.
Fooling them into thinking that I'm really dead. So, how do I come back to life?
Just take the revival pill.
You mean that thing they put in my tooth before the mission?
That's the one. But be careful. If you remain in a state of false death for too long, nothing will be able to bring you back. Remember that.
I'll keep it in mind. You said this was a solo mission, right?
Right.
I guess that means I can't count on any reinforcements.
Correct. The mission rests entirely in your hands.
A real one-man army.
Relax. There's a support team ready to back you up over the radio.
Who?
I'll introduce them to you. This time, survival is of utmost importance. The first member of the support team will be in charge of monitoring your physical condition, acting as a medic, so to speak, as well as recording your mission data. She's a member of Fox as well, and she's here on the gunship with me.
She?
Hello, Snake. I'm paramedic. Nice to meet you.
Paramedic.
As in a medic who comes in by parachute.
Aren't you going to tell me your real name?
Are you going to tell me yours, Mr. Snake?
My name, huh? It's John Doe.
And they call you Jack for short. You're a regular Captain Nemo.
A name means nothing on the battlefield. After a week, no one has a name. What's your name?
Jane Doe.
Very funny.
I wasn't joking, but I'll tell you my name only if you manage to make it back alive. My frequency is 145.73.
She's also in charge of recording your mission data. Whenever you want to save, send a message over the reserved save frequency, 140.96.
So saving lets me record my mission data.
That's right. It also records the state of your health.
Good to know.
There's one more person I want to introduce you to, Snake.
Huh?
Speaking of snakes, you remember the boss, don't you? A legendary soldier and your mentor. Actually, it was the boss that got the DCI's authorization in the first place. She's going to be serving as Fox's mission advisor.
The boss is?
She also helped me plan this mission. She and I were at SAS together.
Jack, is that you? How many years has it been?
Boss?
That's right. It's me. Talk to me. Let me hear your voice.
It's been 5 years, 72 days, and 18 hours.
You've lost weight.
You can tell just by the sound of my voice.
Of course I can. I know all about you.
Really? Well, I don't know anything about you.
What's that supposed to mean?
Why'd you disappear on me all of a sudden?
I was on a top-secret mission. You didn't need me anymore.
But there were still so many things I wanted you to teach me.
No, I taught you everything you needed to know about fighting techniques. I taught you all I could. The rest you needed to learn on your own.
Techniques, sure. But what about how to think like a soldier?
How to think like a soldier? I can't teach you that. A soldier needs to be strong in spirit, body, and technique. And the only thing you can learn from someone else is technique. In fact, technique doesn't even matter. What's most important is spirit. Spirit and body are like two sides of a single coin. They're the same thing. I can't teach you how to think. You'll just have to figure it out for yourself. Listen to me, Jack. Just because soldiers are on the same side right now doesn't mean they always will be. Having personal feelings about your comrades is one of the worst sins you can commit. Politics determine who you face on the battlefield. And politics are a living thing. They change along with the times. Yesterday's good might be tomorrow's evil.
Is that why you abandoned me?
No, it had nothing to do with you. I already told you, Jack. I was on a top-secret mission. A soldier has to follow whatever orders he's given. It's not his place to question why. But you're looking for a reason to fight. You're a natural-born fighter, but you're not quite a soldier. A soldier is a political tool, nothing more. That's doubly true if he's a career soldier. Right and wrong have no place in his mission. He has no enemies and no friends. Only the mission. You follow the orders you're given. That's what being a soldier is.
I do whatever I have to get the job done. I don't think about politics.
That's not the same thing. Sooner or later, your conscience is going to bother you. In the end, you have to choose whether you're going to live as a soldier or just another man with a gun. There's a saying in the Orient, loyalty to the end. Do you know what it means?
Being patriotic.
It means devoting yourself to your country.
I follow the president and the top brass. I'm ready to die for them if necessary.
The president and the top brass won't be there forever. Once their terms are up, others will take their place.
I follow the will of the leader, no matter who's in charge.
People aren't the ones who dictate the missions.
Then who does?
The times. People's values change over time, and so do the leaders of a country. So there's no such thing as an enemy in absolute terms. The enemies we fight are only enemies in relative terms, constantly changing with the times. As long as we have loyalty to the end, there's no point in believing in anything, even in those we love.
And that's the way a soldier's supposed to think?
The only thing we can believe in with absolute certainty is the mission, Jack.
All right, but do me a favor.
What is it?
Call me Snake.
Snake? Oh, right. Your code name is Snake. It suits you well.
That's right. The legendary unit that the boss put together during World War II was a snake. The Cobra unit, a group of heroes that brought the war to an end and saved the world. As long as you've got a legendary hero backing you up, you'll be fine. Isn't that right, Snake?
Yeah, I can't think of anyone else I'd rather have with me. Oh, and one more thing, boss.
Yes?
It's good to hear your voice again.
Same here. After all, who knows if either of us will make it out alive? Snake, you are always best at urban warfare and infiltrating buildings. But this is the jungle. Survival is going to be key. Those CQC techniques I taught you are sure to come in handy.
CQC? Close quarters combat, huh? I've been in the Green Berets for the past few years. I'm probably pretty rusty.
Not to worry. I'll be here to help you remember. After all, this is your first actual survival mission. I'll be supporting you over the radio.
Where are you, boss? Next to the major?
The boss is communicating with us by radio from aboard a Permit-class submarine in the Arctic Ocean.
My frequency is 141.80. Call me if you need my advice on battle techniques.
Gotcha.
Your mission is to retrieve Dr. Sokolov. Dr. Sokolov is being held in an abandoned factory located to the north of your current position. Avoid heavy combat and don't let anyone see you. Don't forget that this is a stealth mission.
Snake, try to remember some of the basics of CQC.
Commencing virtuous mission now.
Okay, let's slow down. It's supposed to be just a few hours, but eating is important, you know? I always thought it was a little silly that first thing Snake asks when he touches down, how do I feed myself? And the mission is supposed to be like 4 hours long. Maybe they should have introduced eating as you know, in Snake Eater mission or something after a while. Like right now we can't cure, for example, so. But anyway, there's actually a really interesting call. If we do find food and eat it right away, I think I need 2 pieces of food. One to eat and one to have in the inventory to actually trigger the call. But conveniently there's a snake here. Kick it. Just drop down, let me eat some raw snake. Now, I always forget whether it's a paramedic or a zero call. I think it's a zero call. But that means we're gonna have to go through all of his other calls, and there's just so many calls. It's insane. And then just 3, especially for the virtuous mission. Like the pacing doesn't really work well if you want to go around and do calls. You have to sit in the same area for ages, pretty much. They're really good calls. They're unique calls about the characters or the environment, the background, the history. But damn, I don't know what they were thinking, putting so many of them in just a few areas like this. So we're going to be spending a long time on the radio screen. The good news is that a lot of people probably haven't seen these calls or heard these calls because of that. So there's always somebody out there for whom this is new. Anyway, I really wish I could get that food call right now, but it's probably gonna take a while.
Sokolov should...
Yeah, don't tell me where to go.
Snake, intelligence indicates that that area is outside the enemy's cordon, so you shouldn't have any unexpected encounters with enemy patrols. I think it will be a good idea to take this time to get accustomed to...
Okay.
Snake, remember that this operation is a solo sneaking mission. We'll be providing you with support over the radio, but out in the field, you're on your own. There's no backup. And there's no way you'll survive a battle with a large enemy contingent. Avoid engagement whenever...
Okay.
You ate some food?
There you go.
Yes.
You aren't expecting food to recover life, are you?
Of course not. Food alone doesn't heal wounds. Food only recovers stamina.
Good.
Why do you ask?
I once had a guy who thought that eating canned food would recover his life.
Well, was he some kind of idiot?
Of sorts, yes. But in the 21st century, they'll probably come up with something that does just that.
There it is. It's one of the best calls here. So not only they use that to kind of tell you the difference between how the rations work in the previous games and now that they only restore stamina as food, but then this game is full of little references. Whenever they mention, oh, the 21st century, it's pretty much always a reference to MGS2. Rarely something else could be interpreted, but pretty much Raiden. So this is just another one of those calls and details that are scattered throughout the game, telling you that again they're making fun of Raiden. Because when Sneak asks, what was he, some kind of an idiot? Of sorts, yes. And it's also interesting how Zero says, I once had a guy who thought that eating canned food, like I once had a guy. He's speaking there as not necessarily a Zero, but the general like CO figure that he would get in the game. So it doesn't matter if it's Zero, if it's Campbell or whatever. He speaks as that position, as that CO on the radio. I once had a guy who thought eating canned food restores life. What was he, an idiot? Of sorts, yes. But in the 21st century, they might just have something like that. So the idiot part doesn't necessarily refer to the ration, because they do have that technology, if you want to call it technology, you know. But basically, Sokolov and Zero and Snake and Eva, they all take any chance they can at making fun of Rykov or Raiden's character in the 21st century in some way. So by itself, it might just be a little cute call, where you might think they're just introducing gameplay things. But once you see and once you're aware of every single one of these calls and these references that are just scattered throughout the game, it becomes clear that one of the missions that MGS3 set out to accomplish is to kind of make fun but also laugh at Raiden and the people who didn't understand Raiden. It's just Kojima trying to join in to apologize for it, but also, you know, the irony and the making fun of the people who didn't understand Raiden and trying to constantly shit on him. Oh, what's that? Raiden is gay? There you go. Rykov is now literally gay. He's now Volgin's bitch. So, other calls I'll quickly mention. We'll probably do all of them, but again, there's a lot of calls and a lot of things to go through. So, we'll be scattered all over. So, I'll just quickly mention other calls with a similar subtext to them. We saw Snake say, "This isn't right," when he had the mask. We saw the ration call here, where they call him an idiot, or they call Raiden an idiot. There's another call with the boss where Snake asks about laser sights. And the boss basically tells him, no laser sights, a real soldier doesn't need laser sights. No training wheels in this mission. Because, again, I'm just do add laser sights. And then there's the vampire call, where, you know, the whole thing that Snake is afraid of vampires and doesn't want to talk about vampires. And he says, there's no such thing as vampires. Even if they do seem real sometimes. That's another reference, this time to Vamp, but, you know, same context in MGS2, making fun of MGS2. If you try to approach Sokolov with the Rykov mask, the game won't let you, and Zero will say, if you're gonna approach Sokolov, don't do it with that mask. Why not? He won't like it. Why not? This should maybe look popular or something. Like, no, just trust me, he won't like it. Same thing when you don the disguise completely. You do a call with Zero, and it's like, indeed, you're starting to irritate me already. Why? This look should make me more popular. I wouldn't count on it, but whatever. So it's full of things like that constantly tells you, constantly jabs at Raiden. I think I'm probably forgetting a couple here and there as well, but we'll try to go through all of them. Oh, we got a sub from the boss, 10987. Thank you. Actually, that's something else I wanted to talk about. Thanks for the sub. Glad you enjoying the stream. But yeah, the character of the boss is just kind of also strange. If you stop to think for a second, the way she's introduced. Oh, by the way, here's this very important character that you definitely care about. Let me show you, the player, just how much she's supposed to mean to you. Over like a radio, you know? They try to quickly establish how close they are, with Snake remembering exactly when she left, and her being able to tell how much weight she lost, that he lost weight and stuff like that. And then basically going, oh, by the way, I'm about to betray you. It always struck me as a little weird. Like, if you really want me to care about this character, there should have been a little bit more maybe background to them, rather than just quickly trying to establish this in a call like this. But I mean, it works enough. And the thing about the boss's character is that, of course, she's a mentor figure to Snake. And remember, now Snake is the player again. Now we're starting to near some meta territory here, okay? So just bear with me, and then we'll go on. The boss is this mentor figure to Snake, and Snake is now the player. And Koshima's been trying to pass on the series and pass on the message of the series to the players with MGS2, among other things, with his team as well. But it can't be a coincidence that Snake doesn't quite understand the will of the boss. The will of the boss becomes this big central focal point in the series. Like, people literally like rip the world apart to interpret and define their own meaning of the will of the boss. And both Snake and the boss are put in a situation where, due to the climate of politics and the circumstances of the times, they are forced to do things that they normally would not have done themselves, such as defecting and, you know, killing each other and whatnot. Or at least, you know, the boss letting Snake kill her. So those things actually, well, let's take a look at the snake while we talk about the central themes of MGS3. Those things are closely tied to the scene theme of MGS3. Like we always talk about how MGS1's theme is meme, and then MGS2 is MGS1 is gene and MGS2 is meme. MGS3's theme is scene. Now I'm gonna make a few people mad for sure, but the thing about the scene in MGS3 is obviously the political climate and the times. Really, that's also what Snake calls it in Peace Walker. The times rejecting the boss, and the political context, the history context of the Cold War. Those things are the context of it in the game. But in real life, always keep in mind what happens with the development of these games. Again, Kojima failed to pass on the series with MGS2 and was, his words, forced to go back for 3. I wouldn't even have used the word forced, because he wasn't really forced until really MGS4. That's the big red flag one, but damn, I wish I had links for this, but maybe somebody who's more well-versed in Googling things, maybe you can find it. Kojima himself actually started using the word being forced back for 3 as well, which even just by knowing the events myself, I would not have used the word, but apparently he did. So there's this parallel between the characters being forced to do things by the times and the politics, and Kojima being forced to, or at least feeling obligated to come back and realizing that he failed to pass on the series with 2 and take the reins again with 3, because Kojima's original intention was that someone else, a new generation of developers, he called it, would continue the series without him, which utterly failed. So MGS3's theme, scene, is now influenced by the events that led to the game's development and Kojima's professional life and the corporate environment at Konami and with Kojima's team. So you see how this is a huge shift, and you can make of it what you want between 1 and 2 and 3. Not just in terms of the setting and the timeline, but 1 and 2 have these messages, these little life lessons that Kojima wanted to impart, to pass on, to tell people about. MGS1, don't let your genetic fate determine your life, and MGS2, how information is imparted and how it's passed on and how you decide what to make of it. This is very, very broad simplification of it, just to quickly talk about it. So those are things that Kojima genuinely wanted to just talk about and make games about. And then you have 3, suddenly the themes and the things that happen are dictated by the backlash that the series suffered. The opinion that people have on Kojima's game, on Riot, on MGS2, of course the sales and Konami and the development team that could not make MGS3 without him. So MGS3 and pretty much everything else in the series was heavily affected by the backlash after MGS2. I always call it a turning point in the series. It's so important to understand. I will sit here for literally hours and talk about it. That's kind of what we're trying to do with these games, keep them alive, keep them relevant, and uncover the events behind them. MGS3 and onwards, everything is affected by the fact that people didn't care or understand MGS2. And it hurts me to talk about it. And you can place the blame on either the people who reacted that way, or maybe on Kojima for letting the people's reaction influence everything that he does now. But it's not a coincidence that the boss's will is such a crucial point in the series, that rips the world apart. Everybody's just out there trying to interpret and understand the boss's will, and they all fail at it, making a fucking mess of things. It becomes very obvious in 4 and even, you know, in 5's tapes. But it starts in 3, really. So you have Snake as the playable character, failing to understand the boss's actions, failing to understand her will, and just repeatedly Snake says that he doesn't know, doesn't understand, and, you know, the whole mess with Zero. So the figure of the boss cannot be seen as anything else other than Kojima's will that he failed to pass on, is a parallel with the boss's will that she fails to pass on. And the absolute irony of it all is that everybody, if you ask the average, like MGS3 is my favorite fan, they will have absolute respect, reverence for the boss as a character. Because MGS3's ending and Peace Walker's tapes spend a long ass time telling you how epic, how good she is, how much she sacrificed, how she was screwed by the government. So people just love the boss, right? And the irony that I see in all of this is that people love and respect the boss, but as much as she's supposed to be a stand-in for Kojima's will, nobody really gives a shit about Kojima's will. As opposed to the boss. So it's hard not to feel like people kind of miss the point of MGS3. You now have, you know, in MGS3 you have just as many crazy things as 2, if not more, but how come people like bitch about Vamp coming back to life, or Fortune being able to dodge shit, or, you know, Ocelot's arm and all that crap in MGS2, but don't bitch about a guy controlling bees and a guy photosynthesizing and being 150 years old and the fear walking on water, the same way that they deal with Vamp walking on water. Why is that? Is it hypocrisy? No, I'll tell you why. You don't realize it, but the difference is not that the MGS3 doesn't have crazy things. It's that in MGS2, Raiden actually stops to bother to ask, and using real life logic, being scared of it. It's like a nightmare you can't wake up from. Nothing seems real. So that questioning of reality and that wanting answers from Raiden's side triggered people, really. But in MGS3, man, you're back to the most like gamey of games. There's just, you know, infinitely what's the word? Campy is infinitely like game-like, and Naked Snake never once for a second stops to say, "Oh, I'm scared of the guy with bees." Or, you know, in any way where he's really disturbed by it. He does ask things like, oh, what is he, a monster or something? Or why do they keep exploding? But he's not really bothered by it. So that's the big difference, and it's really weird. It's really interesting. I don't think that people realize. Anyway, I'm going on forever. I'm talking about the game as a whole here. When we should be starting. I know this. We should move on. So sorry about that. I just really MGS3's the very feeling of just being here and playing a Snake. Snake being this dumbass. Really, if you listen to the calls in this game, everybody says, "Oh yeah, Naked Snake is badass." Whatever. He's made, you know, model after Solid Snake's playable character details and things. But if you listen to the calls, man. Do you know how many times they make fun of him? They call him stupid, slow, or special in some way. There's so many calls like that, man. And he's just a dumbass. He just doesn't know certain things, even when it should be obvious. Like who Eva and Tatiana is. They're the same person. He's just... Or why Rykov and Volgin are involved together. Or... It's Snake being the playable character again. He's naive as fuck and has to be told everything, and is a little slow, and it's just kind of sad, but whatever. Let's shoot the Keratin here. Evil Tits donated $3 and Evil Poop $3. What? Thank you. That must be Johnny and Eva. Evil Poop is Johnny and Evil Tits is Eva. Red Killer also resubbed for 2 months. Welcome back. Thank you. Sorry for the long-winded rambling there. And Colonel Cathcart with the $5. Thank you. Me and my girlfriend have been fighting all week, so fight the end so it can be the end of our relationship. Oh shit, you're actually starting. Okay, that's another thing that we have going on. So the donation war for the end. Okay, we'll do that, but first, inheritance. So the story at face value aspect of it in MGS3 is really dumbed down, you know. You can actually keep shooting these until they die. It's gonna take a lot of ammo. The pitch shifting. Rip. Yeah, if you shoot them enough, they will shift in pitch until it dies. It's not alive, but you break them. Keratins are little toy frogs. You know, they're actually, if you look carefully, they are little money banks. They have a slot in the back for coins to go into them. Same thing in MGO also when you play with them. And that was a lot of ammo. They're not real. I always thought it was like a reference to something else, but no. Gakon Keratins are made specifically to be little cartoon mascots in MGS3 and 4. And there's all sorts of like merchandise and things in them. And we have our emotes for them. Yep. Nirvana Rules with a 42 months. Thank you. Okay, how about we actually like get started? And like I said, we'll be spending a long time in the radio screen. There's so many calls. So expect to just sit here for a while.
Snake, when your stamina gets low, it negatively affects your physical abilities. You've got to replenish your stamina before
And a lot of these are just tutorial calls.
The gauge below your life gauge is your stamina gauge. It shows, as the name suggests, your remaining stamina. As you consume stamina, your natural life regeneration is slowed and your hands shake more. Your O2 gauge and grip gauge also become shorter. Excessively low stamina can often impede your mission objectives. Make sure you replenish stamina before that occurs. Eat food to recover stamina. Capture plants and animals to get food. I have information on the local plants and animals, so don't hesitate to ask. My frequency is 145.73.
Give me a second, guys. I'm actually setting up the text here. My keyboard isn't cooperating like at all. Okay. So what Colonel Cathcart did there, we got $5 towards actually fighting the end. Thank you. So, as you might know, there's actually 3 ways of dealing with the end in this game. And just like we do with Meryl's Fate in MGS1, if you guys would like to support the channel, you can add to your donation, you can add a message about which ending you'd like to see. Well, it's not really an ending, but it is the end we're talking about, so that's close enough. Which ending for the end? That sounds confusing. Which fate for the end you'd like to see? So we can either fight him normally, or snipe him early, or have him die of old age. Actually, we currently have $5 towards fighting him from Colonel Cathcart. So thank you. And whenever we get to, we need to decide what to do with him. Of course, the donation war will end. Anyway, MGS4 is the only game you buy Kojima not wanting to make. Okay, like I said, I wouldn't even have gone as far as saying that Kojima was forced back for 3, but his words. Go do some Google foo out there. It is a known fact, and if you ignore this, then you're just basing everything on wrong assumptions, that Kojima wanted to quit the series after MGS2. And the entirety of MGS2 is about Kojima wanting to pass on the series to his development team and passing on the message about passing things on to the fans. So, if you're basing all of your assumptions and facts, or not facts, but opinions on wrong facts, then I can't help you much. It is a known fact. Go watch the making of MGS2. I really wish I had more links so that you just link in the chat whenever I'm talking about these things, but it was actually recently enough, like within the last year of something, that somebody dug up an interview where Kojima was like, I was forced back for 3. And while he was definitely forced back for 4, as we all know, he already used the word forced for 3, which was surprising even to me. But the whole theme of scene, the whole theme of scene in MGS3 reflects all that. He wanted to quit, but when he came back, it was no questions asked. Okay, so how is that? Like, yeah, of course, now we know that Kojima made MGS3, no shit. But there's a lot of subtext about what I've been talking about for like an hour built into it, which is kind of easy to miss if you just look at the story as kill the bad guys and, rescue the world from Volgin, World War 3, whatever. Or this is what the 79 months again, man. Did you just sub like earlier during MGS2 or something? MGS3 also makes the most pathetic attempt at explaining who the Patriots are in a tiny footnote in the timeline at the end during the credits that nobody cares about or has seen. So unfortunately, it fails doing that. There's several explanations who the Patriots are. MGS3 tries one of them, and I should also mention that MGS3 was set in the past as one of the reasons for it to being a prequel is that they didn't want to mess with the storyline of 1 and 2. They didn't want to connect it too much necessarily. So making it a prequel like 40 years prior or so was part of that. And then MGS4 comes out, and what does MGS4 do? The exact opposite. MGS4 connects MGS1 and 2 characters with MGS3 characters. It is the biggest clusterfuck in the series in terms of themes and story and character development. And I had to specify that because the bigger clusterfuck on the technical and mechanical level would be MGS5. But we'll get to that later. So yeah, again, after 3, and I don't know how you can say that Kojima like was okay with making 3, because as soon as he finished, he's like, yeah, guys, now MGS3 is my last game. I'm definitely, I'm done. No more. And then, now we're talking about 4 after that, and it just gets immensely worse because Kojima literally received death threats to make 4, and we all know how that ended up. The whole Alan Smithy disowning the project, depression, midlife crisis, an old snake, and the theme 4 being that you just cannot pass things on with people understanding it. So yeah, it's a meme at this point, with the exception of Peace Walker and 5. I divide the series in 3 generations. 1 and 2, their own thing. 1 and 2 are the OG, that Kojima actually wanted to make. And then 3 and 4, there's this tension going on about making them happen. And then Peace Walker and 5 is Kojima's renewed. Now I will agree with you. With Peace Walker and 5, now Kojima wants to make the games again, but something happened. Make no mistake, things changed, Kojima's changed. Which worked okay for Peace Walker, not so much for 5, but yeah, that's another thing. Just separating into the 3 generations of Metal Gear games. 1, 2, 3, 4, Peace Walker 5. Holy shit, I am rambling so much. Let's do some calls here.
Sokolov should be at... Your actions can lower your stamina. The more demanding the activity,
The thing
more
with these
stamina
tutorial
consumed.
calls is that
Exactly. Walking slowly will conserve stamina, while actions like rolling, crawling, and stalking consume large amounts of it. Try your best to avoid unnecessary actions in order to conserve stamina.
yeah, I mean, these are not necessarily interesting to listen to. However, some of these tutorial calls actually have hidden little references or jokes or conversations just at the end or in the middle of them, so you don't want to skip them all. Sometimes it's hard to tell.
Sokolov. Snake, use the survival...
Come on, Zero, you have like a million calls, you do this shit.
Major.
What is it?
It's about your code name.
Major Tom?
Yeah, where'd you get that name?
From a tunnel.
A tunnel?
That's right. Snake, have you seen the movie The Great Escape?
No.
It's a movie about a determined group of Allied POWs trapped in a German POW camp who plan an escape. The POWs dig 3 tunnels for their escape. They named them Dick, Harry, and Tom.
I see. So Tom was an escape tunnel. Did they make it?
Out of the camp? Of course. One of the tunnels was even discovered before it was finished, but eventually they do make it out.
I get it now. So Tom was the tunnel they used to escape.
Yes, that's right.
What is it?
Well, actually, I'm not sure if I remember correctly.
Major.
Oh, it's all right. It's Tom, Snake. Tom is the escape tunnel. Yes, no question about it.
You can see he wasn't sure about it in the first place. Somebody found that, or one of the many interviews that Kojima went through, you know. Nirvana, thank you for linking that. Even the only downside to it is that now we have to link IGN. Damn it. Is there like another source that's not IGN so we don't give him like clicks? Oh well. Just roll it along with it because there's so many interviews out there where Kojima keeps repeating, yeah, this is my last Metal Gear game, guys, by the way. But yeah, it's good to know. It's good to get started on a little bit of behind the scenes. Because if you don't with this series, you're missing out on like 80% of what's going on. So go listen to the making ofs, the interviews, the articles, and everything that you can find, and you'll see. That's part of the reason I keep rambling about this so much. A good entry point in doing research on the background of these games is those words that are associated with each game. Gene for MGS1, meme for MGS2, scene for MGS3, sense for MGS4, shit for MGS5. Wait, no. Nah, we'll get to that later, but yeah, those 4 are good to start with.
If you have any questions about... Sokolov should be... Snake, in order to carry out the mission...
Like, I really wish those words were on the title screens or on the title cover or something, so that people would wonder, why is MGS3 seen?
You can use... Snake, making it harder for...
Nope.
Snake, be careful. The way to change between standing, crouching, and crawling has changed slightly from the methods learned in training.
Okay. So he says here methods learned in training, referring to the previous game, which is just kind of a leftover thing from MGS2, because And 2, it actually had a context of being VR missions for Raiden, but now it's just used as the previous game, because it is different how you use the pressure sensitivity to get up and down.
Sokolov. Paramedic is the medical correspondent for this mission. Snake, in order to maintain your stamina, you'll have to feed yourself. The idea behind this mission is procure on site. This goes for food as well.
Procure on site?
That's right.
But don't you think I should have at least brought a few rations?
Americans have a terrible habit of taking everything with them. Nowadays, nobody can get anything done without a lot of fancy equipment. It wasn't like that in SAS, I'll tell you that. And with Fox, we're running things my way.
Roger that, sir.
You're not convinced, are you? Well, think of it this way. The stuff you'll find out there tastes a lot better than army rations anyway.
I hope you're right.
You'll be procuring food by capturing local plants and animals. Paramedic has information on the flora and fauna available in the mission area. Ask her if you have any questions about the plants and animals you find. Paramedic's frequency is 145.73. Sokolov. Listen up, Snake. Keep in mind that this operation is strictly covert. Engagements should be avoided. If you must dispose of an enemy, do it with the tranquilizer gun.
Yup. Sweet dreams, Boy Scout.
That's right. And by the time he wakes up, you and Sokolov will be safely out of the country.
Sipping hot coffee on a plane back home.
What did you say? What did you say?
Sipping hot coffee on a...
You're gonna drink that foul mud? On the victory flight home?
Okay, then. What would you drink?
Tea, of course.
That foul mud. See, this is one of those calls that starts as a kind of like tutorial call, but has actual conversation jokes in it, so you just gotta know. Or you just listen to everything,
If you have...
which is a pain.
Snake, Snake, the fake death and revival pills we gave you are the latest in internal medicines developed for intelligence ops by the CIA's technology division. You can use the fake death pill to send yourself into a death-like state for a limited period of time. Use it wisely, and you should be able to fool the enemy into thinking you're really dead. It may come in handy if you ever find yourself cornered. To revive yourself from the fake death state, use the revival pill. But remember, timing is critical. The effect will be ruined if you revive right in front of your enemy.
Interesting. But how does it work?
What do you mean?
I don't feel right taking some pill I don't know anything about. How does it make me look dead? How's it gonna affect my body?
Well, Snake, about that...
I get it. I should ask Paramedic. Paramedic.
Allow me to explain. You know how there are animals in nature that play dead, like weevils, ladybugs, chickadees, possums, and the like? Well, the fake death pill takes the natural art of playing dead and applies it to the spy world. When you take the fake death pill, it causes your body to rapidly secrete a number of chemicals. Adenosine and serotonin, as well as opioid peptides, such as methionine and kephalin. Those chemicals act to induce a state of hibernation, causing your heart rate, your breathing rate, and your body temperature to drop dramatically. It'll truly look like you've dropped dead upon initial inspection. The revival pill, to put it simply, is a counteracting agent to the fake death pill. When you take it, it causes your body to secrete stimulants like noradrenaline and other chemicals such as naloxone, which block the effects of the fake death pill. Basically, it wakes you up. Does that help?
Yeah.
Okay, I'll try and explain it in more detail. The secretion of methionine and kephalin triggered by the fake death pill causes the opioid receptors.
Oh, okay. I think I get it now.
You sure?
Yeah.
But you must want to know a little bit more. There are 3 types of receptors: delta, kappa, and mu. Methionine and kephalin acts on the...
Paramedic, I think Snake understands now. Isn't that right, Snake?
Yeah, clear as crystal.
But...
Major, I've got enough info about the pills, so I'm gonna get back to the mission now.
Yes, you do that.
Hey, wait a...
That's just an excuse to make Paramedic say Kappa there. Also, I wasn't really talking about MGS3 as if Kojima didn't enjoy it, but because that's reserved for 4, man. And the entire development of MGS4 was literal physical and mental pain for Kojima to go through. Not 3. It was just whether the original intention was to have him or not. 3 is when Kojima started taking a little bit more, in terms of things that he enjoyed doing. He wasn't originally gonna do it, but he, for example, picked the jungle setting specifically to have Gregson Williams make the music for it, because he said that he wanted to make music for a jungle setting, so that's why we have a jungle setting. Kojima basically went with that request. And things such as trying to get rid of David Hayter, of course. Hayter had to re-audition for 3 because Kojima was trying to get rid of him already and wanted to get Kurt Russell to voice Snake. You know, just Kojima doing his crazy Hollywood shenanigans that he wanted to get away with. So yeah. Once he decided that he was gonna do it, of course, he started doing more or less what he wanted. I mean, the whole theme of making fun of MGS2, the bosses will be misinterpreted. Of course, those are Kojima's ideas. It wasn't really until MGS4 where he didn't even have the creative control, and it was physically painful for him to develop the game. But the original concept and Kojima being forced back, I mean, those are things that you cannot deny. The original idea of Kojima wanting to pass on the series is a fact. MGS3 by itself would not have been as dramatically damaging to the series, but as a whole, it opened the door for, man, so much fucked up shit that unfortunately came to fruition in 4 and then later in certain tapes in 5, so yeah. But 5 is a different beast because Kojima did want to make 5, and yeah, I don't even want to spend any energy talking about it right now. Let's just say that 5 is the black sheep in the series because it's the only game that Kojima both wanted to make and isn't so great. But yeah. That's not to say that I don't like MGS3, of course. But 5 is quite unique in that aspect. Usually, when Kojima wants to make a game, they turn out good. Anyway, let's leave, even though we have like a million zero calls still here. So, no, just kidding, let's not leave.
The battery recharges automatically when not in use. When you want to recharge the battery, unequip all electronic devices and give it some time. The higher your stamina gauge, the faster your battery recharges. If you want it to recharge faster, eat food and recover your stamina. Also, if you run, roll, or do other dramatic actions, the battery will recharge faster.
Wait a second.
What is it?
The higher my stamina, the faster my battery recharges?
That's what I said.
But what does my stamina have to do with the battery?
Oh, yes, I see what you're getting at. Let's have Paramedic explain that. Paramedic?
Yes, sir. It's because Snake's battery uses bioelectricity.
Bioelectricity?
Bioelectricity is electricity emitted from cells. When the cells of living things are stimulated, sodium and potassium ions move rapidly through the cell membrane's ion channel, creating a difference in electric potential. The battery uses that energy to recharge. So unless your cells have plenty of nutrients, the recharge won't work well.
Amazing the kind of machines that are available now.
But this machine has not been made public. It was designed by a scientist at the CIA's Directorate of Science and Technology.
What kind of person was he?
The person who designed it?
Yeah.
I heard he was pretty strange.
Stranger than the Major?
There's nothing strange about the Major.
My tea's gone. Who drank it? How am I supposed to have tea time without tea?
Well, not too strange, at least.
Mm-hmm.
My scone's gone too.
What? They're also kind of alluring at nanomachines, I think, there. But, yeah. Zero in the background going apeshit. Suddenly Kojima cared about the English voice acting. No, it's not that Kojima cares about the English voice acting. Kojima cares about having Hollywood actors for his games. I don't know if you noticed. That's the only instance in which he will care about who it is, and as long as it's not hater, yeah? So he tried. I mean, the whole Kiefer stunt is also for that reason. No, not because of the English audience, but pretty much because of the Japanese audience. Let's not go there. Happy thoughts today.
Snake, intelligence Sokolov should be at... Snake, what do you do when you...
Okay, backpack.
Major, what kind of place is this secret design bureau that Sokolov is heading?
The Soviets have a number of secret design bureaus like this one, each engaged in cutting-edge research. OKB-1, the bureau where the Voskhod spacecraft was developed and which plays a leading role in the Soviet space program, is one of those installations. Most of them are located in secret cities, built in isolated areas, and we don't even know their exact locations, much less the nature of their research. And Sokolov's OKB-754 is the most secret bureau of them all. The intelligence communities of the West have tried time and again to find out what they're working on, but they've failed consistently.
So you have absolutely no idea what Sokolov is developing?
We've got nothing.
Then how did you get the information for this mission? It can't have been from Sokolov.
From the boss.
The boss?
That's right. She has her own intelligence channels that she cultivated during the last war. She shared what she learned with us. But we were able to get the green light for this mission at all as thanks to her pull with the powers that be at the CIA. In other words, this mission would never have come together without the boss's help in a number of respects. Snake.
Ah, shit. I think I just fell for it. I skipped one of those calls I was talking about. It looked like a tutorial call, but that was the laser side call, where the boss tells him no training wheels, and that was another. I really hate myself for skipping it, because it's another one of those jabs that MGS2 calls. Because laser sights. A good soldier doesn't need laser sights. No training wheels in this mission.
Snake.
Damn. Ah, well.
Sokolov. In the 2 years since Sokolov's asylum operation, I spent all my time making preparations. And now is the time to show some results. FOX is a next-generation espionage organization designed to update us for 21st century operations that I propose to the CIA. FOX sends individuals who excel in espionage and special tactics on solo sneaking missions like this one. A next-generation unit that combines the skills of Special Forces units like the SAS and Green Berets with the know-how of an infiltration and espionage unit.
Military politics never was my strong suit.
What I'm trying to say is stealth. This is a stealth mission, crucial to the coming Cold War. The CIA director has always frowned upon FOX, but if this mission succeeds, FOX will be added to the CIA as an official unit. I intend to make FOX the leader in special operations. And to that end, this mission must succeed.
Right.
I'm counting on you, Snake.
Right, because, you know, Zero can barely get Fox recognized as a unit, but don't worry. I'm sure he's got another unit out there. Precisely for this. He can barely have one unit, and you're telling me that he had another one. Oh man, the whole XOF thing is just stupid. Like, it's a story point that Zero can even just barely get Fox to be recognized, and then, oh, but he had this other unit this whole time. Yeah, okay.
Sokolov should be at
yeah, Skullface is there somewhere, and soon we'll learn that he's gonna have to dig up Snake's shit and carry it with him.
If you have any questions about camouflage or Snake, I don't recommend running around wildly. You need to determine when it's best to run.
Nope.
Snake, there are other ways to recover your stamina besides...
Nah.
In most areas outdoors, your footsteps will create some noise, even if you walk slowly by using small movements of the left stick.
Major, tell me about Sokolov's past work.
I assume you already know that Sokolov was the developer of the multi-engine cluster. The multi-engine cluster is exactly that, a system for fitting a single rocket with multiple engines. The Vostok rocket, for instance, had 32 engines. With the technology they had, it was difficult for the Soviets to develop large engines with massive thrust. So instead, they decided to focus on using multiple smaller engines to achieve the desired thrust. With this method, though, maintaining the fuel balance between the various engines was a major problem. Sokolov was the man who provided the solution.
And that's what earned him the job as the head of the design bureau?
Apparently so.
So this secret weapon is some kind of ballistic device?
Well, that's my best guess. We don't know for sure, but...
You'll find out soon. As soon as I get Sokolov out of here.
I'm counting on you.
Yeah, soon. Like, after we do all these million calls here, Snake just likes to ask Zero about random shit, like, hey, tell me about the space race, or the Fulton, or whatever. They're nice calls, but it's just a little silly with the pacing. Is it possible to unlock extra profile images of the boss? Yes, but we'll do all the calls with her in a certain location and in a certain way so that we get the equipment-related calls with both the boss and Sigint. Because otherwise, whatever the boss talks about, Sigint doesn't talk about, so I'm not doing that yet.
Sokolov should be...
Yeah, I mean, the calls are good, it's just really silly in terms of pacing and how to find them.
With the degree to which you...
Nope.
Part of your mission is to demonstrate to the brass the core concepts behind Fox. Leave no evidence. That's the essence of Fox. And avoid engagement with the enemy.
Understood.
Not only that, I mean leave nothing behind, including weapons, equipment, footprints, sweat, even bodily waste.
Yeah, when I do my business, I bury it good.
What?
What's wrong?
That's the American way.
American way for what?
To handle defecation. You're gonna bury it?
Yeah.
Bring it home with you.
What?
That's what we did in SAS. The US Army is sloppy. They do things well, but not perfectly. Here in Fox, we're doing things my way. Got it?
Yes, sir.
What, you thought I was kidding when I said Skullface's job is to dig up all of Snake's turds, put them in a plastic bag, and then fly them back home. Go back to Zero and slam it on his desk. Here, Major, I brought back Snake's shit. Good job. And I wish I was kidding, but given the information that we've been given about what Skullface was actually doing here, cleaning up after Snake, yep, he's just going around digging up all of his shit. So can you blame the guy for wanting revenge? Oh, man. Skullface's existence in XOF was just... What the fuck, man?
If you haven't... Sokol... Snake, if you step in any water or mud, your feet will get wet. If you walk like that, you'll leave footprints behind...
Nah, we don't do that in the Fox engine anymore. Don't worry.
Equip food. Snake, the Mark 22 is a tranquilizer gun. Use it to put enemies to sleep without harming them. The speed with which the tranquilizer takes effect depends on the point of impact on the enemy. If a target is hit on the arm or leg, the tranquilizer won't take effect immediately, but a target hit on the head will drop like a fly. If you want to take an enemy out in a flash, aim for the head.
Major, didn't you say that the boss was in the SAS with you?
Yes, we formed the 22nd SAS Regiment together. When the SAS, the British Special Air Service, was first established, they invited the boss on board as a special advisor. In fact, you might say it was the boss who put together Rayforce and L Detachment, which laid the groundwork for today's SAS. You won't find her name in the history books, but her contributions were many and great.
Yeah, the real heroes are never made public.
Not in our line of work, anyway. The dummy run on Heliopolis and the nighttime raids on German air bases in North Africa were her idea as well. Yes, she was always one step ahead of the rest of us, both in thought and action. It's true what they say. Who dares wins.
The motto of the SAS.
Precisely. The motto itself is a tribute to her service. Needless to say, the SAS has become a model for special forces units all over the world. In that sense, the boss really is the mother of special forces.
Could not unhear it now. Such a lust for revenge. Boop! I have this habit of exiting the radio every time because I think it helps. Loading calls.
Sokolov.
Yeah, I would normally play in European Extreme, but I decided for this run I'll do some stuff that's like alert related, because we can never see alerts in European Extreme, so the only difference between Extreme and European Extreme is that you don't have a game over in sight. So this is on Extreme, so we can mess around with things.
Snake, let me explain the end.
Nope.
After you've grabbed, press the crawl. Snake, remember that the
Major, what about my code name?
You mean Naked Snake?
Yeah, what does it mean?
It's because snakes slither through the grass unnoticed to those around them.
No, I mean the naked part.
It means without embellishment, devoid of a specified quality. In other words, basic.
Why's that my code name?
I explained that the virtuous mission is designed to test the effectiveness of Fox, right?
Right.
And the procedure used for this mission will represent the modus operandi of Fox for future missions. In other words,
the essence of Fox, naked and pure.
Exactly, and there's the fact that you went in practically naked. No weapons, no equipment.
I see. Means more than I realized.
Yes, clever, isn't it? But don't leave yourself naked to the enemy.
Roger that.
No, it just means you're a basic bitch.
If you haven't... Snake, certain enemy soldiers are equipped with radios. These signalers can use their radios to transmit information to and from the command headquarters. If a signaler realizes your presence, you can bet he'll be on the horn calling backup from headquarters. After headquarters receives the call for backup, they contact a nearby unit and order them to head over to give support. Once backup arrives,
It really hurts me going through these tutorial calls explaining features that should be in the later games, you know?
It's possible to destroy the radio.
No, it's not. Get with the times.
Snake, this operation is a sneaking mission. You'll be doing your job right under the enemy's nose. In the event that you're spotted by an enemy, disable him before he can alert nearby soldiers. If you can take him out before he alerts other enemies of your presence, then the alert phase will quickly be restored to normal phase. But don't forget, even this should only happen in emergencies. Your top priority...
Yeah, right.
Snake, I recommend against leaving the bodies of your... Snake, the damage that an enemy takes from your gun depends on where you hit him. Snake, I've completed the double check on the Fulton recovery system.
Any problems?
None. Leave your recovery to us.
Excellent.
I suppose I should explain the procedure once more before the actual maneuver.
No.
I see. Well, the Fulton recovery system allows for rapid recovery of personnel from enemy territory, and it's perfect for these kinds of special operations. Basically, how it works is the plane flies by and snags a nylon lift line that the soldier has grabbed onto, and that's been elevated by a balloon. The Fulton recovery system was first designed in the 1940s as a method of picking up mail for the American Postal Service. During the Korean War, that system was redesigned to recover personnel. JAC, an ancillary organization to the CIA. Yes, good old JAC. It stands for Joint Advisory Commission Korea. Isn't that something? So, JAC first used the Fulton surface-to-air recovery system to extract agents from North Korea and mainland China. Let's go over the procedure once more, to be on the safe side. First, the plane drops a canister about the size of a coffin to you. Inside, you'll find a balloon, a 1,500-foot cable, and a harness that attaches to your suit. Take the items out, attach the line to your suit, fill the balloon with helium, and send the line up. The plane will approach at 125 miles per hour. Snag the cable just below the balloon with a hook on the nose of the aircraft, and whisk you away. Assuming the pickup is successful, you'll be reeled in with a winch and pulled to safety into the rear of the aircraft. Got it? Snake?
Yeah, I got it. I got it real good.
Were you listening?
Yeah.
All right, then.
So that's how the Fulton works in real life. They actually go through the realistic process in 20 minutes that it takes. Imagine if Fultoning everybody in the other games took 20 minutes. It's not the person that goes up with the balloon, it's just the line, you know? That makes a lot more sense. But of course they had to simplify every Peace Walker and the Phantom Pain. So that's now silly. Just the person goes up with the tiny balloon and somehow they snatch him at the right timing and angle.
Snake?
Imagine how many people would die if we did that.
Sokolov.
We have one of them spicy questions in the chat. Someone's asking if I enjoy Rising. Okay, I'm just gonna lead you to the answer. I am big on development process and the themes and the intentions behind each game. Okay? Now, if you know what happened with Rising, you have your answer. Just leave it at that.
You can get inside trees that are hollowed out from decay. Snake, when you stand up against a tree or put in the corner view, move the right stick with the corner view on to shift the camera in that direction. If you have a gun equipped...
There should be at least one more. The Halo jump call.
You did an excellent Halo jump.
Not really. I didn't land in the right spot. A jumper who lost his pack on the first real Halo jump. That'll make a good story for you.
Who cares? There are no records of your operations.
I know, but...
What, you're embarrassed?
No, I'm not embarrassed.
It's the boss, isn't it?
What about the boss?
Nothing, paramedic.
Doesn't sound like nothing.
Nothing to do with the boss, I mean.
It has something to do with the boss, but you don't want to say so.
Yeah, kinda.
I understand, Snake.
The boss has done a lot of work on the military study of Halo jumps. And Snake here wanted to give a perfect performance on the first real jump, you know, to show respect to the mother of the technique.
Major!
Snake, I thought you were over and out.
Wow, is that right?
You got something to say?
No.
I bet you do.
Not really. I just think it's kind of sweet of you to think like that.
I don't know whether to take that as a compliment or an insult.
It's a compliment, Snake. So tell me, is it true?
What?
Not that. Is it true that the boss really worked on research for Halo jumps?
Oh, that.
Yes, it's true. Halo stands for High Altitude Low Opening. It's a jump technique developed for covert insertions into enemy territory, just like the area you're in. A plane flies at 10,000 feet or above to avoid detection by ground forces, and the jumper free falls until he's within 1,000-foot altitude above the target area, when he finally opens his chute. By using this technique, the chances of revealing the parachute landing to the enemy are marginal. The Halo technique was originally developed in France. This was partly due to popularity of parachuting as a sport since the end of World War II. And the boss was an instructor for the research that was carried out there. In 1957, at the JFK Special Operations Center at Fort Bragg, the boss was invited to instruct at the first ever US military Halo school. Of course, none of this is on the record, but she's the mother of modern-day special forces.
Alright, just let me make sure here that we got everything. Nope, I think the last call, there's one more. As crazy as it sounds, we're still on the first screen. Been here for hours now, but there's a space race call. Snake, you know, is in a major important mission with a time limit to save the world, and he just calls Zero and is like, Major, tell me about the space race.
If you have any... Press... While you... If...
Come on.
Press the... Press... If you...
Major, tell me a little bit more about the space race.
In 1957, the Soviet Union succeeded in launching their first artificial satellite, Sputnik, into orbit. Having been beaten to the chase by the Soviets, the US government accelerated its own space program in an effort to catch up. The following year, the space development programs of the various service branches were united to form the National Aeronautics and Space Administration, or NASA. That same year, the Mercury program was launched with the goal of putting a man into space. 7 candidates were chosen from the military as the first astronauts. These were the men with the right stuff. But as you know, it was a Soviet cosmonaut, Yuri Gagarin, who made the first successful manned spaceflight 3 years ago. NASA's first successful ballistic flight came 1 month after Gagarin's mission, with the Freedom 7 carrying Alan Shepard into space. After that, with America still lagging behind the Soviets in orbital flight, President Kennedy made a momentous decision. That America would put a man on the moon before the end of the decade.
Yeah, I heard that speech, but a lot of guys I knew weren't real happy about it. They said no one was going to make them go on a mission to blow up some damn moon base.
But rocket research and missile research are closely related. Imagine, if you will, a Soviet Union able to send wave after wave of nuclear missiles raining down on Washington from a base on the surface of the moon. Even if that's still a long way from reality, if we lose the initiative, we may never get it back. We're left with no choice but to keep moving forward 1 step at a time. The Gemini program, launched 2 years ago, represents the initial step towards establishing a moon base. And yet, I don't want to call President Kennedy a liar, but I simply can't imagine that in 6 years man will have reached the moon.
I don't know. I never even thought we'd make it up into space. I guess it all depends on whether you have the will to make it happen.
Perhaps you're right.
Alright, we are finally done with Zero's unique calls, so there's a lot more characters, you know? Let me do 1 save call here, then we'll move on and start getting all the animals.
Saving the game, Snake?
And related calls. MGS3 might as well be like a radio drama, like, what? Just incredible amount of calls.
Hey, Snake, you ever heard of Godzilla, King of Monsters?
No, what is it?
It's a movie. You haven't seen it?
Nope.
It's about this monster called Godzilla, who grows to an enormous size in a nuclear test and goes on a rampage in Tokyo.
Nuclear test, huh? Then the Marshall Islands must be crawling with giant monsters right about now.
It's just make-believe.
Maybe that's why my pants have been so tight lately.
Snake, it's a movie, not a report out of Los Alamos.
I know. So then what happened?
Godzilla is immune to all weapons, and humanity has no way to stop the monster. Dr. Shirazawa develops a new type of weapon, but meanwhile, Godzilla is getting closer and closer to Tokyo, obliterating everything in its path. It was originally a Japanese movie, but they made an American version, too. I recommend seeing the original Japanese one if you ever get the chance. It's mostly mindless fun, but it's also got a serious anti-nuke message as well.
Where can I see the original?
You'll just have to go to Japan.
Really? That's too bad.
Well, if you wait 40 years, you might be able to see it in America, too.
Why's that?
2004 will be Godzilla's 50th birthday.
You think they're still going to be making Godzilla movies then?
Of course! Everybody loves Godzilla.
You sure know a lot about movies.
I don't suppose you're the movie-watching type, are you?
Not really.
Okay, then I'll tell you everything I know. When the going gets tough, movies can save your life. It's always good to be able to look at things from a different perspective when you get in a jam. That's the magic of movies.
No kidding. Well, I guess it might at least make a nice distraction.
That's the spirit, Snake. Have a little fun.
Alright, let's start hunting shit down. I think we already have the python here. I'll try and do a paramedic call each time we get a new animal or plant.
I see you caught yourself a reticulated python. The reticulated python is said to be the longest snake in the world. The biggest ones can grow up to 10 meters in length. Although they're not poisonous, they're still very dangerous, so be careful around them. They have a highly ferocious temperament, and they can swallow whole, even large animals like deer and pigs. Their most distinguishing feature is the mesh pattern of their scales. This pattern acts as a highly effective natural camouflage. If you think there might be a reticulated python about, pay close attention to your surroundings. Otherwise, you could get bitten before you even know it's there. It's a huge snake, but you should be able to capture it alive by using the tranquilizer gun. I'll bet if you capture one and throw it at an enemy, it'll give him a good scare. You've eaten one, haven't you?
Yeah, it wasn't half bad.
Cannibal.
What was that?
Nothing. Talk to you later.
Can't believe we're actually moving. Yeah, I'm sure Kojima had a lot of fun putting all of his favorite movies in paramedics save calls. And then actually, there's one. Hold on. I don't think we can do it yet, but now there should be a call where Snake asks paramedic about the Great Escape because Zero mentions it after he learns that paramedic is a movie buff. You need to do it in the right order.
Snake, be careful of that swamp.
What's dangerous about it?
It's a bottomless swamp.
A bottomless swamp?
Yes. The mud in that swamp is highly viscous. It will stick to your body like tar. It will be impossible for you to swim. If you get swallowed by the bottomless swamp, you won't be able to escape on your own. Once you sink down to about head level, you'll be trapped for good. Make sure you get out before that happens.
So, I have to make sure I don't sink too far. Got it.
Snake, wait.
There's more?
Yes.
What?
Crocodiles.
Crocodiles?
Yes.
Crocodiles. Like the reptile.
That's correct. More accurately, they're Indian gavials.
What are crocs doing deep in this forest?
You'll have to ask paramedic about that one. Paramedic?
Yes. The Indian gavial is a crocodile that originally lived in freshwater regions in India and Nepal.
Why are Indian crocodiles way out here?
They're captive crocodiles that were brought here for research purposes but escaped and became wild again. Indian gavials are large creatures. Adult males grow to over 6 meters in length. You'll never catch one alive, even if you use the tranquilizer gun.
Got it. So, how do they...
Taste? Yes, I did look into that. You know what they always say. Tastes like chicken.
Sounds delicious.
But be careful when capturing an Indian gavial. Normally they're cowardly creatures, but the ones in the forest there are belligerent. Apparently they attack humans.
What do you mean?
They weren't the direct subject of any serious research, but some think they may have become violent as a side effect of the atomic research that was conducted nearby.
Alright, we can actually mess with the crocodiles a little bit. Be really cruel to them. Where? Oh, there we go. I found some grenades here. And if you'll notice, when you get close to them, they like to open their mouth. Yep. That's a spicy meatball. So anything that you can throw into their mouths. So grenades is one thing. But you know what else you can throw in this game? You can throw food items. So that means you can feed the crocodile some crocodile. Yep, that's fucked up. Come on, open up. And he eats it. He's fine with it. That's animal cruelty, man. There isn't anything poisonous during the Virtuous mission. But I don't know. You could do it in the swamp later when there's poisonous frogs and crocodiles. I think they might not die from it though. I don't think a crocodile cares much if the food is rotten either, you know? It's the crocodile. Get the hornet's nest here.
I see you've got yourself a Baltic hornet's nest. Baltic hornets are a variety of hornets that inhabit that area. The difference between them and other hornets is that they produce honey in their nests. Inside the nests are larvae, pupa, and adults. You can eat them all. In particular, the honey you find inside the nest is delicious and full of nutrients. It's easy to digest and helps pep you up when you're feeling tired. In short, it's the perfect survival food. Honey can also be used as a burn ointment. When honey is applied to a burn, it creates a protective coating over the skin. When you knock down a hornet's nest, a burn ointment will appear along with it, so don't forget to pick it up. Of course, the hornets aren't going to give up their nest without a fight. If you knock a nest down, a large swarm of hornets will come flying out, so be careful.
Is there no fun to be had in the mud? Well, I mean, if you want to die. Let me get the checkpoint here. So it saves the fact that I play these calls. I guess I don't really show it much, but yeah, I mean, you can die in the quicksand. You can sink in it. And if you only sink a little bit, you'll see like Snake's pants get dirty there with mud. But yeah, if you spend too much time here, you're kind of screwed. Oops.
Snake, what's your status? Snake!
I want to try something real quick. What happens if you do this? Oh, you can't. Okay, okay. Yeah, that's much quicker. Man, you don't want to crawl there. If you start crawling, it's, yeah, much quicker to die. Yeah, when you throw soldiers in it, you can also see their models at the bottom. Anyway, let's catch the next thing here. Bird. These are annoying to get. Let me see. Be very quiet, I'm hunting birds. Oh, there's one. Little fucker. Bird D. There's a suppressor here, dude. That's kind of useless. Yeah, I have the death pill. Big death pill. I mean, you just die, so. Now, can we feed the live bird to the crocodile? We'll find out. Let me get the call first. It's fresh that way.
I see you've captured a magpie. Magpies are members of the crow family. They're distinguishable by their beautiful dark blue and white bodies and their long tails. Their favorite food is insects, but they'll also eat small fish, acorns, and fruit. They're omnivores, which means...
They'll eat anything.
Right, just like you, huh?
Okay, so how do they taste?
You always ask me that.
Naturally. So?
I've never heard of anybody actually eating a magpie, but I suppose there's no reason you couldn't.
You don't say.
Oh.
Don't birds carry disease? Oh well, snake doesn't care. Yeah. It works. Live bird. Okay. Somebody was asking about feeding the crocodiles a magazine. I don't know if I have any. I might have to. Yeah, because I keep tactical reloading. So to actually get a magazine out of this, you would have to do this. Takes a while. I'm pretty sure they're just gonna eat it anyway. Okay, now we should have a magazine. Come on, open up. What? Okay, that was weird. You could see it fall out, but he still swallowed something. Yeah, we just died in the mud a couple times. Yeah, that was weird. I think we can move on. Maybe get the keratin here. I probably won't get all of them, but just the ones I remember about. Almost out of ammo. So let me use a grenade for this one. And finally, we'll get to mess with enemies now. Well, the other thing is, since Three Dog is gonna take over, we'll see. Maybe you guys can get him to get the keratins later in the game. You know, those are a pain in the ass. I always say I'll try to remember, but inevitably I forget some. Even though I know where they are, I just don't think about it.
Major, I've spotted 2 enemy soldiers.
They're probably KGB troops sent to guard Sokolov.
AK-47s and grenades.
Snake, your presence in Soviet territory is already a violation of international law. You can't let the Kremlin find out that the CIA and the American government are involved. Contact with the enemy is strictly prohibited. Don't engage them in battle either. This is a stealth mission. Got that?
The Major is right. The point of this mission is to sneak through the jungle without being seen. The success of the mission depends on how well you use your camouflage. Change your camouflage by selecting Camouflage from the Survival Viewer. The Uniform option lets you pick your uniform, while the Face option lets you change your face paint. Choosing camouflage that blends in with your surroundings will help you conceal yourself more effectively. Also, don't forget that anything that moves will stand out in the jungle. If you just stand up and run around like an idiot, you're bound to be spotted. But if you crawl instead, you should be able to sneak by without being noticed. You can see how effective your camouflage is by looking at the camo index. The camo index shows how well your current camouflage blends in with the surrounding area. The higher the value, the harder you are to spot, and vice versa. The key is to make yourself one with nature. Keep that in mind as you go along, okay?
Alright, we're just gonna take over the entire area here with these guys. Take some time to look at what they have, interrogate them, whatnot. Don't mind me. Now MGS3 guards are really slow, dumb, and deaf, unfortunately. Even when they do notice you, there's this split second where they don't alert. You can see them instead. But even if you don't want to exploit that, apparently, let me see if I can do it here. So Snake's CQC range is bigger than their hearing range for footsteps. So, well, he still hurt me, but I could have. That means that I could have CQC'd him before getting that close. They're just very extremely deaf. So, let me put this guy down. We're good. And then we got the first guy who's asleep. And the tranquilizer just lasts infinitely longer than it does in MGS2. On highest difficulty, especially. But still, wake him up and then put him down. And when you hold them up to the ground, they never get up unless you get an alert somewhere else or somebody finds them. Now they're neutralized non-lethally, but also for good. Which gives me time to get the SVD here. A lot of people don't know that there's an SVD in the Virtuous mission. There's actually more weapons than you realize in the Virtuous mission. And it is kind of useless. It's just there, just for variety. But we'll use it. In this case, it's particularly useful to search people. Because when they're down like that, you can't aim at their weapon to their heads. I mean, to intimidate them. You have to shoot next to them, and it will be a slightly different animation for them to give you items.
No, wait!
Oh god. It costs 1 round, but it's worth it. See that bulge over there? Yeah, I don't want to shoot him in the ball sack. But just next to it. That'll scare you. Hold on, I'm looking for some. Now this guy has a lot of ammo. Just the way Kojima intended. Life medicine. What's going on here? Okay, he's of no use to me now. But let me introduce you to a very advanced feature. And apparently you can only do this on PS2, a PS2 game. You know, when you interrogate people.
Speak. We won't hand over Sokolov.
Holy shit, is that voice acting? What?
Speak. Let go of me.
Oh my god, they actually speak.
Speak. We won't hand over Sokolov. Answer me.
Let go of me. Answer
He
me.
doesn't have much to say, but
We won't hand over Sokolov.
well, if we keep going, we're gonna snap his neck. Oh, I'm just one style. So holy shit, when you interrogate people, they actually have voice acting. And that's difficult to do in this day and age, you know. Much better solution is going like like in a certain game.
Please don't.
More ammo. I know you have something more interesting than that. Come on. Aha! What's that? A book. Yeah, you know. It's a weapon, right? Picture book for gentlemen. Full of stunning photos of young female models. This is really the evolution of the porn in the series. MGS1 doesn't have any. MGS2 starts having some, but you know, it's nothing too scandalous. MGS3, yeah, they're starting to get serious with it. And MGS4 has full-fledged playboys in it. Yeah, we'll be getting the call about it. But like I was saying, the calls with the boss, basically if you get a call with her about a certain piece of equipment, later you can get it with SIGINT. And some of the calls are much better with SIGINT, but there's a way around it where you can do both of them. But that means I can't do it quite yet. So, yeah. See what this guy has to say. Get up. And don't worry, you won't be interrogating every single guard I come across.
Speak. If you climb trees, there's fruit.
But there's some of them that actually have interesting things to say, especially now that we're on Extreme instead of European Extreme. We can make use of some more hidden game mechanics that people don't really know about. And that's how you learn about them.
Speak. Inside fallen trees. Speak. Bastard.
What?
Speak.
If you climb trees,
Right now, I'm kind of just looking for things that we can get the boss to talk about, like all the various kinds of grenades and the magazine, you know, or the book, I should say.
Please don't.
Speaking of magazine, we can get another one by doing this. Oh, there's a smoke grenade. And there's my ammo back. Perfect. So you can get pretty much all kinds of... I think with the exception of the white phosphorus, I don't remember if you can get that. All kinds of grenades. Here, catch. He didn't catch it. Or he did. With his ball sack.
Don't shoot me, please!
Oh, that was close.
Oh. Oh.
Oh, we have that, okay. Oh, there's another one. That way we can actually place one and still talk about it. Okay, time to go for the bulge. Oh, he survived that. Not anymore. Rip. Oh, let's not forget the keratin here. Oh, we also have thermal goggles in here. Kind of useless, but it's there. Oh, the other thing that I kind of want is... We're gonna go hunting with some grenades now, okay? This is some Russian hunting. There is another kind of bird in here. They're kind of annoying to get. Should be in the bushes there somewhere, so... Got something. Where is it? Okay, did I say the thermal goggles are useless? Never mind. We got something, but I can't find it, so... Oh, there it is. That was pretty far. There's the other bird. There's one here. I think this might be one of the ones I already have. Yep, okay.
I see you've caught yourself a Sunda whistling thrush. The Sunda whistling thrush is a bird native to Java and Sumatra. It's distinguished by its large blue body and long beak. It really stands out in the forest. If you're aiming to catch one alive, use the tranquilizer gun.
Got it. So...
How does it taste?
Yeah.
I don't know.
You don't know.
The guide doesn't say. I guess there's no reason you couldn't eat them.
Oh, I see.
But it's nice and plump, so I'm sure it'd make a hearty meal.
That's a good point.
They really just sent Snake to discover the flora and fauna of Russia. Wait, no, not even, because Paramedic has a guide anyway.
Looks like you found a Golova.
Golova?
Yeah, it's a fruit that's found only in that region. It's related to the jackfruit, which is commonly found in Southeast Asia.
Jackfruit, huh?
Yep, he's a cannibal.
Huh?
I didn't say anything.
No, I'm sure you...
I said, I'm sure you'd like it.
Oh.
Golova means head in Russian. It's probably called that because the fruit grows to about the size of a human head. It's supposedly pretty good to eat, with a uniquely sweet flavor. The fruit itself is fairly large, so you could make a meal out of it. Golovas grow directly off the trunk of the tree. If you're running low on stamina, it might be a good idea to keep an eye on the tree trunks.
Those are some juicy mangoes. There actually is a false mango in this game. That's not for a while. They call it a Russian false mango. For good measure. Let's see. Yobloko Moloko.
I see you found a Yabloko Moloko.
Yablo what now?
Yabloko Moloko. It's a Russian name that roughly translates as milk apple. It's a type of star apple. The juice is thick and sweet, like milk, hence the name. And if you cut one in half lengthwise, you'll see a star-shaped ring radiating out from the center.
Hence the star apple.
Right. The star-shaped part has a gelatinous texture and is said to be especially tasty.
Sounds useful.
You're welcome.
For once.
Did you say something?
No, back to the mission.
I didn't play all of them just to. We had 3 Dog take over for quite a while actually. And he will be finishing 3, because there's just way too much stuff to do in 3. Okay, now is when we gotta start playing with the checkpoints and the different maps. You get all the calls with the boss. So I'm just gonna go here and clear the next area. We could also throw in some more save calls. What kind of playthrough is this? We're going slowly and we're gonna do a lot of the optional calls and look at a lot of the optional details and areas, and mainly calls really, because there's so many calls in MGS3 and are easy to miss. And we're going to be messing with the AIs, with each area, with the mechanics, with everything, the weapons and whatnot. So I also stopped for quite a bit to ramble about the development and what happened with MGS3's development and whatnot. So those guys are taking the Hornets all over the place, effectively clearing the map. But it only lasts for a little bit. They come back eventually.
Sokolov should be at the abandoned factory to the north. So Sokolov should... Snake, that region is inside the enemy's area of control.
I know. Time for the real deal.
The enemy is running regular patrols. You don't know when or where you might run into them. Use camouflage prudently and proceed with caution.
To use camouflage...
shut up.
Snake, camouflage uniforms alone are not enough.
Okay.
Snake?
Really?
Major, you said the enemy was KGB, right?
I did.
What unit are they from? The 6th Directorate?
No, the 9th Directorate.
The 9th?
Yes.
But I thought that was...
Exactly. It's the unit that protects the Kremlin and provides bodyguards for high-level VIPs.
But they're assigned to protect party and government figures. I thought that only meant high-ranking officials and their families. And now they're being sent out to stand watch over a field exercise?
That's the idea.
What's really going on?
I don't know. What I do know is that the director of the 9th Directorate is a well-known protege of Khrushchev. The Premier may have wanted to assign this mission to someone he knew he could trust.
So he can't trust any other units?
Ever since the withdrawal from Cuba, Khrushchev's position has been getting weaker day by day. This secret test is an act of desperation by a cornered man. If nothing else, the completion of Sokolov's new weapon in this test should help re-establish Khrushchev's authority in Moscow.
So what you're saying is, there's also a good chance that whoever doesn't want to see that happen is going to try and interfere.
Most likely, Khrushchev must have anticipated this and sent his most loyal unit, his trump card, to make sure that all goes well.
Is what now? If I step here, he should start talking about the bridge.
Sokolov should be...
Come on.
Sokolov should be...
Or not. Okay. A little deeper, maybe?
Sokolov should...
Sokolov? Sokolov.
You can climb up onto waist...
Okay, look. Forget it. So now that we send those guys away, now I have time to do this, I think. But they'll come back. Eventually you hear like a sigh of relief or something from one of them, which is a sign that they're about to come back. So we can sit here and wait. And we're not going into the next area for a while. We have quite a few things to do. 'Cause the second you walk into the next area, that's when the boss disappears. Need something meanwhile.
Not too bad.
Takes a second. There you go. That's how you know they're coming back. Now we want to get the one in the back first, ideally. Ah, shit. Otherwise, they'll be alerted. But it doesn't matter because those three guys are perfectly aligned. So you just keep shooting. Now we have a lot of volunteers to test the gravity here. Let me just get this guy on the bridge. Those guys can go. Bye. Now this can be a little dangerous because you can fall off the bridge too, but if I do it right, there's a special animation for them to fall off if you cut the ropes, so maybe with some luck this is not the guy who's actually stationed. I guess it doesn't matter. I'm just gonna leave him in the middle here. Wake him up. Run. Okay, it is the guy who's stationed on the other side. That's okay. Now we need to get the ropes as he walks past. God damn it, I missed. Of all guys, I had to get the one who's actually on that side. That sucks. Do that again.
The enemy, he's here.
Oh wait, maybe I can bait him here, and then when he runs, let me see. I keep missing.
Where'd he go?
Doesn't he know eventually and starts running this way? No. Nah, he's kind of useless. Nope. Okay, put him down. Ah, I should have left him this side of the bridge. I guess I can hold him up and it will work too. But I think it's just a little bit more satisfying to do and he's just walking around normally.
Freeze.
Okay. And now... Oopsie. Don't worry, it's not that big of a fall. I know. Okay, I do need to go back actually. And if you fuck up the entire bridge, like all the ropes, it becomes, yep, it becomes very hard to cross it without falling off. But luckily you can always grab onto it. I think stalking helps. You can fuck up all the ropes here. Why am I doing this? Oh god. That does not look very stable at all. Doing some bridge maintenance here. I'm pretty sure it's gonna be repaired for the cutscene that takes place here. Something to pay attention to during the cutscene. I'm pretty sure it's gonna be repaired. Maybe the boss and Volgan tied all the knots back together. I don't know. I don't think it's gonna be like this. Or of course, it's Skullface. Skullface repairs it. Now, if you try to walk on it normal, it's like, okay, I'm too good with the balance. Nope. The worst version is the 3DS version, where you actually gotta balance the 3DS to go across this bridge. Holy shit. If you stay kind of in the middle, you can still get away with it. Okay, I don't know why we're messing with this so much. I need to go back to the checkpoint, so that's actually detrimental. Okay. Now I believe I have everything that the boss will talk about. So what I'm gonna do is get this checkpoint and then go back, because it's very easy to kill myself in that area. So we're gonna go through all the calls, and then by dying and hitting continue, the game won't save the fact that I did those calls, which means we can also get the SIGINT versions of it. That's how you get around it, because otherwise you have to pick between the boss and SIGINT's calls. So we'll just sit here, get all the weapons out. Well, for now. All the gear. And start calling the boss now.
Camouflage is...
Nope.
Visibility is poor in the jungle, so you'll be finding yourself in a lot of unexpected encounters. Naturally, this means that close quarters combat will be more important than ever.
So I'll have plenty of chances to use CQC then.
That's right. In proximity encounters, firing a gun isn't necessarily the best response to every situation. It's only one option among many. Rather than taking the time to draw, aim, and fire a gun, engaging your opponent in hand-to-hand combat can sometimes be a faster and more reliable way of subduing him. Besides, in a sneaking mission like this one, it's too dangerous to go around firing your gun. You'll end up revealing yourself to the enemy.
Yeah, I know. You created CQC to deal with exactly this type of situation.
With your help, of course. In a battle situation, you'll only have a split second to decide how to attack. Use the weapon button to attack using a weapon, and the CQC button to attack using CQC. Press the CQC button once to throw a punch. Pressing it multiple times in succession will allow you to deliver a combo attack. But striking your opponent is just one aspect of CQC. It doesn't really start to shine until you've got your enemy in a hold. Press and hold down the CQC button to grab your opponent with your right hand. From there, you can use the left stick to knock your opponent off balance and throw him to the ground. This can be used to knock an opponent out in a single blow. If you don't press the left stick, grapple with your enemy until you're behind them and can get your knife to their throat. Grabbing an enemy from behind and holding your knife against his throat will render him virtually powerless. From this point, there are several things you can do. Press the CQC button hard to slit the enemy's throat with your knife. Move the left stick and press the CQC button to throw the enemy to the ground. Lightly tap the CQC button rapidly to choke the enemy. You can use this to knock him out or even kill him if you do it long enough. By continuing to hold down the CQC button, you can move around while keeping your grip on the enemy. By pressing the weapon button, you can aim your currently equipped weapon at another enemy. With their comrade acting as a human shield, the enemy will be reluctant to attack you. Press the left stick to press your knife against the enemy and demand information. You'll be surprised at how much you can learn this way. But don't get too complacent. While your enemy may be powerless in your grip, he'll use any opportunity he can to counterattack.
This call has to be different because she talks about pressure sensitivity and the analogs, the sticks and whatnot. So I would imagine maybe they re-recorded this for Xbox. I don't know. CQC controls are completely stupid with no pressure sensitivity, so I don't know how it works. I don't want to know about it, actually.
You can only use CQC to grab enemies when your right hand is free to grab and pull them toward you. In other words, when you're barehanded or equipped with a one-handed weapon like a survival knife or a handgun. You won't be able to grab hold of enemies when equipped with two-handed weapons, such as the assault rifle or weapons such as hand grenades that don't leave your right hand free to control the enemy.
So in other words, I can't throw enemies with CQC when I'm holding an assault rifle or a hand grenade.
Exactly. Don't forget it. I see you're wearing the olive drab uniform. Olive drab, or OD for short, is what you might call the pre-camouflage uniform. Plain-colored OD fatigues are still worn by infantry today, but they'll be replaced sooner or later by patterned camouflage. As you can see, it's got no colors or markings on it, so of course it won't make a very effective disguise. You should change into some other type of camouflage as soon as you can.
Unfortunately, I don't have a New Game Plus camos, so she won't be talking about the Gakko or Tuxedo. That's a really good call. That's unfortunate.
Snake.
What's up, boss?
Don't you what's up me.
Okay then, what is it?
I'm talking about your camouflage. Why aren't you using it?
Oh.
When you don't use any camouflage at all, you stick out like a sore thumb. Didn't you listen to a word I said?
Well, I was listening, but...
Then start using your camouflage. Is that clear?
Yeah.
Nah.
Normally, you would ask a fellow soldier how well your camouflage is working. But this is a solo sneaking mission, so nobody out there is on your side. You have to determine how well your camouflage is working by yourself.
Yeah, I know.
Don't worry, that's what the camo index is for. The camo index tells you how well you've imitated the surroundings. The higher the index, the more well disguised you are. With a high enough camo index, you can even fool enemies inches away. If you are in an area where encounters are a high concern, keep your camo index high. Got it?
Don't worry guys, the camo index is a bad mechanic, and thus we decided to remove it from MGS5. How does she know you're not using camo? Because they can see what you have equipped. She knows that I never changed out of the OD uniform. So that's actually one reason to do it, so you can get that call.
This is a solo sneaking mission. There's no one out there to support you. You'll need to be more than just a soldier. You'll have to be a medic, a pilot, and even a cook.
No.
You don't need to remind me.
I'm glad to hear that.
Glad to hear what?
That you haven't changed a bit.
Mm-hmm.
The truth is, you're nervous, aren't you?
I'm not nervous.
There's no need to be embarrassed. No one's ever attempted a mission like this before. In fact, you might say that getting nervous is the natural way to react. Relax. That's why you have the survival viewer. The survival viewer contains everything you'll need to stay alive in the field. Use camouflage to change your camouflage, backpack to select a weapon, food to eat, and cure to heal yourself. The map option lets you view the map, and the options...
Okay. That's not particularly interesting. I don't know if you want to be a medic, though.
Choose battle fatigues that match... In my day, I did my share of sneaking into enemy territory.
You mean since World War II?
Yeah, mostly snatch missions.
Snatch mission? That's where you abduct an enemy officer without killing him, right?
Right. That's where I got the original idea for CQC. In a snatch mission, taking out the target's escorts by shooting them is not an option. If the enemy hears the gunshot, they'll know there's an intruder and tighten security. And the target will sense danger and try to get away.
You needed a way to take out the guards and secure the target without making a sound.
That was the idea. The CQC style that you and I developed is based on the techniques I cultivated during those missions. So...
First time I've heard this.
Huh?
You've never told me any of this before.
I didn't?
No. Why? Why didn't you tell me this before? Why now?
I have my reasons. It takes more than just clothes to make a good disguise. To camouflage yourself...
Okay.
Hunters have known about camouflage since ancient times. But it's only quite recently, since the 18th century, that it's been applied to military operations. The first camouflage introduced to the military was a solid colored uniform designed to blend in with the battlefield. It was really more of a protective coloring than true camouflage. Camouflage in the modern sense of the word wasn't introduced until the First World War. During that war, weapons such as aircraft, cannon, and warships were painted in camouflage colors. But it was almost never used to disguise individual soldiers. The widespread use of camouflage began in World War II. The Germans and the Russians in particular made active use of it in battle. Nowadays, with the Cold War raging, the Eastern Bloc has been hard at work developing all sorts of camouflage patterns. In the West, the French implemented it in their paratrooper corps, and SAS during the Wars of Independence in Indochina.
I never saw it used in Korea, though.
America has lagged behind other countries in incorporating camouflage. They're only just beginning to consider introducing it into certain units.
Why is that?
Apparently, there are those in the U.S. military who consider camouflage too passive a technique.
Morons.
You're telling me. But now more and more people are beginning to appreciate how useful and important camouflage can be. I'm sure the brass will see the light soon enough.
Yeah, the whole camo index thing is cute and all, but it's just too overpowered, man. It's just insanely OP. They should have made it so you need a much higher camo index and you need to stay perfectly still and have, you know, actual distance with the enemy. Then it would have made sense. It's so overpowered as it is. You don't really even need to switch anything. But yeah, we can actually get to 100% later, and you can at 100% you can literally touch people. You can be in between their legs and they won't see you. They won't alert. Let me see. We still have to do all the equipment related stuff here.
To place a weapon on your... The sooner you find the enemy, the better you'll be able to deal with the situation. So be sure to make use of sensors like the motion detector and active sonar.
We don't have those, but okay.
When you aim your handgun in first-person view, align the front sight and the rear sight of the gun with the target, then fire.
Oh shit, that's the short version of the laser sight conversation that since I accidentally skipped, doesn't play anymore. Can you get on that ledge below the bridge? Yeah. I've been there already. That's where you pick up the M16.
Stalking is a movement technique. In the jungle, it's absolutely crucial to keep your position secret from the enemy. Sometimes even the smallest sound can be enough to give your position away and get you killed. You'll have to make sure your weapons and equipment don't make noise bumping around. Use tape to secure metal objects and other items that seem likely to produce noise. After you've secured your gear, jump up and down to see whether it makes a sound.
Don't worry, I remember the drill.
Select map.
Nope.
Keep in mind that your weapons and equipment each have their own weight. There is one weapon greater than any other in battle. Do you know what that is?
Yeah.
What?
Do we have to go through this again?
Yes.
Will. An unflinching will to survive, no matter what.
Exactly. The will to carry out your mission and return home alive will see you through even the most desperate of situations. It's the most potent weapon in your arsenal. Don't forget that, no matter what.
Yeah, the whole jump up and down and check for noise thing, that's not an actual gameplay mechanic. That's just the result of Kojima doing research on what like people did. Because that's a real thing. It's just lore. You're supposed to believe a Snake does something like that too, but it's never an actual issue in gameplay.
Treetops, bushes, hollow. If you want to survive in the jungle, you're going to need to hone all of your senses. An unnatural movement in the undergrowth, a tiny shadow peeking out through the trees in the distance. Always keep an eye out for any signs of the enemy's presence. Your sense of hearing is equally important. Visibility is poor in the jungle, so you've got to learn to pick up the enemy's presence from the sounds you hear around you. Always be listening for that one snap of a twig among the chirping of the birds and the babbling of the brooks. Your sense of smell is also important. Body odor, sweat, gunpowder, food. These faint smells wafting in the wind will tell you where the enemy...
No.
No?
I can't smell.
You? What now?
I can't smell.
Not at all.
Nope.
Not even a little bit.
Not a thing.
Oh. Well then, you'll just have to trust in your instincts as a gamer.
There you go. Took her a little while to break the fourth wall. Of course, Snake can't smell anything. Because we can't smell the game. We can hear it and we can see it, but we can't smell it. And then she uses, Master's line from MGS1 for us to instincts as a gamer. Incidentally, she has the same frequency. 141.80 is the mentor figure who is hiding something and ends up betraying you, or, is hiding something in general. Of course, in MGS1 with Liquid being Miller, disguising himself as Miller, and 2 with Snake being disguised as Pliskin. Doesn't really betray you. Well, in a way he does, actually. So, as soon as you see the same frequency on the boss here, you know that something is going to happen. I mean, she basically spends half of her time saying, yeah, look, I'm about to betray you, so, I'm telling you this now that I can.
If you rapid fire the assault rifle...
And then they do something similar, kind of like this in MGS4 with Raiden being given the frequency of all people. Because he at first tries to teach Snake how to track things in MGS4, which is absolutely ridiculous. Just to end up dying and wrapped around his leg, begging him not to be left alone. So, yeah, that's some mentor figure, right? Yeah, MGS4 doesn't quite follow exactly, unsurprisingly.
Equipment captured in the field often needs to be fixed or have its parts replaced before it can be used. But you won't need to worry about that in this mission.
Why's that?
Because your adversaries are highly trained professionals. They'll no doubt have made sure their reserve gear is in working condition.
So in other words, I can use the stuff I pick up right away?
Right. One more thing. When you pick up a new item, don't forget to read its description in the window.
That's deep, man. We betrayed Raiden. That's deep.
You said the enemy is equipped with AK-47s, didn't you? The AK-47 is the official assault rifle of the Soviet Army. It's employed not only by the Soviets, but throughout the entire Eastern Bloc. It uses 7.62 millimeter by 39 ammunitions, with a magazine capacity of 30 rounds. The AK is reliable, precise, powerful, and easy to handle. In short, one of the best assault rifles there is. Don't even think about getting into a one-man firefight against an enemy unit equipped with AKs. Avoid battle as much as possible. Are we clear?
Yeah, but why are we talking about MGS5 weapons? Unless you want another Bombetto of SVD... no, sorry, SVD is actually a real weapon. SVG KFC 76 something ass rifle, you know? The famous weapons of MGS5. Oh, man. But I guess so. Yeah, I mean, you can pick them up, but there's no reason, because the only weapons you ever find, you can develop anyway, so. With the exception of the mysterious Soviet 5.56 round.
You mentioned the enemy was also carrying grenades, correct? Those grenades are RGD-5s, the standard blast fragmentation grenade of the Soviet Army. You can protect yourself from a large part of the blast and shrapnel from a grenade by lying flat on the ground. If someone throws a grenade at you and you sense that you can't get away in time, get into a crawl position. It should reduce the damage to a minimum.
Okay, I think she's starting to talk about gear now, so we should...
When you see an enemy, the first thing to do... Your ultimate objective in this mission is to find Sokolov and get him to safety, not to slaughter the enemy.
So basically, I should avoid getting into battles, right? You don't have to tell me.
To avoid battles, it will be essential to...
Okay.
Tell me, what's the advantage of a solo sneaking mission?
It's easier to go in undetected than with a group.
Exactly. And therein lies the entire reasoning behind this virtuous mission. This mission into Soviet territory is a violation of international law. If this gets out to the public, we'll be faced with an international crisis even greater than the one 4 years ago.
4 years ago? The U-2 crash.
Failure is not an option.
Not a problem. I'll get Sokolov out without them ever knowing I was here.
Your objective in this mission isn't to get into fights. But if you're faced with a situation where you have no choice but to get rid of an enemy, attack him from behind. If you use stalking to sneak up behind an enemy and take him out in one strike, the other enemies probably won't even notice. If it doesn't look like you'll be able to sneak up from behind, wait for him to come toward you. Either figure out the enemy's patrol route and get there before he does, or make a sound or throw something to get his attention. And if he does spot you, don't hesitate. Take him out before he has a chance to alert his comrades to your presence. Got it?
Unfortunately, the boss only has 2 personal data slides. Because she's only, you know, available for such a short period of time. The other characters have like 6 or 7 total, which means like 4, I think, personal data ones. But it's still cool that you get another
Enemies pose a greater threat when they patrol
picture
in
here.
squads. The members of a squad are constantly watching out for each other, making it difficult to take them out without being noticed. If you absolutely have to attack a squad, use CQC or a gun equipped with a suppressor and start with the last one in line, then work your way up.
The boss's hair is brownish gray? What?
Attack.
Excuse me? Brownish gray. Okay. If you say so. Okay.
Camouflage is in.
Okay, shut up. Now we're gonna start talking about weapons.
The gun you're using is a test model of a suppressor-equipped pistol currently in development by the Navy that's been modified by the CIA into a tranquilizer gun. The suppressor-equipped pistol it's derived from is itself being developed for use by special forces based on the M39.
The Mark 22.
That's what they're going to call it if they decide to adopt it for official use. It uses a slide lock mechanism that will keep the firing sound down to a minimum.
But I'll have to reload it by hand every time I fire, right?
Right. You won't be able to fire multiple shots at once, so make every shot count. Aim for the enemy's vital spots. There's talk of designing the Mark 22 to accommodate special subsonic rounds, but for this mission, you'll be using specifically designed tranquilizer rounds. In a way, these tranquilizer rounds are like miniature syringes. When one of them strikes a target, the impact causes a needle contained within to shoot out. At the same time, chemicals inside the round are mixed to create a gas, which pushes the plunger and injects the tranquilizer into the target. You can knock out an enemy immediately by shooting them in the head, but if you shoot them in the arm or leg, the tranquilizing agent will take some time to set in. Aim carefully.
It's kind of weird because if you look at her other pictures, it does kind of look like she has darker hair. But then, obviously, the last two ones that she's blonde. I mean, in game she's blonde. So what the fuck? You know, I think I've seen the Pachinko model enough as well. So
For the assault rifle and certain other weapons.
yeah, it's kind of weird. Anyway, we're just gonna do all the weapons here.
I see you've got the survival knife equipped. The survival knife is a necessity in the field. Press the weapon button to swing the knife. Press it repeatedly to perform a combo attack. The knife lets you kill an enemy silently, so you should find it useful when the situation calls for stealth. In addition to fighting the enemy, you can also use the knife to capture wild animals. That one knife can provide you with everything you need to survive in the field. Use it well. I see you found yourself an RGD-5. RGD stands for Rochnaya Granata Degtyaryeva in Russian. It basically means hand grenade of the Degtyarev design. It's the standard issue blast fragmentation grenade of the Soviet Army.
It's lighter than the M26.
And it carries fewer explosives as well. But I'd say it's more or less equal to an M26 in terms of performance. Be careful though, the safety pin ring is on the opposite side. You'll be fine as long as you keep the safety lever pressed down with your finger.
I'll keep that in mind.
Blast fragmentation grenades use a combination of blast and shrapnel to kill their targets. This makes them effective against standing targets, but significantly less effective against targets lying on the ground. Remember that.
Yeah, MUS3 is really when they started adding details such as recoil and different caliber behavior, so you can use the assault rifle to punch through things and shoot people on the other side. There's calls about it. So yeah, there's different levels of penetrations and caliber behavior. Or like if you line people up with the SVD, you can shot through a bunch of them.
You got a magazine, huh? That's an empty magazine for your guns. It can be an effective weapon itself, if you know how to use it.
You mean throwing them at people?
No. You can't take out an enemy just by throwing a magazine at him. But if you use the sound it makes when it lands to attract the enemy's attention...
I get it. It creates a diversion.
Weapons will be in short supply during this mission. If you want to succeed, you'll need to use your head.
Glipazine. This call is definitely better than what Sagan says about magazines. A magazine is what's left when you empty the clip of a gun. What? Oof. Mind blown. Some of the calls are better with the boss, but most of them are better with Sigint. So yeah, we're gonna do these again later with him. I don't know how great of an idea it is to throw your magazines away, you know? Those things are useful.
I see you've got your hands on an SVD. The SVD is the Soviet Union's most advanced automatic sniper rifle. It's said to be better designed and more durable than anything the West has.
It looks kind of like an AK-47.
The shape is similar, but the internal mechanism is one of a kind. It uses 7.62 by 54 millimeter rimmed cartridges, which are more powerful and precise than the ones the AK uses. It can be a powerful weapon if you know how to use it. Sniper rifles aren't meant to be used on the move. When you equip one, you'll immediately go into first-person view. The more stable your stance, the less your hands will shake when you're aiming the rifle. Make sure you're lying down before attempting to make a long-distance shot. To use the scope, press the aim button. You can also use the action button to change the level of magnification. By taking out enemies from a distance with the sniper rifle, you can shift the odds in your favor. Use it well.
But it's DMR. Oh well. Being stealthy here. Yeah, the 30S has a different call because of that.
The weapon you're equipped with now is called the XM16E1. It's a new type of rifle currently being developed by the U.S. Army.
If it's still in development, then what's it doing here?
My guess is they captured it when it was being battle-tested in Southeast Asia. But the one you've got there is quite a bit different from the ones I've been hearing about. For one thing, it's camo-painted, and it's fitted with a 3-shot burst mechanism. It even looks like you could attach a suppressor. All of these modifications are geared towards jungle combat. This doesn't look like the work of the Soviets. My guess is they were added on site by an American gunsmith during Army field trials. Open the weapon window and press the Enter button to attach or remove the suppressor. Press the Action button to switch between semi-auto, full auto, and 3-shot burst modes. Make use of each of these functions as the situation warrants.
There's no safety. There's no safe position. It's just semi-full or 3. Okay. But it's, I mean, as silly as that is, you don't need a safety in a game, right? So it's actually kind of cool that you have a fire selector setting, which apparently was too hard for certain other games. It's actually not completely useless. Sometimes you do want to do semi-auto, especially when you get a suppressor and you start using it to kind of zoom in and snipe people with it. I do actually switch to semi-auto when I want to use it like that. But yeah, the 3-shot burst thing is ridiculous. And actually the call with Sigint is about that.
That's certainly a strange-looking grenade you've got there.
Yeah, I've never seen one like this. What is it?
It must be a new type of grenade developed by the Russians. From what I can tell, it's a non-lethal weapon that uses a flash of light and intense sound to overpower the senses of human targets. You can probably use that grenade to knock out the enemy without killing them. It might prove useful. I see you've got a smoke grenade. The smoke grenade does exactly what the name implies. It creates a thick dispersion-resistant cloud of white smoke that blocks the enemy's field of vision. It should be useful when you need to make a quick getaway. Keep it in mind.
There's a call about being able to see each other on the radio with paramedic, actually. We'll see if we can do that. Okay, so that's these weapons, but we also have maybe the best one. It's this one. Also some items to go through. Sleeping Lamia with the 44 months, thank you.
Ah, you've got a directional microphone. The directional microphone is a high-performance listening device. When you equip it, you'll go into first-person view, where the microphone will pick up sounds in whichever direction it's facing. By pointing the microphone into the forest, you can sometimes hear the footsteps of enemy soldiers lurking beyond the trees. In jungle combat, success depends on how well you can sense the enemy's presence. Use it wisely.
Unlike M2, the directional microphone doesn't actually have any use in the story or anything, but it's nice. It's one way of doing things. Kind of useless ultimately, but oh, what do we have here?
What is that you have in your hands? Honestly, when did you start reading magazines like that? Didn't I teach you how to take care of business without having to rely on that sort of thing? Anyway, I'm sure some of the enemy grunts will find that sort of magazine as appealing as you seem to. Place it on the ground and you might be able to divert their attention.
Didn't I teach you how to fap without porn? Hold on. We need some items here. Dog said that the boss and Snake's relationship is sexual. I mean, it's all sorts of things. Like Snake describes it. Not to make a pun here, but it went deeper than that. So, yeah, I wouldn't be surprised. It's just really poorly introduced and explored. Or she's just randomly thrown into existence in a call where you're told that you really care about her. But, yeah, I mean, I wouldn't be surprised. I think the way they describe her, their relationship is like a mentor, lover, and motherly figure, something like that. So, yeah. Why not?
Those things you're wearing, those are...
Thermal goggles. Some kind of electronic gadget that shows the distribution of heat sources in image form.
I know they're based on the same principle behind the FLIR system on gunships, but to think they actually made it small enough to carry with you.
They're not just making good rockets, huh? Never underestimate the power of Soviet science.
Tell me about it. In any case, those thermal goggles should allow you to easily see through enemy camouflage and spot traps. Just don't leave them on for too long, or you'll drain the batteries.
I mean, I once did the math, and let's see, Snake is 29 years old in this game. And with all the events and timeline information that we get, I think I once did the math, and I don't remember exactly what I lined up together, but basically Snake started learning under her when he must have been like 17 or something. Trying to remember which events I put together like that, but I remember reaching that conclusion for some reason. And she's in her 40s, so yeah. I'm really trying to remember what I put together. But yeah, I'm just 3 retcons Big Boss's age, so yep. Yeah, precisely. We know because of Peace Walker. Now she's in her 40s now.
Camouflage.
That's not. bug juice. Well, maybe paramedic will say something about this.
The tree bark.
Snake, that area should be inhabited by tree frogs. The tree frog is a green frog that's found throughout Asia. It's arboreal, spending most of its time in shrubs and bushes. Use the tranquilizer gun to catch one alive. I bet you could scare an enemy good if you toss one at him. But the tree frogs that live in that jungle are a lot bigger than ordinary tree frogs.
They've got an appetite, huh?
You've got a one-track mind, don't you? But seriously, that is one theory. However, there are people who think it's a mutation caused by nuclear testing and waste from the research facility.
Do you think they're safe to eat?
Is that all you ever think about?
What else is there?
Lots.
Like what?
Like why a frog would get so big in the first place. Whether it's a temporary phenomenon created by a unique environment, or a permanent mark of evolution, or a product of the toxic waste coming out of the research facility. If it is the waste that's causing it, then it means humans are interfering with the ecosystem. It really makes you think about the changing relationship between...
This isn't interesting.
Oh, fine. Be that way.
So, how about it?
You mean, is it edible?
Yeah.
Well, I guess it's probably okay.
Probably.
I don't know. The guide doesn't say anything.
Pretty useless guide, if you ask me.
Well, try one for dinner and you can help improve it.
The actual reason that the frogs are so big, it's not just the tree frogs, it's the poison dart frogs as well, and the scorpions. They're all bigger than they should be, so that you can actually see them in the gameplay. That's the only reason, because otherwise they would be insanely small, and you can't even see them. Anyway, now we have to find one over there. But I guess it doesn't matter because I'm getting game over here. Okay, so I remember what I put together. It's actually really simple. When Eva asks him about her relationship with the boss, he says something like, "For 10 years we lived and died together. You couldn't possibly understand." So, yeah, he must, or over 10 years, something like that. So he must have been 18, 19. When they started being together, so yep. Let's see what else we have. Her life medicine call is really boring. Second one is much better.
You have some life medicine on you. Life medicine is a recent pharmaceutical product developed by the Soviet Union. It works with your metabolism to quickly treat wounds. If you use it, you can recover life on the spot. Try it when your life is starting to run low in battle.
Well, the sorrow, that was way before, man. Ocelot is 20 years old. Ocelot was born on D-Day. 1944, this is 1964. So
Are you smoking a cigar?
he's also kind of dead.
I don't approve of you smoking during a mission.
Hey, you used to smoke them.
Never mind what I did. But that being said, cigars can be useful in a number of different ways, like getting rid of leeches.
Did you say leeches?
Yes. If a leech clamps onto you, try pressing the lit end of a cigar into it. The leech should cringe and detach itself from you. If you try to yank it off by yourself, you run the risk of it leaving its teeth inside you. With the cigar method, you won't have that problem.
Fascinating.
And unlike a cigarette, a cigar burns slowly, so you can use it in place of a torch in dark places.
I never knew a cigar had so many different uses.
Now you know, but quit smoking them during the mission. Hear me?
Yes, ma'am.
I see you're using binoculars. The ones you've got are a high-performance military model equipped with a zoom function.
Yeah, They give me a flat image across the entire viewing range.
They're completely waterproof and highly shock and flame resistant. You won't need to worry about them breaking. Scouting is key during a sneaking mission. If you can determine enemy positions and the lay of the land from a distance, it'll make your job that much easier. Use them wisely.
I think that's about it for items. Unfortunately, we don't have any interesting camouflage because it's new game without even picking. I like MGS3, so we have the most basic ones only. They're not really that interesting. I guess we can do these. There's only a couple of them.
I see you're wearing the tiger stripe camouflage. The tiger stripe pattern has been in use since 1959 among the South Vietnamese Marine Corps. But the pattern originated with the French. It's said that it developed out of the brushstroke pattern, also known as lizard camouflage. It provides some cover in trees and grass, but it's especially effective in earth and mud environments. You should find it useful when you're concealing yourself by crawling on the ground. I see you're wearing the leaf pattern camouflage. The leaf pattern was developed to provide cover in forest environments. The US military isn't the only one using it. Countries that anticipate operating in forest environments are developing various types of patterns, each suited to the vegetation of the particular region. The Soviets and the Eastern European countries all use their own unique patterns. Leaf pattern camo will give you an especially low profile in areas of thick vegetation. Even while hanging, you can fire your handgun with one...
Okay, she doesn't talk about this one, I guess. This is just too perfect. It's like they give you this one specifically because there's those bricks in the next area. A little bit too convenient.
I see you're wearing the squares pattern camouflage. The squares camouflage consists of a series of squares, each varying slightly in color and shape from the next. It has the effect of making the contours of the person wearing it more difficult to distinguish. You'll find it especially useful against brick and rusted metal backgrounds.
That's what I was wondering too. How does a square vary in shape? I mean, a square is a square, but don't worry about it. Now, the boss doesn't say anything about the Patriot. Only Sagan does.
I see you're wearing the black camouflage. People tend to associate black camo with night operations, but that's not always the case. Wearing all black when you're out in the forest at night makes your silhouette darker and more prominent, and you end up standing out instead. To get the most out of your camouflage, it's essential to choose a pattern that matches your surroundings, even at night. Don't forget that.
But interestingly enough, the boss has an unused call. There's audio recorded on disc for a 1911 call. You never have the 1911 when the boss is available to call, but I guess originally, maybe I want to say in the demo or something. You were able to have the 1911 here, I guess, and that call is still there. The call is easily found in the save. The disk files, which with the developer menu we can actually find. Okay, we don't need all this here. So now the one thing to do is, since I got the boss to talk about all this gear. Now, if I was to trigger a checkpoint and continue the game would save the fact that I already talked about all the gear. And so we can't call SIGINT about it. So the thing to do after you do call the boss is to fucking die. Because the game doesn't save anything that happens unless you trigger a checkpoint. So by dying, we'll go back to the previous checkpoint and it says as if nothing happened. Hi. Oh shit. Double dead.
Snake! You alright? Snake! Snake!
Might be a fake death, Bill, but yeah. Double dead. Alright, that never happened. None of those calls happened. Let's move on. I do have to do some paramedic calls, so we missed those. Also, now we can get the frog up here. And tree frog. Actually, should have done that first. Fuck it, it's in there somewhere. Got it.
I see you've caught a tree frog.
I already did this.
You should be able to find Siberian inkcap mushrooms growing in that area. The Siberian inkcap is a mushroom from the inkcap family. Its life cycle is transitory. As soon as the spores mature, the cap starts to turn black, liquefy, and melt away.
And that's why they call it an ink cap?
That's right. It doesn't really turn to liquid, but you get the idea. In its immature state, before it melts away, it's valued as a source of food. Just be sure not to eat them while you're drinking alcohol.
Why's that?
Ink caps contain coprin, which inhibits the function of aldehyde dehydrogenase. This prevents the body from breaking down alcohol, causing a buildup of acetaldehyde.
Meaning?
Meaning it will give you the hangover from hell.
Oh. Wait a minute.
What?
You think I'd drink alcohol in the middle of a mission?
Wouldn't you?
Hell no.
Well, I'm knocking a shot back now.
What?
Just teasing you. Oh, come on. Where's your sense of humor?
I need a drink.
Alright, let's go find this mushroom now. 'Cause I don't really like it when she's already talked about something, but I don't have it yet. Yeah, I got a $1 donation from. It was Aldasar's fault to kill Ocelot and go to the pub. I was gonna kill Ocelot anyway to get the time paradox. So, unfortunately, with the name that you use, we don't quite know. You might be in the chat. But if you want to put that $1 towards like the donation war for the end, we could do that. Because I was gonna do Ocelot anyway. But wouldn't do Ocelot, man. And Gurgly Walrus was up for 13 months. Thank you. Here it is. It almost could be interpreted as a kill the end early donation if you were talking about killing the Ocelots, you know? Because the Ocelot unit is what appears in, instead of the end if you kill him early. Retro Gaming. How do I know that was you, though? See, that's the thing. I mean, if you guys want your stuff to be recognized, yeah, okay. A good idea is to match your Twitch name with the donation name. Let me see something. Might be right. Let me double check. I wish that, you know, ideally that I wouldn't have to do this, but unless the same person donates again, we can't really confirm who it is. That's the thing. That goes with it. Anyway, what was I doing? Oh, I want to get that paramedic. Now, there's quite a few paramedic calls actually that we haven't done. They're not food related.
Snake, that area...
Not again.
You'll find a fruit... Snake, you... The gauge below your... Eat food to recover.
No shit.
To eat food, press
How do I eat?
Snake. That area should be in.
Why are you repeating things?
Paramedic.
What's up?
Are you a medic or a doctor?
I'm a well-respected physician. Or I was until I joined the CIA.
How is your reputation?
My what?
Your reputation.
Oh, that.
How was it?
Why? Don't you trust me?
That's not what I meant.
Fine then.
So?
So what?
Your reputation. How was it?
My, you're relentless.
Hey, I'm a snake. So?
My reputation was spotless. I'm highly skilled, patient, and good-looking to boot. Everybody wanted to see me. What else would you expect? No, seriously.
Incidentally, her nickname back then was Quack.
Major.
Is that true?
Is what true?
About your nickname.
No. Well, maybe a few people did call me that.
So you were a quack?
No. Well, yes and no. I mean, in a sense I was, but then again I wasn't.
Snake, her skills as a doctor are beyond reproach. You have my word on that.
Yes, that's exactly what I was trying to say, Snake.
Then why did they call her Quack?
It's because she...
Never mind that. It doesn't matter. We've got a job to do and we have to stay focused. Besides, my past doesn't have anything to do with the mission and...
Because she never shuts up.
Yes, that's it.
No, that's not it. Snake, tell him that's not true. Say something.
I'd better get back to the mission.
Yes, you do that.
Just a minute. Snake, don't you hang up on me.
Poor paramedic. I've got a couple more donations. The Star is Stupid donated $1. I can confirm that's the same guy as it was the Star's fault. And the Phantom Pain of Both Balls. Still as relevant as ever. Thank you for the $1. You guys are not telling me where you want to put these donations though, so we'll just not put anywhere, I guess. I know the Snake said get back to the mission, but I really want to get the other calls with her.
Snake. You'll find... If you have any questions... Say, Snake, about that helmet and oxygen mask you took off right after you parachuted in?
Oh, those? Those are the helmet assembly and oxygen system assembly I used to make the halo jump. The helmet is fitted with a bayonet fastener that attaches to the oxygen mask. It's also got earphones and a boom mic.
I'm not interested in all that stuff.
So why did you bring it up?
It reminds me of something.
Reminds you of something?
Yeah.
The mask?
Yeah, but I can't remember what it is, and I can't stop thinking about it.
That's what you've been thinking about?
Yeah, every time I'm about to remember it, it slips away from me again. Don't you just hate that? I know I've seen it somewhere before. Any ideas?
How would I?
That's it!
What?
The fly!
The fly?
Yeah, it finally came to me. You look just like him. Oh, I feel better.
The fly?
From the movie, The Fly? You've never seen it?
No.
Jeez, where have you been? It's about this scientist who's conducting teleportation experiments when he gets mixed up with a fly and ends up with the fly's head attached to his body.
Never heard of it.
That's too bad. It's a good movie.
Yeah, you gotta do this call before Snake asks her about the Great Escape, I think. And also, yeah, the design of the helmet. It's not just a fly, but it was something similarly used at MG2 with Raiden's mask. And yeah, we kind of destroyed the bridge here. We ruined the bridge by cutting off all the ropes. Don't worry about it.
When you get hurt...
I think the fly was already mentioned as a reference for Raiden's mask.
Paramedic. You said you like movies, right?
I love them.
About the Major's code name.
Major Tom?
Yeah. He sounded like he wasn't sure whether or not Tom was the name of the tunnel that worked in the Great Escape.
So I heard.
So was it?
Was it what?
Was Tom really the name of the tunnel that worked?
Right.
So it was Tom.
Maybe.
Maybe.
I don't know.
Why don't you know?
Why should I know?
You watch a lot of movies, don't you?
Yeah.
But you've never seen The Great Escape.
No.
Why not?
It didn't look interesting.
You don't watch movies that don't look interesting.
That's right.
And yet you've seen The Fly.
The Fly looked interesting, and it was. Something wrong.
Nothing. Tell me, what other kind of movies do you like?
Let's see. There's the Quartermass Experiment, and
Oh,
It
this
Conquered
call
the
is
World,
fucked.
and Earth versus the Spider. Oh, and Mondo Kane. Did I say something weird?
Forget it.
The subtitles go apeshit during this call. They disappear and then they change language. What the fuck? I have to try doing this in the PS2 version. Because there's at least a couple calls like that are wrong. They have some sort of glitches like that. And I'm not really sure which ones are a product of the HD edition. But yeah, that's one of those that are fucked there. Alwakes, thanks for the 100 bits. If you're low in health, you heal over time when your PS2 is off back in the day. Actually, you heal over time even if the PS2 isn't off. If you have like an injury, you can slowly regenerate. And if you wear the DPM camo, it's even faster. But yeah, saving and turning off the game heals you from injuries, poison, broken bones, and the health amount and everything. Because it's supposed to symbolize Snake going to sleep. Yeah, to recover. Yeah, that call is weird. The other calls that are fucked are there's one about the milk snake and one the one about the single action army with Sigint. Those are screwed too.
Snake. Snake, if you or one of your comrades is wounded in battle, what do you usually do?
I call for a medic.
What if there's no medic nearby?
I don't even want to think about that.
Think about it.
That's my worst nightmare. Any soldier can perform basic first aid, but it takes a specialist to perform the more complicated procedures. I know a lot of guys who'd still be alive today if they'd had access to a medic.
Me too. So I got to thinking, wouldn't it be great if we could parachute medics into the front lines where they're needed most?
You bet. That's why you're called paramedic.
Yeah. With a unit like that, we could save a couple of lives, huh?
No,
No?
not a couple. We could save many lives.
Thanks. I think the Army needs a unit like that. And if no one else will do it, I'm going to create one myself.
Sounds like a plan.
Will you help me?
Count on it.
I think I accidentally skipped a good call. Because it really starts by just sounding like any other tutorial call.
You can capture animals.
Let me see.
You should be. Snake. Snake, do you know what epinephrine is?
What's with the questions?
Well, do you?
No,
Also known as adrenaline?
never heard of it.
Really?
Nope.
I have.
Good for you.
Do you want to hear about it?
Not really.
Oh, I think you should hear about it.
Here we go.
So, epinephrine is a type of hormone. It's secreted from the adrenal glands in high-stress situations, like when you're exercising or you're under pressure. The epinephrine is released into the bloodstream and stimulates special receptor cells on various organs throughout the body. This causes the heart to beat faster, the blood vessels to constrict, and the respiratory passages to expand. It also raises blood pressure. You ever notice how you're faster and stronger than normal when you're under stress? That's because of epinephrine, and when you're bleeding, it...
Paramedic.
Yeah,
Is there a point to all of this?
of course. In the alert phase, your body secretes epinephrine, and so your stamina won't be depleted as fast.
Uh-huh.
There, good thing I told you, huh?
As always.
This also kind of comes back in MGS4 with the battle high that you get during alerts. This is still incredibly the virtuous mission. There's just an insane amount of calls. in what is essentially like 3 or 4 main areas. I don't know how they expected people to space them out and paste them, but most of these they reset. Like there's a bunch that are virtuous mission only. So what the hell were they thinking? I don't know. They're good calls. They're just a pain in the ass to get.
Snake. Eat food. Eat food. The gauge.
Come on.
Eat. To eat.
I think I might have accidentally skipped it.
To take a. Eat.
But you know what? We can
You'll find a.
we can easily fix it.
To take a.
Yeah, she doesn't have it anymore.
The gauge.
I can easily fix it. Bye. Okay. Let's just skip everything else. That's not what I want.
Snake. You The gate. Eat. To eat. You'll find. Snake.
Paramedic.
Already did all of these. I'm looking for a call that starts with, if you have any questions about stamina or healing, just ask me.
If you have
there
any
you go.
questions about stamina or healing, just ask me. I'll tell you everything you need to know. It'll have to be over the radio, though.
So you won't be able to see me naked then.
Yeah, I'm devastated. But I'll bet that 50 years from now, you'll be able to see who you're talking to on the radio.
I'll be retired from active duty by then.
I don't know. Somebody somewhere might just decide to give you a call.
Wouldn't surprise me. Let's both pray that never happens.
Foreshadowing the codec, of course. But the first thought that he has, since it's over the radio, is that you won't be able to see me naked then. Obviously. Right, right. Let's do a save call. Of course they see people in the codec.
Do you want to save?
Did you buy stock or guns? Well, look at it this way. The stocks might crash. The guns will stay.
Snake, do you know the creature from the Black Lagoon?
Nope, never heard of it.
These scientists are investigating a place deep in the Amazon called the Black Lagoon, and they get picked off one after the other by this fishman thing. And there was this scene when the heroine is going for a swim, and the creature sneaks up on her from underwater. Oh, I thought my heart was going to stop. I mean, of course, the 3D effects in It Came from Outer Space were a lot more intense, but...
It wouldn't be referring to you coming from outer space, would it?
How rude! Why do you say that?
Because no one on Earth could be as charming as you.
Fine. I'll just get to the point, Snake. Be careful of what's around you when you're in the water. Just imagining you swimming in those jungle rivers makes me think of you being attacked by a fishman.
I appreciate the concern.
Fishmen aren't the only things that'll attack you in the water. Really be careful out there.
Okay.
And don't be attacking any pretty girls going for a swim, either.
Are you calling me a fishman?
You started it.
The Ocelot unit only appears if you snipe the end early. If you let him die of old age, it happens like in the same map in real time, so they don't have time to appear, I guess. I don't want to fall off. Fuck. Why did I fuck up the bridge, man? Slowly now. Okay. Now, as soon as we get through this area, the boss will stop answering. But there is something that was recently discovered, and I'm gonna try to do now.
Major, I've reached the abandoned factory where Sokolov is supposedly being held. This place is a dump. I can't see Sokolov from here. The security is pretty tight. There are sentries posted around the perimeter. I wonder how many are inside.
Your objective, Sokolov, is inside the factory. They should be holding him in a room in the northeast section.
Northeast section. Got it.
Be careful. Your mission is to bring Sokolov back alive. He must not be exposed to any kind of danger. Do not approach Sokolov while in the alert phase.
Right.
Oh, and one more thing, Snake.
You mean there's more?
No, it's just that when you get to Sokolov, I want you to tell him something from me.
And that is?
Sorry for being so late.
Is that all?
Yes.
Understood. Beginning my approach to the target.
Or not. You know, if you just nope the fuck out of here. Instead of going forward, you just go back. Back here, I think this works in that area as well, but we have another reason for going back anyway, so that's okay. Now the boss is not gonna pick up the radio anymore. But this is a very unique thing. Usually when it's no response from some frequency in the games, you have no reason to call them whatsoever. As far as I know, there's no other instance of this happening, so I didn't think about doing this. But apparently if you keep calling, something happens. And we'll have to see, because I've never done it, but I've seen it done. We might also have to close it and reopen it. Holy shit. If it counts as a unique call, I can see why you would have to load it. That's just the way MGS3 works with some calls.
Boss?
Oh shit. There it is. Somebody picks up. And you can't really hear it well, but apparently that's supposed to be the Sorrow with his distorted voice saying sad, so sad. You can't really hear it. You would have to really listen to it carefully. Maybe not the best area to do this with the river, but yeah, it's kind of insane. Creepy little detail. But anyway, I mentioned that I had another reason for going back. Why did I destroy the bridge? There's another call with Zero I want to get for going back, but fuck's sake, man. Slowly. Okay. I think this next area might work. And yeah, we found that through Bad Humans tweet. Okay, so back here, all Zero.
Snake, where are you going?
Oh,
Are you abandoning your mission?
Absolutely not.
I didn't think so.
I didn't think you thought so.
Sokolov is back there in the factory. Head back north.
Roger.
Nice. Okay. I don't do that call very often, right? That's the thing. It's worth it just for the ha ha ha. Oops. Okay. That's okay. He's just asleep. Also, trying to call the boss will change one of the lines in the actual main calls. Okay, I'm gonna clear this area now, which might be a little messy.
Who's there?
And I really wish I had a suppressor for the M16. That would make it very easy. Whatever. You can go around stabbing people. You also have the shotgun here, but the boss is not picking up anymore, so we can't get a shotgun call. Just go to sleep. How did that miss? Ooh, does somebody see him? Oh, that's right. There's the other guy on that side. Okay then. Let's see if we can do some 180 IQ move here. MGS3 is actually unique in which it lets you equip and unequip in first person. It does make you lean a little bit, you just have to tap very quickly. If you hold the button all the way, yeah, you will lean. And if you look carefully, it still moves a little bit, but it doesn't really matter. Just tap it quickly. Last guy in here. He gets special treatment. Okay, now it's clear. Now I'm gonna save the fact that it's clear by getting checkpoint. I think it saves it. It either saves it or they fucking respawn. We'll find out. I don't remember. There's a non-zero chance that they might just respawn. At which point then I will hate life because that all would have been for nothing. I'm not 100% sure. Let me see what happens. Okay, they're dead. Good. Now we need a couple things. Make some room here. Wait. We need a couple things like a live snake. And also frag grenades. Ah. Oh shit, that was my last tranquilizer, huh? I kinda wanted to catch some birds too. And with some luck, some of these guys have it. Oh, there you go, first try. Go up here. Oh shit. So now we can mess with Sokolov essentially. So the original camera for the game is this. And that's all you're supposed to see when they first designed the game in the area. But you can't really see inside there too much. But now, of course, with the free camera, we can. And you'll see that there isn't actually anybody in there. Oh, but you might think, oh, he's hiding under the bed or in the locker or something. Nah. Make a little bit of noise. And we know because if you throw the snake in there, apparently landed on him, but you can see the snake just chilling on the floor. Yeah, you were never supposed to see inside there, I guess. Put a couple birds in there too. Trapped. Maybe Sokolov is the floor. Okay. That's enough Twitch for today. We can put a whole bunch of birds in there, I guess, but not really much point. All sorts of different kinds of grenades. Ambi, how did you miss It Was a Marathon? Thank you for the 35 months. We tried to announce things, you know, at least a few days ahead of time, but that's fine. You'll catch it. Oops. I accidentally hit that guy. Oh, rip those birds. And the snake. Yeah, that killed them. Well, there's one more grenade we can throw in there, but this one's... Oh, the bird survived. That's impressive. And this one's not very healthy.
Snake, what have you done? You changed the future. You've created a time paradox.
of all people, Campbell has to come back to tell you that you can't do that. And some people will use this as a basis to say that MGS 3 is just a VR simulation. And Campbell is watching. Each time you get a time paradox, you can kill Eva, you can kill Ocelot, you can kill Sokolov. Campbell will come back. So one other thing, perhaps the most important thing here that I really like to talk about, and I was talking about earlier, but if we put on the mask, you can't go in here.
Snake, when you meet Sokolov, don't go in wearing that mask.
Why?
He won't like it.
Won't like it?
No.
Why not?
Just trust me, he won't.
Yeah.
Yep.
You'll need Sokolov's full cooperation to complete this mission successfully. Don't do anything to make him lose confidence in you. When you go in to meet Sokolov, make sure you remove your disguise. Got it?
He won't like it, trust me. Sokolov played MGS2 and didn't understand it, apparently. Just trust me. Okay, then.
You must be Sokolov.
Are you one of Volgin's men? You'll never get it from me.
No. I'm a CIA agent. I've come to escort you back to the other side of the Iron Curtain.
You're CIA?
Yeah. I was sent by Major Zero, the man who got you out 2 years ago.
Zero?
I have a message from him.
What is it?
He said to tell you sorry for being so late.
Did he now?
What does it mean?
It means he's a man of his word. But we've got no time for this. You have to get me out of here before they arrive.
Who's they?
Colonel Volgin of GRU. You in the West know him as Thunderbolt.
Thunderbolt? Never heard of him.
He's a member of the Army's extremist faction, a man who seeks to seize control of the motherland. Ever since the Cuban Missile Crisis 2 years ago, Khrushchev has been pursuing a policy of peaceful coexistence with the West. Despite resistance and criticism from hawks in the Army and the provincial authorities, Khrushchev has managed to suppress the opposition so far. But the failure of his agricultural policies has put him in a position. And on top of that, the tragedy last November.
President Kennedy's assassination.
Precisely. In a sense, Khrushchev has lost his biggest partner, and his power base is rapidly crumbling away. A certain group is plotting to use this opportunity to seize power by rallying the anti-government forces, overthrowing Khrushchev, and installing Brezhnev and Kosygin in his place. The mastermind behind this plot is Colonel Volgin of the GRU. He has control over another secret weapons research facility much like this one, OKB-812, known as the Granin Design Bureau, and is using it to further his plans. But that is not enough to satisfy him. Now he's plotting to seize the secret weapon I have been developing here and use it as leverage in his bid for power. The intelligence says that they are going to make their move during the test.
Then, the soldiers outside.
Exactly. They wouldn't need that many men just to keep me inside. Their orders were to prevent Colonel Volgin from capturing me. Even if it meant killing me in the process, or so it would seem. Volgin will come. I'm sure of it. You must get me out of here before then.
Leave it to me.
By the way, your Russian is superb. Where did you learn to speak it?
From my mentor.
Is that so? America is truly a frightening country.
Having second thoughts?
No. I have no love for this place. Let's go.
Major, this is Snake. Sokolov is safe with me. He's doing fine. No injuries.
Good work, Snake. Now hurry up and get Sokolov to the recovery point. We'll rendezvous with you there.
Roger.
What about the sentries?
I had to kill them. There was no other way. But no one will know we were involved.
I see.
What about the boss?
We lost contact with the boss some time ago.
What happened?
It's probably just a weak signal. Just hurry and get Sokolov out of there.
Freeze!
So this is the legendary boss.
Huh?
Huh? We meet at last.
You're from the Ocelot unit of Spetsnaz.
Huh.
What's a Gru soldier doing here?
Soldier?
He's the Ocelot commander.
Ha! That's Major Ocelot to you. And don't you forget it.
Oh shit, Mint, you're back.
Sokolov is ours. Now get out of here.
Oh shit.
Ocelot never lets his prey escape.
What?
Yes, we're doing this. Thank you. Thank you so much.
can't say it feels good to kill a comrade, even if it is for the Gru.
Sokolov, take cover.
Huh. You're not the boss, are you?
Crew operatives!
What is that stance? Huh. That gun. If you're not the boss, then die.
Major! Leave it! Shoot the other one! Whoa!
You ejected the first bullet by hand, didn't you? I see what you were trying to do, but testing a technique you've only heard about in the middle of battle wasn't very smart. You were asking to have your gun jam on you. Besides, I don't think you're cut out for an automatic in the first place. You tend to twist your elbow to absorb the recoil. That's more of a revolver technique.
You filthy American dog!
But that was some fancy shooting. You're pretty good.
Pretty good.
Major, do you read me?
I read you. Snake, you all right?
I've run into a few snags. These guys were after Sokolov too. Apparently they were taking orders from a GRU colonel named Volgan.
A GRU colonel?
Part of an internal Soviet power struggle, according to Sokolov. Something between the KGB and GRU. Between Khrushchev's supporters and Volgan's.
Sokolov was being guarded by the KGB and hunted by GRU? Snake, it sounds like this could be even hotter than Cuba.
I don't like it. Something about the whole thing stinks.
I agree. You'd better hurry.
Sokolov ran off by himself, but I'll catch up to him.
We're counting on you.
Let's see. So my controller almost ran out of battery during this cutscene. I have been charging it for it. And we got 2 bars. That's impressive. This PS3 controller battery life is actually good. So mint with the $100 again with the insanely generous donations. I do still love you, even though you're forcing me to play the Twin Snakes soon. And he wanted that towards old age, so looks like Deanne is gonna die of old age. Very likely. So, thing with Ocelot in this game is that, I don't know, they not only they had to retcon Big Boss's age and origins and background and ethnicity even, but even Ocelot's fucking like reason for using a revolver. It's really weird. It doesn't really fit because now that Big Boss told him to use a revolver, he's gonna use a revolver next. But if you look carefully, he was already twirling his gun. And he already has spurs. So, the whole, like, Western movie, spaghetti Western fanboy thing, he already did that, so why wouldn't he have a revolver already? So, they just completely changed the reason that Ocelot uses revolvers in this game. And already we could do that. I don't know who actually scrolls down to read that, but yeah. Also the fact that he can procure the revolvers as soon as he's told to do so, essentially. I feel it might also be a little bit of a reference to the fact that, you know, he's got connections, he's like a triple agent, and he gets to procure American weapons like it's nothing, even though he's in the middle of Russia. Not that he would have used like a Nagant revolver or something. No. He's able to get a total of 4 single action armies out of nowhere, out of the blue, essentially. That mousetrap there is also a little hint at the fact that, well, he's sneaky, but also, you know, ocelots are cats. So cats catch mice, I guess. But yeah, they changed the reason why Ocelot uses revolvers, and perhaps the biggest thing that's a little more damaging to Ocelot's character is that, yeah, it's cool that now they have this special relationship with Big Boss where, you know, it's a very Japanese thing of Ocelot wanting to, after he gets his ass handed to him, Ocelot wants to now prove himself to Big Boss. They have this rivalry which is not really trying to kill each other. Ocelot is more interested in really just proving himself to the guy who kicked his ass. And so he will try to impress him with things that aren't necessarily to kill him. This is very evident during the boss fight with Ocelot. If you start doing other shit, he will start doing other shit, not necessarily shoot each other. And he will get mad if you don't take it seriously. And throughout the game, it's just endless like leaps of faith into do things that look like they're trying to kill each other, but they know, especially Ocelot knows that Snake can take it. So no matter what he throws at him, he's almost certain that, or basically certain that Snake won't die from it. So that's why we see Ocelot technically try to kill Snake, but he knows he's not gonna actually kill him. Also, both Snake and the boss have this magic ability of knowing what's in the chamber of each revolver each time Ocelot does his Russian roulette bullshit. Snake and the boss are just confirmed to know when the revolvers are actually loaded and chambered, so they use that. But yeah, that's the kind of relationship that Ocelot has with Big Boss, and that's cool and all as far as MGS3 is concerned, but it completely changes Ocelot's motives and background in the other games, which I'm not necessarily a fan of. Because I liked Ocelot a lot more in MGS1 and 2, where he seemed to be this, you know, he was basically above almost everybody else in terms of what he knew, what he could do, what he was plotting, and what he had control over. And it was a lot more mysterious, and he was always one step ahead, and with the exception of maybe the Patriots in 2. He was one step ahead of everybody. And you didn't know his motives, and he could seemingly do what he wanted. But yeah, I liked him more when it was like that, rather than Ocelot is just trying to suck Big Boss's dick as hard as he can, and any chance that he can. That MGS3 opened the door for, and then MGS4 made into a major plot point. That Ocelot's objective was just sucking Big Boss's dick as much as he could, at any chance that he could. I'm not really a fan of that. Kind of wastes a lot of potential for MGS1 original Ocelot, you know? But anyway, let's kill him.
Snake, you can't do that. The future will change. You'll create a time paradox.
And it's Campbell again. And the words on the screen will slowly change into time paradox. Time Ardex. Time IR Tara Para. There you go. Time paradox. And the screen changes. And if you use a fake death pill, that's when you can't use the revival pill anymore. That's your timer for it. Anyway, we must line up all these guys now. And we'll do a bunch of calls here. But first, is his real name actually Adamska? Well, there's no reason not to believe that. I mean, even Eva calls him Adam in 4, so it's kind of complicated because Adam is his code name. And his name is Adamska? What? I guess Eva just calls him Adam because, you know, he's supposed to be the Adam that you look for. But yeah, there's really no reason not to believe that his name is Adamska, I guess. When they have the final moment face to face where they reveal each other's names. Snake fucking confuses everybody by saying John. What's your real name? John. What? Yeah. Anyway, let me just put all these guys here. Up ramens with the 1,000 bits. Thank you. Oh, there's one more here. Something's going on here. Is that all? Nope. It wants to go into the pile. Alright, you might be wondering why I did this. Because of the magical properties of the shotgun, which I don't have out right now. Oh man, there's too many. It doesn't hit all of them. Maybe in first person. Oh, there you go. one guy is still facing the wrong way. No, he's not getting hit. Ah, there you go. This is some Silent Hill shit here. And you just look at it. I think all the blood is like combined or something. RIP FPS. There's something extremely satisfying about this. Last round. They didn't scatter everywhere. I was hoping they would. Okay, then. Just because.
Snake, stay alert. The KGB and GRU both have their sights set on Sokolov. GRU is a military espionage outfit, the intelligence wing of the Soviet Defense Ministry's General Staff Office. It competes with the KGB, which is under the Ministry of Internal Affairs, and the two are always watching each other.
Never let the left hand know what the right hand is doing.
Exactly. Now, added to that rivalry, there's a vicious power struggle going on between the Khrushchev faction and the anti-Khrushchev faction.
So Khrushchev is using the KGB, and Volgin and the anti-Khrushchev forces are using the GRU?
That's the idea. The two factions are fighting over Sokolov. We're in an extremely dangerous situation here.
Yeah, I'm aware of that.
Get Sokolov out of there safely. He must not be turned over to the KGB or to the GRU. Sokolov took off in the direction of the rope bridge. Get after him. Hurry!
Well, I can tell you right now that the FPS of the PS4 edition is exactly 0. Because these games are not on PS4. So, yeah. I think that's a pretty big drop.
Major, have you been able to contact the boss?
No. What about you?
No good. You really think it's bad reception?
We're looking into it.
Major.
Snake, you've got more important things to worry about than contacting the boss. Right now, Sokolov is out there wandering around the jungle alone. What are you going to do if he gets caught by the enemy? We're still looking into why we lost contact with the boss. I'll let you know as soon as we find anything out. In the meantime, it's your job to find Sokolov and get him to safety. Got it?
I think this call might change slightly because we tried to call her so many times. And one of the complaints that people have is that these games are not on PS4, and honestly, with the PS4 controller not having pressure sensitivity, I don't really give a shit. I would still play the PS3 version if it wasn't PS4.
Get Sokolov out of there safely. He must not be turned over to the KGB.
Same thing with PS5, really.
Get Sokolov out of there safely.
When you get hurt, your body will heal itself naturally over time. By the way, Snake.
What?
What was that little lecture back there?
Lecture?
You were instructing the GRU commander, weren't you? Something about the first round or his hand?
Yeah.
What was that supposed to mean?
Whenever he put a new clip in his gun, he'd always load the first round by hand, whether there was a round left in the chamber or not. It's a technique they teach in the Middle East. By making sure there's always a round in the chamber, you eliminate the risk of pulling the trigger with nothing to fire. He must have heard about it from someone or read it somewhere. In any case, he probably wanted to try it out for himself. And he was obviously motivated by vanity to show off his new technique. That's when you make mistakes. The battlefield is an unforgiving place. The only techniques you can rely on are the ones you've mastered through experience and practice.
Uh-huh. And what were you saying about him being more suited to revolvers?
When he fired, he was bending his elbow sharply to avoid the recoil. It looked like he wasn't aware he was doing it, but that habit can be either a fatal flaw or a gift.
What do you mean?
Automatic weapons use recoil to operate, so if you don't let the recoil hit you, it interferes with the operating cycle of the gun. Basically, he shouldn't be trying to avoid the impact like that. But with a revolver, there's no need to let the recoil hit you. Just the opposite. Avoiding the recoil lets you reduce the strain on your hand and arm. That kid might just be handy with a high-caliber revolver.
Handy? Are you listening to yourself?
What do you mean?
He's the enemy. Why are you giving him advice? Snake.
I don't know. For some reason, I couldn't help but point it out to him.
Snake, are you all right?
Yeah.
So, yeah, it's a lot using the macro there. Like, I don't really know. Especially when they even showing, like, twirling it around like it's a revolver already. But why? Oh, well. But you know what? I was doing some other research about, yeah, just the Cold War and, the Russian or Soviet side of things, and it actually kind of makes sense. One thing that would make sense is if Ocelot was actually watching like Western movies, like he should have been by, you know, what M1 tells us. Because under Khrushchev, they actually had a little bit more freedom of embracing Western content and Western culture, or for what it is. I mean, compared to Stalin, much more than that. So actually, it would not have been insane that Ocelot started watching spaghetti westerns already, and that's really should have been the only reason why. I mean, they could have just shown him using a revolver already; it would have been perfectly fine, since he has the spurs and he's throwing his gun anyway. So. Yeah, I don't know. It had to be Big Boss. Anyway, let's do the rest of the calls here.
Get Sokolov out of there safely. He must not be turned over to the KGB or to the GRU. So Snake, press the left stick down on the radio.
Nope.
Major, do you know anything about this GRU colonel Sokolov was talking about?
Yes.
Who is he?
A most dangerous man indeed. His name is Yevgeny Borisovich Volgin. His code name in the West is Thunderbolt. He's gained a reputation as the most brutal and cold-blooded of the Soviet spy masters. During the war, Volgin was assigned to the domestic branch of the NKVD. He was stationed in the rear of the Soviet line to catch and punish any troops who tried to retreat or desert. He's also notorious for his accomplishments in anti-guerrilla operations in the Ukraine and the Baltic states. Apparently, he likes to boast that he disposed of over 100,000 anti-communists. We also know that he was instrumental in putting down the 1953 insurrection in East Germany and the 1956 uprising in Hungary. He is truly a fearsome man. There's no telling what he might be plotting. Be careful.
I will.
I guess they could have also gone the opposite way and not show him having the spurs or anything until after he started using revolvers as kind of like a character development thing. That he finds the revolver first and then starts acting accordingly with the spurs and twirling it. I just don't really like this half-assed in-between thing that they did. But that's okay. That's just because I care a lot about M1 calls during the boss fights. It really bothers me that they don't keep true to that completely. Because M1 calls are just too legendary. You know how it is.
Get Sokolov. Press the...
Major, what's this Grand and Design Bureau Sokolov was talking about?
OKB 812. It's the same type of top-secret facility as Sokolov's own OKB 754. The director is a man by the name of Alexander Leonovich Granin. He's Sokolov's arch-rival and the two have competed fiercely against each other since the days of the war. To hear Sokolov tell it, though, the rivalry was really all in Granin's head. In any case, Granin seems to harbour an unusually intense hatred for Sokolov. Knowing that Sokolov was protected under the aegis of Khrushchev, Granin threw in his lot with Volgin, the vanguard of the anti-Khrushchev movement. Apparently, Granin meant to use the funds provided by these opposition forces in order to defeat his old foe. Volgin, for his part, was intrigued by the possibility of using the high-tech weapons Granin created in the fight against Khrushchev. Thus, the two formed an alliance, and Volgin took the Granin Design Bureau under his control.
But now Volgin's got his sights set on Sokolov.
Yes, it would seem that he and Granin aren't getting along so well after all.
Right, it's when you really get to the boss fight with him that he's full-fledged. With the two revolvers, non-engraved, aware of how much ammo he has, and he has the two ammo belts and holsters. But you slowly see him get there when he first only has that one engraved revolver. He only has one ammo belt. And then when you get to the boss fight, it's just his, the last model where he has everything. Should be another one here.
Get Sokolov. Snake, if you find an item box, when you press...
Maybe not, actually.
The assault...
Yep. I think that's it.
Snake, there are rats living in that area.
Well.
The rats in that area are the descendants of wild Norway rats that were domesticated by humans as pets and lab animals. They're not poisonous, and I don't think they'll attack you, but they're quick little creatures, so you might have a hard time catching one.
Uh-huh. So how do they taste?
Snake?
What?
They're rats.
I know what they are. Do they taste okay?
The guide says they're not that bad.
Good enough for me.
Ugh.
How many diseases do you want? Eating rats.
You want to say?
Don't worry, it gets even worse because you can eat bats too.
Snake, have you heard of It Came from Outer Space?
Yeah, you told me already.
So this astronomer sees a meteor, but it's really an alien spaceship, right? And the aliens start replacing the townspeople with clones and forcing them to help repair the ship. The 3D effects were quite realistic.
I've got all the real I can handle here in the jungle.
No, you don't get it. Precisely because it's realistic, with the images jumping out of the screen at you, it makes for a nice escape from reality. I have to admit it made my eyes tired, but it was really intense. Unfortunately, they don't make very many of those movies anymore.
When did it come out?
I was still in college, so probably about 10 years ago?
Guess I'm out of luck then.
You know, they're coming out with household versions of video cassette recorders. One day you'll be able to see old movies anytime you want. It'll be like having a movie theater in your own home.
Really?
It's like if you had a record with movie film etched onto it instead of music. It'll work the same way.
You're kidding.
No, really. And someday they might make movies where you control the characters yourself.
Sounds like magic.
It'll happen. Make sure you stay alive to see it, Snake.
No way. Movies you control the characters yourself? Yeah, Sneak's stomach doesn't agree there. What could that be? Oh, the bridge is repaired. All good.
You okay? Those men were from the Ocelot unit.
Spetsnaz?
Yes. The best crew has to offer. They're coming for me. I'm finished.
Calm down. I'll get you out of here, I promise. And we've got some of the best backup we could ask for.
Look.
That's what they were making you build?
Yes. The Shagohod. The treading behemoth, a tank capable of launching nuclear IRBMs.
It can launch nuclear missiles from that kind of terrain?
Oh yes, and without support from friendly units.
A nuclear-equipped tank capable of operating solo. Is that thing finished?
No, this is only the end of Phase 1. It won't be truly finished until we complete Phase 2.
Phase 2?
The weapon's true form. If it is completed and the Colonel gets his hands on it, it will mean the end of the Cold War.
The end of the Cold War?
Yes. And then the Age of Fear will truly begin.
A world war.
I had no choice but to cooperate. I didn't want to die. I wanted to see my wife and child again in America. Please, take me to America, quickly. They cannot complete it without my help.
Got it. Let's go.
The treading behemoth. But Shagahod, apparently, the translation is closer to the step walker. That's not very intimidating, but okay. The step walker.
Boss?
Good work, Jack.
What are you doing here?
Sokolov comes with me.
Hornets?
My friends, let us fight together again.
I have waited long for this day.
We will fight with you once more. Welcome back, boss.
Now that all 5 of us are together, it's time we go to the depths of hell itself. It's raining blood. Is he crying?
Kuwabara, Kuwabara. Ah, what a joyful scene.
Colonel Vogan.
Welcome to my country. And to my unit.
Boss, what is this?
I'm defecting to the Soviet Union. Sokolov is a little gift from my new hosts.
Recoilless nuclear warheads. These will make a fine gift for me.
This can't be happening.
Who is he? Another one of your disciples? Are we taking him with us?
No, this one is still just a child. Too pure for us Cobras. He has not yet found an emotion to carry into battle.
What are you talking about?
Think you can pull the trigger?
He's seen my face. We can't let him live. If Khrushchev finds out about this, we're finished. He must die.
Wait. He's my apprentice. I'll take care of him. Jack, you can't come with us.
The new blood has been rejected. Are we done here?
Now, onto Sokolov's research facility.
Shagohod is ours.
Drift away. My place is with them now.
Snake, can you hear me?
Yeah. Just barely.
Snake, listen to me. You need emergency medical treatment. Can you move? You've got to get those wounds treated. Hang in there. All right, let's get you fixed up. Paramedic?
Okay, Snake. Just relax and it'll all be over before you know it. Stay with me. I've seen people in worse shape before. Think you can handle it?
Major. The boss. She's defected.
We'll talk about that later. First, we've got to get you patched up.
Okay, here we go. First, open the survival viewer with the start button. If you select cure, you can start the treatment. Healing is divided into treatment using medicine with the item window button and surgical treatment using the weapon window button. Your injuries include a fractured left elbow and rib bone, and lacerations on your upper arms, right elbow, and abdomen. They need to be fixed using surgical treatment. Move the healing cursor with the left stick to the affected part of your body. Once you've selected the affected area, hold the weapon window button and use the left stick to select the medical item and then press the enter button. With this method, you can use items to help your recovery process. To treat a bone fracture, first secure the affected area with a fastener and then wrap it in bandages. That should do it. For lacerations, you'll need disinfectant to clean the wound, sutures to stitch it up, styptic to slow the flow of blood, and bandages to wrap the wound. If you do everything I mentioned, the wound should heal completely. Understood?
Yeah.
Stay with me. Go into the survival viewer and treat those wounds.
I'm just looking at the people in the chat arguing about what the end's emotion is. When there's a call, it just straight up tells you with Sigint. But yeah. Oblivion is a thing. And Snake has found an emotion to carry into battle. Confusion. He would just keep screaming, "What the fuck?" Big Boss's broken limbs with a $1 donation. Thank you. It's not that bad. It's just the arm. You can see it there. The fracture. And Jim Bean 87 with the 18 months resub. Thank you. Somebody wanted to look at his injuries. Well, really the only detail that's cool to look at is the cracks in his arm there. The rest are all very generic, normal kind of injuries you would get in the game. You can also mostly completely ignore these. They will heal by themselves, except for here. That's kind of like the cure tutorial. Another thing that I always thought was a little silly is that you don't need to do these in order. Paramedic tells you to do things in a logical order, but you can do in any order. Look, first I'm gonna bandage the wound, and then I'm gonna disinfect it, and then we're gonna suture. What? Okay. They should have maybe. I guess it would have been tedious to actually do it in order. Deep cut. Oh well. Bandage first. If you spit now, will you throw up? No, because you're not gonna be standing. This is going straight into a cutscene. During which, by the way, we'll see Sorrow. You never really need to cure. Maybe that one time that you get the venom from the fear. That's probably the only time. Buffalo Hopscotch with the sub. Thank you so much. Glad you enjoying the stream, man. Welcome. I also feel like this is a very early. It's mentioned again in Peace Walker, but think of our reference where, you know, he gets the sling from his woman of interest and uses it as an arm sling, or gets the bandana, uses an arm sling or a scarf. Already doing it here.
Good job, Snake.
We're coming to get you now. Just stay where you are. We'll drop a recovery balloon.
But
Can
yeah,
you set it up?
in Peace Walker, there's a tape about the bandana, and they talk about it too. Anyway, there he is. Hello.
Shagohod.
Excellent. A great success. Thanks to the boss and her cobras, I have both Sokolov and the Shagohod.
What are we going to do with the girl?
Who is she?
Apparently she's Sokolov's woman.
She's a nice catch. I'll take her. Not so fast, my dear. A kiss of death?
Are you KGB?
We may be able to use her. She has spunk.
Shall we take her back to the base?
Perhaps we should. We have no further use for Sokolov's research facility. I think it's time I gave this marvelous new toy a try.
Colonel, even if they are our enemies, they're still our countrymen.
But it won't be me that pulled the trigger. It'll be our friend, the American defector.
You're going to nuke your fellow Russians?
Remember the Alamo.
Colonel!
Yeah, Snake doesn't need to recover from that. He's already been blasted once, so he's already shooting blanks. It's not this nuclear explosion that causes it, by the way, so... Yeah, well, we'll get to call about it with Paramedic in a bit. For now, assuming that the game doesn't glitch like it's been doing for a while, I really need to switch out this hard drive and this PS3, but enjoy Snake Eater. I might get a remix or two there. The glitches.
What a thrill, with darkness and silence through the night. What a thrill, I'm searching and I'll melt into you. What a fear in my heart, but you're so supreme. I give my life, not for honor, but for you. In my time, there'll be no one else. Crime, it's the way I fly to you. I'm still in a dream, snake eater. Someday you go through the rain, and someday you'll feed on a tree frog. It's ordeal, the trial to survive. For the day we see new light, I give my life, not for honor, but for you. In my time, there'll be no one else. Crime, it's the way I fly to you. I'm still in a dream, snake eater. I'm still in a dream, snake eater.
Currently flying over the Arctic Ocean, altitude 30,000 feet, approaching Soviet airspace. Arriving at the designated drone launch point. Drone oil pressure and voltage are nominal. Payload oxygen supply is nominal. Power supply to payload antifreeze system shows no problems. No gusts. All systems go for drone detachment.
Snake, we can't risk a halo jump this time around. Airspace security has gotten tighter since we were last here. We can't get as close to the ground as we did during the Virtuous mission. So instead, we'll be using one of our newest weapons. Snake, you're being given an honor on par with Alan Shepard. This is our last chance. Show your patriotism. If you fail, you'll be back in a hospital bed again, waiting for the firing squad. So how does it feel to be a patient in one of the most advanced ICUs in the world?
Would you do me a favor and tell the suits about visiting hours? I'll never get better with them assaulting me day and night with their questions.
Must be part of the top brass's inquiry.
More like an interrogation. According to them, I'm a traitor and an accomplice to the boss's defection.
They're just looking for a scapegoat.
Does that mean they're after you, too?
Let's just say neither one of us is going to be made a national hero out of this.
Does this mean Fox is going to die?
No. This fox is still one step ahead of the hounds. The reason I came to see you today, Jack, it's time for Fox to clear its name.
What are you talking about?
The situation has changed. We still got a chance to come out of this one alive.
Yeah, what kind of chance?
Don't get too excited. Here, have a cigar. It's Cuban. This morning, I had a meeting with the CIA.
They decided when they're going to execute us?
No. Something even bigger. Yesterday, the White House received an unexpected call.
President Johnson? Yes, I'm here, Mr. Chair.
It was a hotline call from Khrushchev to President Johnson.
From the head of the Soviet Union?
That's right.
A few days ago, one of our country's main design bureaus, OKB 754, was destroyed in a nuclear explosion. At about the same time, our anti-aircraft radar picked up a signature that appeared to come from one of your military aircraft. Does any of this sound familiar to you? In retaliation, I have placed our armed forces on secondary alert. Depending on your response, I may be left with no choice but to order the military to maximum alert and unleash Armageddon. With the help of your predecessor, I was able to survive the Cuban incident. But my power is not as great as it once was. If I am to survive this crisis, I must have your full cooperation.
I should have contacted you myself. Did you know that one of our soldiers defected to your country a week ago?
No.
So you haven't heard then. The man who arranged the defection was a GRU colonel by the name of Yevgeny Borosovich Volgin.
Volgin? Of the Brezhnev faction. Go on. Who is the soldier?
Her name is the Boss. She's a living legend. During World War II, she was the one who led us to victory in that war. In Russia, you know her as Voyevoda.
You mean the Boss? The mother of your special forces?
Yes, that's the one. And she took 2 miniature nuclear shells along with her.
The Boss took 2 miniature nuclear shells?
I'm afraid so. I believe they were a gift for her new hosts. The Davy Crockett Atomic Battle Group delivery system was completed 2 years ago. But serious problems were found with the launcher's range and precision. Although they were mass-produced, they've never been deployed in battle.
But Sokolov's research facility was completely wiped out. The whole area is polluted.
I can only offer you my deepest condolences over this terrible tragedy.
So, the Boss, with Colonel Volgin's help, stole 2 experimental nuclear shells and took them with her as gift when she defected. Then, shortly thereafter, Sokolov's design lab, a top-secret military research facility, was destroyed by one of these weapons. Am I right so far?
Yeah.
American government denies any involvement in the affair. Is that right as well?
That's correct. We were not involved in any way.
Then what was a U.S. military aircraft doing on our radar screen? It was clearly in violation of our airspace. And yet you say it was not acting under your orders.
That's correct.
You expect me to believe that this was all the work of a single soldier?
I don't know what else to tell you.
The Army insists that this is all a ploy on your part.
I've said it once and I'll say it again. Government had nothing to do.
And and ability to believe. However, I'm afraid my power over the military has weakened since the Cuban incident. I will need some kind of proof that this was not the action of the American government. You have 1 week. You must catch the boss yourselves and recover the remaining nuclear device. Then, you must find some way to prove your innocence.
Prove our innocence?
Yes, preferably something painful. Prove to me that this is not merely another one of your tricks.
The boss should be close to Colonel Volgin. How about a little co-action?
I would not expect too much if I were you. The political situation here is unstable. And Colonel Volgin is a member of the Brezhnev faction, which seeks to topple my government. 1 week. You have only 1 week, and if it is not too much to ask, do something about Volgin as well.
What is that supposed to mean?
Nothing. It means nothing. Call it a modest gentleman's agreement to ensure our continued relationship.
What if we can't prove our innocence?
Then I will be unable to restrain the military. I will be ousted, and they will seek their revenge.
A nuclear attack on the United States?
I leave the disposal of this situation entirely to your discretion, Mr. President.
Disposal?
If you fail, it will mean the beginning of a new world war.
To put it simply, in order to avoid a full-scale nuclear conflict, we have to prove that America was not involved in that explosion.
And eliminating the boss ourselves will prove America's innocence?
Right. The higher-ups have decided that you're the only one capable of pulling this off. You were her last apprentice. Screw this one up, and we'll both be 6 feet under. There's no choice.
Are the Russians going to be helping us?
The KGB has promised to lend us one of their communications satellites so that you and I can talk to each other.
That's it?
They've also put us in touch with a couple of insiders.
Insiders?
There was a defection in September 1960. Do you remember it?
You mean the 2 NSA codebreakers who went over to the Soviet Union?
Precisely. Since then, they've apparently been training with the KGB for exactly this kind of situation. Their code names are Adam and Eva. I've been told that Adam has infiltrated Volgin's ranks. We've also arranged for him to provide you with an escape route. You'll need to rendezvous with him when you get there.
Control. Unidentified aircraft detected. Altitude 30,000 feet. It's fast. Estimated airspeed exceeding Mach 3. Bearing south. I'm about to lose it.
This is Snake. Do you read me?
Loud and clear. Glad to see you landed safely.
I got blown pretty far off target.
Snake, let's go over your mission objectives one more time. Rescue Sokolov. Find out what's happened to the Shagohod, then destroy it. And finally, eliminate the boss.
Eliminate the boss.
This mission will be codenamed Operation Snake Eater.
Because I'll be taking on the boss in our Cobra unit, right?
Don't forget about Colonel Volgin.
I'm not a hired killer.
I know, but that was the Kremlin's demand.
Demand? You mean it wasn't just a request? What's it to us if the Khrushchev regime is threatened by the Colonel and his faction?
If supporting the current regime helps us avoid a nuclear exchange, then that's what we'll do.
And what are the CIA's demands?
Our priorities are the rescue of Sokolov and the destruction of the Shagohod.
Roger that, Major Tom.
Hold on, Snake.
What now?
I'm changing my codename. It turns out Tom wasn't the most auspicious choice.
What do you mean?
Well, the truth is, when I chose my codename, I picked the wrong one.
The wrong one?
Did you ever see the movie The Great Escape? It came out last year.
Oh, must have missed that one.
Anyway, it's based on a true story about prisoners who escaped from a POW camp in Nazi Germany. The prisoners dig 3 tunnels as part of their plan, but the Nazis find 2 of the tunnels before they're finished. The prisoners succeed in escaping by using the last remaining tunnel. The names of those 3 tunnels were Dick, Harry, and Tom.
I get it. You used the name of the tunnel they escaped in as your code name because you thought it would bring you good luck.
Yes, that's exactly right. At least, that was the plan.
But
I got the name wrong. The one they escaped in was Harry. Tom was one of the unlucky tunnels. It was discovered by the Nazis before it was finished. I watched the movie again just to make sure. In fact, I even ordered the actual film from the movie company.
yeah, it doesn't sound like the greatest name to use. So what should I call you?
You know, let's just use Zero, like we've been doing all along.
All right, then. Major Zero it is. We'll start over from square one.
From square 0. My frequency is 140.85. Oh, I almost forgot. Paramedic is with us again on this mission.
Is this her last chance, too?
If we fail, she'll have her medical license revoked. It's more or less the same kind of fate. Her frequency is the same as during the Virtuous mission, 145.73. She'll be recording your mission data as well, just like the last time. That frequency is also the same, 140.96. And there's one more person on your support team. His name is Mr. Sigint. He's an expert on the latest in weapons and equipment technology. You'll be going up against some of the world's most advanced weaponry when you infiltrate the research facility. If you have any questions, just ask him. His frequency is 148.41.
Mr. Sigint. Got it.
Adam, your KGB contact, is waiting for you at the abandoned factory up ahead.
The same factory Sokolov was being held in last week.
Yes, meet up with Adam first. He's cleared the way for you to rescue Sokolov.
How will I know this Adam guy when I see him?
You'll know once you reach the factory. The whole area's been polluted by the fallout from that nuclear blast. No one else would dare come close. The password is, "Who are the Patriots?" and Lali Lule Lo.
Lali Lule Lo. Gotcha.
You've been equipped with a 45 for this mission. Be careful, it's noisy.
I thought standard Fox procedure was procure on-site weapons acquisition.
The circumstances are different this time. You're now on an official mission for the United States government. It would be necessary to make your presence known to a certain extent, to the Khrushchev regime at the very least. But remember, this is still a sneaking mission. Snake, if you fail this mission, it will mean an all-out nuclear war. Keep that in mind and proceed with extreme caution.
Understood. Commencing Operation Snake Eater.
Nope, just kidding. We'll go back to the radio. Lappers 131 with the 6 months. Thank you. Let's do all the introduction calls here.
Yo! You're Snake, aren't you?
And you're Sigint?
None other.
I heard that you're an expert on weapons, equipment, and cutting-edge technology.
Close.
Huh?
I am the expert on weapons, equipment, and cutting-edge technology.
Ah.
I'm the guy that designed your trank gun, active sonar, and motion detector. If you want to know anything about weapons or equipment you find in the field, just send me a message and ask. Later.
Paramedic.
Snake, it's so good to hear from you again.
Same here. It's been a week, hasn't it?
4 days, actually.
Huh?
I visited you in the hospital. You were still unconscious, though.
Then you must have seen me naked.
Yeah, but you were all wrapped up in bandages and tubes, so I couldn't do anything but look.
Better luck next time.
Let's hope so. But seriously, don't forget that you were like that until just yesterday. In fact, you really shouldn't even be on this mission. Keep an eye on your stamina gauge. If you start to run low, don't push yourself. Eat something to replenish your stamina. And try not to get yourself hurt. If you're wounded or get bitten by a venomous animal, go into the survival viewer immediately and treat yourself using Cure.
Yeah. I can see you still know how to nag.
You're welcome. And I can see you still don't know when to keep your mouth shut.
Maybe so. By the way, I heard you're going to lose your medical license if this mission fails.
Yes, there was talk of that, but the mission won't fail, will it?
Of course not.
Good. I believe in you. But you know what? I really don't care about my medical license.
Didn't they use that to force you to participate in this operation?
No, I volunteered.
Why?
So that I could watch over you.
Huh.
Snake, you're the best agent I've ever seen. But you push yourself too hard. You're reckless. Someone has to stop you from getting into trouble, to make sure you and the boss don't kill each other. So that's why I volunteered. I mean, you couldn't ask for a better guardian angel than me, right?
Thanks.
Stop right there.
Huh?
You can thank me when you get back.
All right.
Snake, your first task is to meet up with Adam, the contact provided by the KGB. The rendezvous point is the abandoned factory to the north of your current position. Head north.
The abandoned factory. That's where I met Sokolov during the Virtuous mission.
Correct, but we can't afford to have the same thing happen this time.
I know.
Like the Virtuous mission, Operation Snake Eater is a solo sneaking mission. There are no units in the field to back you up. Avoid engaging the enemy whenever possible. Your first priority is to remain unseen. Use the camouflage option in the survival viewer and choose your camouflage wisely. Proceed with caution. Unlike the Virtuous mission, this is a night operation. You'll get lost more easily in the dark, but it'll also make your camouflage more effective and make it harder for the enemy to see you. On the other hand, it will also be more difficult for you to see them. You'll also find that different animals are active. Some of these nocturnal animals are poisonous, so stay alert. Paramedic is with us again to provide information on the local plants and animals. Give her a call if there's anything you need to know.
Hey Jay, thanks for the bits, man. What is Skullface? Skullface is too busy picking up Snake's turds to back him up. Let's see if we can find flying squirrel here. Oh, there he is. The little fuck. He's in the grass now.
Snake, unlike the Virtuous mission, this is a night operation. You'll be encountering nocturnal animals that you didn't encounter your last mission. Some of them are venomous, like the king cobra, so be careful. If you get bitten by a venomous animal, the poison will spread through your body and rapidly drain your life gauge. If that's the case, go into the cure screen in survival viewer immediately and inject yourself with serum. Got it? I see you caught yourself a Japanese flying squirrel. Japanese flying squirrels are non-venomous, and they shouldn't attack you. The head, front legs, hind legs, and tail of the Japanese flying squirrel are connected by a membrane of skin, which allows the squirrel to glide from tree to tree. It says here that if it catches a good wind, it can fly more than 100 yards.
Yeah, I had a hard time catching one.
So, aren't you going to ask me?
You know it. How does it taste?
Not sure.
Not sure.
The guy doesn't say anything about it.
Why not?
Gee, maybe it's because no one would ever think of eating a flying squirrel.
Then I must be the first one.
Maybe you are.
Which PS3 version do I recommend? It depends on a couple things. Do you want PS2 backwards compatibility, and are you willing to deal with the internals and research and maintaining a backwards compatible PS3? If yes, then get that one, but if you just want a PS3 and just turn it on, forget about it, get a Super Slim. So it really depends on what you want from it. Won't need that. Yeah, you gotta take care of the original. They're the best in terms of features, but they're also the most delicate. Some of them are just ticking time bombs. They're just waiting to melt if you don't take care of them.
You just heard a horse?
Yeah.
You sure it wasn't something else?
I know a horse when I hear one.
Paramedic, are there any wild horses in Celino Yask?
Do you really expect me to say yes?
No.
So what should I do?
There's only one way through that area. All you can do is move forward. Head towards the sound of that horse. It came from the north. Be careful.
Sounds like the Cobra Unit's members' names came from the specific emotions they each carry into battle.
Emotions?
Yeah. For unbearable torment, the pain. For true oblivion, the end. For infinite rage, the fury. For absolute terror, the fear. And for unsurpassed bliss, the joy.
The joy?
It's another name for the boss, because of the joy she feels in battle, I suppose. During the war, she had a partner named the Sorrow. Sorrow and joy. They say there couldn't have been a more perfect pair.
Do I have any off-brand controller recommendations? Yes, I do. Don't do it. Get an original controller, please. That's a recommendation, right? Yeah, I heard about the capacitors. It could be a number of things. You're kind of gambling when you're dealing with that.
The Davy Crockett's that the boss took with her when she defected are mortars that fire nuclear warheads. They're named after Davy Crockett, the hero who died defending the Alamo in the Texan War of Independence.
Remember the Alamo.
That's right. The warheads are equivalent to between 10 and 20 tons of TNT. Every building within 150 yards of the hypocenter is completely obliterated. But the warheads the boss had with her were some kind of experimental super bomb. So they're actually even more powerful than that. I don't even want to think about what would happen if she used it again. Snake, you know what you have to do.
Yeah, I know.
Snake, unlike the Virtuous mission, this is a night operation. You'll be encountering nocturnal animals that you didn't encounter your last mission. Some of them are venomous, like the king cobra, so be careful. If you get bitten by a venomous animal, the poison will spread through your body and rapidly drain your life gauge. If that's the case, go into the cure screen and survival viewer immediately and inject yourself with serum. Got it? I see you caught yourself a green tree python. The green tree python isn't venomous, so no need to worry. It's fairly docile too, so I don't think it's likely to attack you. The green tree python originally comes from Australia and New Zealand. It's a really pretty green color and it lives... Oh my god.
What's wrong?
Snake, what did I just say?
They come from Australia and New Zealand.
No, after that.
They're a really pretty green color.
I thought so. What was I thinking? Seeing a snake and calling it pretty?
What's wrong with that?
Everything. When a normal woman sees a snake, she's supposed to scream or get sick or something like that.
And you think you're normal?
What was that?
Nothing.
Oh, it's all your fault.
Jeez, I'm sorry. But enough of that.
What do you mean, enough of that? This is serious.
No, I just wanted you to tell me how it tastes.
How should I know?
Ugh.
It was awfully pretty, though.
Looks like death wasn't ready for you yet.
Boss.
That arm still hurt?
What are you doing here?
Go home. Go home. Gru and my sons are waiting up ahead. You don't have a prayer of finishing your mission. You're not even armed.
Boss!
I'm not your boss anymore. There's nothing for you here. Go home. Go back to your boss. There's no need to prove that you are virtuous here. This isn't America. That should stir things up a bit. You'd better hurry. The border is 60 miles south of here. You ought to be able to run that far.
Why'd you defect?
I didn't. I'm loyal to the end, to my purpose. What about you, Jack? What's it going to be? Loyalty to your country or loyalty to me? Your country or your old mentor? The mission or your beliefs? Your duty to your unit or your personal feelings? You don't know the truth yet. But sooner or later, you'll have to choose. I don't expect you to forgive me. But you can't defeat me either. You know me too well. Just look at that bandana. If you can't put the past behind you, you won't survive long. If we meet again, I'll kill you. Now, go home.
This is Snake. Major Zero.
I read you, Snake.
I was ambushed by the boss.
You were what?
The drone's been shot to hell. It's up in flames.
That's not good. Enemy scouts are going to come looking for you.
Yeah, I know. But what was the boss doing here in the first place? There's got to be a leak somewhere.
No, that's impossible. The man the boss is working with, Volgin, isn't exactly on speaking terms with Khrushchev.
I lost my gun. The boss destroyed it.
Snake, I know how you're feeling. It's hard for me to believe, too, that a legendary hero like the boss would go over to the Russians. That she'd double-cross us like this. But that's how it is, and if you don't accept it, you'll never be able to beat her.
That's not the problem. In terms of sheer technique, I'll never be able to beat her. I know that all too well.
You've got to do it, Snake. She's your enemy and your objective.
Enemy? We were together for 10 years, and now you tell me she's my enemy?
Enough. Hurry to the factory where Adam is waiting. Scouts have probably already been sent out to investigate the explosion. You've lost your weapon, right? That means you've got no chance of winning in a battle situation. Whatever you do, don't let them see you.
Sorry guys, I'm starting to get a little bit tired. I might be low on energy. Let's see, before those guys get here, actually, let me do a bunch of calls. There's so many calls in this game.
You can capture animals.
Nah.
Snake, king cobras are making their home in the area you're in now. The king cobra is the world's largest venomous snake. Its large size means that it has a lot of venom to inject. One bite is supposedly enough to kill an elephant. And it's extremely vicious as well, so watch out. If you get bitten by a king cobra and injected with venom, your life will start to decrease rapidly. As soon as you're bitten, go into the survival viewer and use Cure to give yourself a serum injection. The king cobra's diet consists mostly of other snakes. Be careful, or you might end up as its next meal.
Got it. So...
What? How does it taste?
Yep.
Ugh. It seems you're the one whose diet consists of other snakes.
You're making me blush.
The guide says they taste just fine. Ugh. Snake, that area is inhabited by the giant
just talking
anaconda.
about animals.
The giant anaconda is believed to be the largest snake in the world in terms of weight and diameter. It's not poisonous, but its large size makes it extremely powerful. They say it even eats crocodiles. Its only natural predator is man.
And snake.
And snake. The giant anaconda is a very large snake, but you should be able to capture it alive using the tranquilizer gun.
Got it. So how does it taste?
I knew you were going to ask me that.
Glad I didn't disappoint you. So?
Well, the guide says it tastes all right.
Good. I'll have to try some.
Ugh.
Major.
Snake, the boss is your enemy. You've got to accept that reality. Adam is waiting for you at the abandoned factory to the north of your current position. Head north.
And there's like 10 calls in a row about Snake asking, why? Why did she defect? No.
The enemy must have seen the drone explode. They've probably already sent out patrol units. You never know when you'll encounter the enemy. Use your camouflage wisely and proceed with caution. Remember that you've lost your gun. You don't stand a chance in a fight against an enemy unit. Use your camouflage and don't let the enemy see you.
Major, why was the boss there? Did they detect my infiltration?
That's impossible. The drone shouldn't have been picked up by their radar at all.
Then how did she know? It couldn't have been a...
That's also out of the question. We've taken all measures to ensure this mission stays secret.
Then what's going on?
I don't know. It won't do you any good to dwell on it, Snake. Hurry to your rendezvous with Adam. Head for the abandoned factory to the north. Watch out for enemy patrols. Stay alert at all times, okay? Snake, you don't have a tranquilizer gun right now. That means you'll just have to capture animals with your bare hands or with your survival knife. You should be able to harvest mushrooms and other low-lying plants with no problem by punching them or using your knife. It'll be tougher to catch small animals, but you might have a chance if you use stalking from behind.
Major.
What is it?
Why did the boss betray us?
Leave it alone, Snake.
But...
We've been through this before. Besides, asking for reasons now won't change anything.
I thought I'd find out if I met her face to face. I thought for sure she'd tell me, but...
Then you'll have to find your own answers.
By completing my mission?
Yes. Thanks to last week's nuclear incident, the Soviet Union is now on secondary alert. We're one step away from a nuclear war.
DEFCON 2, huh?
In American parlance, yes. From what Western intelligence has been able to gather, the radical elements in the Soviet command are showing signs of impatience. They say we're on the brink of World War III here. And with Khrushchev's position getting weaker every day, I worry whether he'll be able to hold them back.
1 week.
Yes. America must eliminate the boss by its own hand to prove its innocence. There is no other way to resolve the crisis. Everything rests on your shoulders, Snake. Failure is not an option.
I know.
The Soviet intelligence community must be up in arms about the boss's defection. The great Voyevoda has abandoned America and embraced the Soviet Union.
Voyevoda?
Apparently, that's what they call the boss behind the Iron Curtain. It means warrior or mighty soldier in Russian. When used to refer to a woman, it means something close to Lady Knight. In Russia, where they've had a number of female emperors throughout their history, it's a term of great respect. Well, poetic in a way. The boss's exploits have made her name famous in the East as well.
Major, why did the boss defect?
I don't know, but I will tell you this. America is all too eager to get rid of her.
What do you mean?
She knows too many of our secrets. If she were to relay all the top-secret information she knows to the Soviet bloc, it would put us at a severe disadvantage. It might even lead to the downfall of the West. Even if we survive, the boss is still too much of a hero to us. With her in the Soviet camp, we'd suffer a fatal loss of morale at home. There are even whispers that some of the less stalwart elements of the military might follow her example and defect themselves. I assume you're aware that since your last mission, several key figures within the CIA have been placed under house arrest.
Yeah.
The loss of the boss has been a painful one indeed.
What about you?
Me? I still can't believe it. As a comrade, I would have placed my trust in her before my own family. But now that I think about it, the boss always seemed to have an aura of mystery about her. I never would have expected it to manifest in this way, though. Oh, well, it won't do to get all misty-eyed about it. She's an enemy now, worthy of nothing more than our contempt.
Understood. Major.
Yes?
I was just wondering, why do they call you Zero?
What do you mean?
We go back a long ways, but I just realized I never asked you why you're called Zero.
You want to know where it comes from?
Yeah, if that's all right.
It's a bit nostalgic, really.
Nostalgic?
The first British intelligence outfit was established in 1909. The head of the Foreign Intelligence Division was a man named Mansfield George Smith Cumming. He was referred to simply as C after the first letter of his last name. Since then, out of respect for Cumming, the heads of the SIS have traditionally taken the name of C.
And James Bond's boss is called M.
That's right. I myself was once known as O.
And that's where Zero comes from?
Precisely. In another sense, though, it signifies a ghost, one whose true identity must remain a mystery, the primogenitor of the solo sneaking operation.
Is that so?
Snake, let's go over the controls for CQC one more.
Let's not. Okay, let's deal with these guys here. Actually, I want to get the drone call. Last time, for some reason, I had trouble getting it. I'm not sure why. Let me just get rid of these guys.
Is anybody there?
Oh, did he see him? Nice. That helps. Nap time. Yeah, we'll probably find some grenades. Yep, that's all we can pick up right now. Oops. More grenades. Hey, Wexford, the $5, thank you. Let the end die a peaceful death of old age. Thanks for the streams, they're great. Glad you're enjoying it, as always. Man, old age was already winning. By quite a bit. Okay, I don't know what it is with this drone call, but let's see if we can get it.
Snake, you don't have a...
Stop repeating shit.
Adam is waiting for you at... Snake, this is a solo sneaking operation. There are no medics there to assist you. You'll have to treat your own injuries. Are we clear?
I had a little bit of training, but I'm no doctor.
Uh-oh.
That's where I come in. To treat an injury, first press...
Shut up.
Snake, the food you catch will gradually spoil over time.
Some types of food spoil faster than others. Animal and fish meat goes bad relatively fast, but plants and mushrooms generally last a little longer. Animals won't go bad if you capture them alive, though. You can tell whether food has gone bad or not by looking closely at the...
There is just an insane amount of calls in MGS3. They're not really spaced out or spaced correctly with the amount of areas that you have, especially in the Virtuous mission. So if we want to go through them, they're good calls, they're just painful to get. A lot of people haven't listened to them, probably for that reason. So we usually end up spending a long time in the radio screen.
Hurry to your right.
Especially since they're like RNG and they like to repeat other shit instead.
Remember that you've lost your...
When I know you have more unique calls.
In first...
But you're just telling me about random gameplay bullshit right now. That's annoying as fuck. Please.
The enemy must have seen the drone explode. Adam is... During... When you creep inside us...
It's really weird. I had this problem last time too. He would not do the drone call.
Snake, did you notice that when you knock an... Snake, certain enemies...
But why?
If there's something... Snake, when you're... Snake?
He's just going over random gameplay tips. Okay. Let's maybe do Sagan's calls for now.
You're wearing the tiger stripe pattern camouflage, huh? Tiger stripe is a forest camouflage. As you may have guessed by the name, it mimics the stripe pattern on a tiger's coat. It was originally worn by South Vietnamese Marines. Then it caught the attention of an American military advisor, and now they're thinking of introducing it into all kinds of special forces units. It works best in places with lots of trees and grass, but it should blend in with dirt and mud, too.
I never really needed to get close to it. Like, I don't usually go here to get it. So I don't know what the deal is, but sure. Let's try it.
Press the action.
Yeah, okay.
Adam is waiting.
I don't know. I really don't know.
You mean you're not wearing any face paint? You can take off your face paint by selecting
Sagan 2 is just talking about what I have equipped.
the camo index.
Yep. They're like broken.
I heard you fought against KGB troops in the Virtuous mission, but this time you're up against Spetsnaz. Spetsnaz is the Special Forces unit of GRU, the intelligence wing of the Soviet Defense Ministry's General Staff Office. Spetsnaz troops undergo rigorous training in all types of special ops, from assassination and demolition to intelligence gathering. That and Volgan's loaded, man. His unit is one of the best equipped in the entire Soviet Union, if not the best. I heard the enemies you encountered in the Virtuous mission were only carrying weapons like AKs and grenades. Well, it ain't that simple anymore. In addition to AKs, some of the patrols you'll encounter might be equipped with Scorpion submachine guns and shotguns. The Scorpion is even lighter than the AK, making it much easier to handle. Basically, a guy with a Scorpion is not gonna miss you as often as with an AK. The shotgun is a powerful weapon. One blast is enough to floor you and you're likely to be seriously wounded. Watch for that, man. You're on a solo sneaking mission.
I wonder if it's because we didn't trigger the caution here. Could that have something to do with it? It's really weird. It's like it's broken or some shit. I'm almost tempted to just... Let me just see what happens. Maybe we'll let the game do its course. There should be a call that begins with Snake asking, what do I do with this wreck of a drone? And then they also talk about the aircraft itself that Snake came in. But I'm wondering if maybe this needs to happen first. I'm starting to wonder.
What the hell is this?
HQ? HQ.
This is HQ.
Patrol here. We have evidence of an enemy intruder. Commence alert formation.
Acknowledged. Sending reinforcements. Use extra caution.
Which I guess means we'll get the music in the background.
Major.
Let me just skip through all the other ones.
The enemy must have seen. Remember that.
Major.
Snake?
Major.
What is it?
Why did the...
Okay.
Thanks to last week, the Soviet intelligence community...
Major. Major.
Yes?
Okay.
Snake, let's go up.
Oh, it's fucked again.
Snake?
Yep.
Snake,
Exactly the same.
During...
So weird.
When you creep in...
I'm not crazy, right? There is a call like that. And another call where they talk about all the history of the plane that it came in and all the different variations and models and names of it.
Snake?
But holy shit, it's not triggering.
Move. Snake? After you've...
Nope. Why are you useless, Zero? Why? Well, fuck it. Let's leave. Don't bite me. Fuck. Oops. Magic CQC range. Now there's people coming here. now we can change. And we're good for a while. Now, this guy's not gonna hear me slide down here. Hump. And we do have to wait for that guy.
HQ. This is HQ. Patrol here. Unable to locate the problem. Understood. Return to your position.
What's wrong?
Gameplay wise, do I enjoy 2 or 3 more? Well, the thing is, 3 has more variety and things to it, but it's just so much easier than 2. So just in terms of satisfaction, purely, you're going from the hardest game in the series to the easiest, from 2 to 3. So, while 3 has more variety, 2 is much more satisfying because it's more challenging. So it really depends on what you want out of gameplay, I guess. But usually when you ask me what's the best anything in the series, the answer is gonna fall between 1 and 2 for things. So yeah. 3 lends itself well to like challenges, certain types of runs. The 2 is much more mechanical, much more precise, and you have to be more precise in the movement and the angles and everything that you press, and very little room for error. So what am I doing? Damn, I should have equipped my squirrel. I really don't know what the deal is with that drone call anymore. It's the second time now that I can't get it.
You've arrived at the factory, I see.
Yeah, now to meet up with this Adam guy.
Good. Go to it.
So where is he?
We weren't given an exact location.
How about a time?
Nothing was specified.
A physical description?
I'm not sure.
How am I supposed to find him then?
You won't need to.
Huh?
He'll find you. Why don't you try the room to the northeast where you met Sokolov? Adam might be in there. Adam is a spy sent by the KGB to infiltrate Volgin's ranks. You'll need to be extremely careful in how you approach him.
Obviously. He can't let Volgin know he's meeting me.
That's right. Adam won't show up if you're being pursued by the enemy. Before you go to rendezvous with Adam, make sure you haven't been seen by the enemy. Meet up with him in normal phase. Got it? Snake, the damage that an enemy takes from your gun depends...
Okay, he's going over random gameplay stuff again.
You're wearing the tiger...
Okay, Sagan also has nothing else to say.
You can capture animals a lot. That area is home to the reticulated python. Snake, there are... Treating serious wounds will require you to use additional medical items besides your knife and cigar. That's why it's always a good idea to...
Alright, cure wounds with cigars.
That area is home to the Sunda whistling... That area is...
Paramedic, why are you so useless right now?
Snake, be careful when you approach the enemy. The closer you are to them, the more
Okay.
Snake, unlike the Virtuous mission, this is a night operation. You'll be encountering nocturnal animals that you didn't encounter your last mission. Some of them are venomous, like the king cobra, so be careful. If you get bitten by a venomous animal, the poison will spread through your body and rapidly drain your life gauge. If that's the case, go into the cure screen and survival viewer immediately and inject yourself with serum. Got it?
Like I always say, guys, don't get into an argument. It's really hard to convey everything that is wrong with 5 in really any reasonable speech or sentence you can just tell someone. You have to see it. You have to maybe watch me play it, and then you'll understand what I mean. That's why there's a project for it. There's a video in the works, so that when people ask about 5, you're just like, there, link, watch this, then we can talk. Because otherwise, it's just endless, man.
Some types of... That is...
Okay, you're useless.
Looks like you're using...
They're all useless.
Why don't you try the room to the north?
Okay, fuck it, let's go there. You can get an AK here, but they don't really seem to acknowledge that, so... I'm still unarmed in a cutscene. More importantly, actually, here's the box. And we can also be naked.
Snake, what are you doing?
I'm in a box.
A cardboard box? Why are you...
I don't know, I was just looking at it, and suddenly I got this irresistible urge to get inside. No, not just an urge. More than that. It was my destiny to be here. In the box.
Destiny?
Yeah, and then when I put it on, I suddenly got this feeling of inner peace. I can't put it into words. I feel safe. Like this is where I was meant to be. Like I'd found the key to true happiness.
Uh-huh.
Does any of that make sense?
Not even a little.
You should come inside the box. Then you'll know what I mean.
Man, I don't want to know what you mean. Between you and Paramedic, is everyone but me that is hooked up with a Major Strange? Yeah, well, anyway, I suppose even that dumbass box might make a decent disguise if you wear it inside a building. Snake, what's up? Why are you naked? I know there's a naked option under uniform that lets you take off the upper part of your uniform, but without a shirt on, your camouflage sucks and your stamina goes down faster. You don't get any advantages whatsoever.
Sure there are.
Like what?
It feels good.
Man, you do whatever you want.
I will, thanks. Just one question, though.
What?
Is there a way to take off my pants?
Say what?
My pants, can I?
Oh, hell no! This Fox unit is a nut fest!
How do I take off my pants? Something, soldier jeans. You see, it's all connected to MGS1. Big Boss can take off his soldier jeans. Okay.
Sorry I'm late.
cut the engine. They'll hear us.
Are you the agent they sent?
Are you Adam? I thought you were supposed to be a man.
Adam couldn't make it.
All right, say the password. Who are the Patriots? Who are the Patriots? Answer me! Trapped.
Get down! There is your answer. The name's Eva.
This wasn't part of the plan. What happened to Adam?
What's your code name?
It's Snake.
Snake, huh? Well, I'm Eva. Are you here to tempt me?
What happened to Adam?
Colonel Volgan is a very suspicious man. He decided Adam wasn't the right person for this mission.
And you were.
Yes,
Why?
because I can do things he can't.
I heard you used to be a codebreaker for the NSA.
I was. 4 years ago, I defected to the Soviet Union with Adam.
Mauser military. The broom handle.
It packs quite a punch. Nice to have when you're on a bike.
You held it sideways and used the muzzle jump to create a horizontal sweep. That was impressive.
Bet you've never seen that technique in the West.
It's imitation, isn't it?
Yeah. It's a Chinese Type 17 pistol. Around here, even that's hard to come by. Don't worry, though. The one I've got for you is American-made.
.45, huh? Incredible.
Do you like it?
The feeding ramp is polished to a mirror sheen. The slide's been reinforced, and the interlock with the frame is tightened for added precision. The sight system is original too. The thumb safety is extended to make it easier on the finger. A long type trigger with non-slip grooves. A ring hammer. The base of the trigger guard's been filed down for a higher grip. And not only that, nearly every part of this gun has been expertly crafted and customized. Where'd you get something like this?
I grabbed it from a Western munitions armory. It probably used to belong to one of your officers, and there are more where that came from. You had this with you, didn't you? Better take this too.
What's that?
A disguise to make you look like a scientist.
A disguise?
Yes. You're here to rescue Sokolov, right?
Sokolov's still safe then.
Yes. He's being forced to continue his work on the Shagohod.
Where?
At the lab. They've got a whole army of scientists there developing new weapons. Security is tight, but if you disguise yourself as a scientist, you might be able to sneak in.
Can we get Sokolov out of there?
We'll see, won't we?
Tell me how to get to the lab.
The safest way in is from the rear. First, you'll need to head north through the jungle. You'll come to a heliport used for shipping materials. Pass the heliport and continue north, and there will be a large crevice. Descend into that area, and you'll reach a cave. Move through the cave, and you will arrive at a mangrove swamp. After the swamp, there'll be a warehouse. Make your way through the warehouse, and you'll come out just south of the lab.
Got it.
And just what are you doing there?
In close-range combat, a knife can sometimes be more useful than a gun. By doing this, I'll be able to hold a knife at the same time and still keep the gun steady. That way, I can instantly switch between a gun battle and a knife fight. Right, let's get going.
Wait a minute.
What now?
You must be tired. Why don't you take a little rest?
I'll be fine.
You'll never make it in your condition. It's a jungle out there. There's still an hour before dawn. It's dangerous to be out in the jungle at night without a guide.
What about you?
I have to get back. I can't be gone for too long. They'll start to suspect something. Don't worry. I'll keep you updated over the radio.
That's it?
My orders are to provide you with information, nothing more. You look disappointed. All right, then. I'll do something special for you. I'll stand watch until dawn. Now be a good boy and lie down. What's the matter?
I don't know you well enough to trust you.
How well do you have to know me to trust me?
I don't know if I can trust anybody.
Gonna get that?
She's right, Snake. You should get some sleep. Although in your condition, you really ought to be back in the ICU. Whenever you save the game and quit, you'll go to sleep. Sleeping allows you to gain back stamina naturally. Depending on how long you sleep, you may also recover naturally from sickness and injury. When you're tired or hurt, the best thing to do is just get some sleep. So do yourself a favor and take a nap. Doctor's orders, okay?
Yeah, okay.
Does she know that I've been up for a long time for this marathon? Top Ramens, thanks for the 1,000 bits. Thanks for the love. Hey, at least Eva has somewhat of a reason to be half naked all the time, you know? They're just really redoing the whole Bond girl femme fatale thing. There's people out there who would equate Eva with like quiet or something. Like, no.
What's the matter?
We're surrounded. I see 4 of them.
We've got company. It's the Ocelot unit. Let's get out of here. Hurry. Don't forget your gear. Here, give me a hand. We can use this to get to the basement. Damn it, Ocelot. I'll get past them on my bike. I'll call you later.
Okay, I'll keep them busy. Huh?
Don't go dying on me now.
How hot is Eva? About 350. Well, when you realize, when you take a look at her medical history, she might not be as hot in your eyes anymore, but yeah. She's got an inflamed, prolapsed asshole and fake tits, and she can't stop farting, but other than that, I mean, yeah. What do I want here? I probably won't be the one doing it because it's much later in the game, but I'm sure we'll take a look at her medical history. Nice, got all 4 of them. Guy outside should be almost asleep as well. Unless I missed him. Oh, there you go. Get this guy. And the sniper guy. Maybe we'll get some calls with Sigint here before the last guy. Get this guy's suppressor and ration. Hey there, Shizzle. Okay.
Those rifles the Ocelots are using aren't AK-47s, are they?
No. They kind of look like AKMs, but they're different.
Different how?
They've got steel handguards and vertical type foregrips, and the muzzle suppressor is bigger.
A carbine version of the AKM, huh? Hungary has a unique modified version of the AKM called the AMD-63. I heard something before about them making a prototype carbine version of that. My guess is they probably imported some of those prototypes. If they're using a carbine version of the AMD-63 like I'm thinking, then they could be a serious threat. Those things handle better than the AK-47s, especially at close range. And don't forget, the Ocelots are elites. They're gonna be better shots than normal Spetsnaz, and you're that much more likely to get seriously hurt. Keep your eyes open. Heads up, Snake. Looks like some of those guys are equipped with M63s. The M63 is an American-made light machine gun. It's got more firepower than you might think. It can punch through a wall too, so watch out. You said some of them are using shotguns? Those shotguns are M37s. They're an American model designed for field combat. Not all that dangerous from a distance, but at close range, they'll tear you to shreds. Be careful. Looks like some of them are using Scorpions. The Scorpion is a Czechoslovakian submachine gun. They don't have the stopping power of a rifle, but they're easier to handle and lethal at a medium range. If you eat more than a couple of rounds, it's not gonna be pretty. Don't fool around. Snake, watch out for those grenades they're tossing. You'll be injured pretty bad if you get caught in the blast. You could get burned too. If somebody throws a grenade at you, get away from it and hit the deck.
You know what? I completely forgot that we're actually playing on Extreme, not European Extreme. So we could actually have alerts. As weird as it is, having alerts on MGS3. So all these things that Sagan's talking about would actually become relevant.